Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. Today is a very interesting day. Um, normally these kind of things will happen in person, but in a way, life in itself, we tend to, take and move on as the best way we can, and having this platform to continue to share our knowledge with traditional practices in the Southwest. And I'm very excited and very honored to have everyone here that's joining us today. We have a special amount of group of people that are here and who are doing things in Indian country and are very much appreciated people, especially and culture and traditions and practices, and then also activism and how this actually came about. Uh, no, every no every um, so everyone. I've had introduced myself. My name is Sterling Johnson. I'm the farm manager for Ohio Center for Sustainable Agriculture, and we're here. And actually, how this came to be is everyone came together and thought about the four seasons and thinking about what happens and wanting to capture those things and share that knowledge, especially now being able to do this the over the Zoom link. But with that, everything, here, everyone that's here, thank you for joining in and being a part of this and making this a very exciting event that we're interested in having. So, um, and thank you to all the speakers and panelists and everyone that's coming out that's going to join us today. Thank you for coming together and making this uh, making this an event. So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Morning, everyone. I'm Nicole Francis, and I'm pleased that I got to help organize this event for a second time. This is my second time. I got to do the last one that we had in person and help with this one. So I'm hearing a little feedback on that. So I don't know if other people's screens are muted. It might be from your screen. Okay, that sounds better. I'm going to go ahead and start by just going over what we are looking forward to today. And I want to let everyone know that we're by 8:15, we're between now and 8:15, we're going to have a blessing by Mikey Ennis, and at 8:15, our first panel starts. That's the Winter in Indian Country, Meet the Farmers, Hunters, and Ranchers. And that's going to be moderated by Nina. And then we'll move on for a 15-minute break. And at 10:30, we'll start our second panel, Food in Action, Native American Community Food Activists, moderated by Twyla. And another 15-minute break, and we'll start in at 12:45 for our online market, moderated by Crystal Franco. And that's going to go for a couple of hours. And go ahead and join in on that market. You can come in and out of the market for that 2 hours and see what our artists and food producers have to offer there. And then at 2:45, there's going to be a seed exchange, and I'm going to be moderating the seed exchange for an hour. And then we will have another 15-minute break, and we'll get into our third panel and last panel of the day. And that one is titled Past, Present, and Future of the Native Culinary Movement. That will be moderated by Elena Terry, who's filling in for Loretta Odin. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to move into our storytelling by Camilas Lopez. And that's going to go from 6 o'clock until 7. And we'll be closed and have a blessing by Mikey at between 7 and 7:15. So it's a full day. We have some really good panels we're looking forward to, and we're going to move into our blessing right now by Mikey. Good morning, Mikey.
Good morning, Skexetic. Can you hear me? All right. I want to say Skexetic. Good morning to each and every one of you. Ayan Abjigik, Michael David Anthony Enos, Amjad Ia Wachtap, Sanaver Jikshan Ut. My name is Michael David Anthony Enos, and I reside here in the community known as WAC, which is a part of the Sanaver district. Sanaver is just south of Tucson, Arizona, maybe about 7 miles. And we are a part of the Tohono O'odham Nation. And so I just want to greet each and every one of you this morning. Hope you have a very good morning. I will be popping in and out. I currently am employed with Barbecue Unified School District as their Tohono O'odham History and Tohono O'odham Language teacher at Barbecue High School in Topao, Arizona. So good morning to each and every one of you. I would ask you to just relax, open up your mind, your heart. I do want to acknowledge the photo that is my using as my background. This is out in Cao, the Alex Pancho Memorial Farm, back when I was a worker of Tohono O'odham Community Action, and that was actually my foundation and an interest in what we would call Oida Kimadak, our farming. And so I want to acknowledge that the sun has risen. I want to acknowledge that we that are gathered here are living, and all the people that we've met in our life, all the people that we wish we could see, and also like what's mentioned, being together. But that day is coming. This is a time just to reflect, a time of reflection, a time of growth. And I hope that you encourage yourself mentally, spiritually, and emotionally today to get out. First of all, when you have a break, go outside, feel the warmth of the sun, and that's what's going to give you power. That's what's going to give you energy, just like it does to our plants and our animals. So I encourage you to raise your hands up when you have an opportunity sometime today and feel the warmth of the sun, invite the warmth of the sun into your life, and that's what's going to continue to help you grow. So I acknowledge and give thanks for everything that we have today and all of you. And I hope that good blessings come not only for this event, but everything all over the world. And so to offer, I'm going to sing this planting song. This is actually a third planting song in the set of series of planting songs for us as O'odham, from the region that I learned from. As O'odham, we do things a little bit different than each other, but yet we have some similarities. And so this is talking about the morning and in the evening, that the farmer, he goes out in the morning and he sings to his plants. And then he goes in the evening, and what he sings in the evening will carry the plants throughout the night until the farmer returns in the morning. And so good blessings to each and every one of you. I want to acknowledge my mentor who taught me this song, the late Francis Manuel, but from the community of San Pedro in the Strict Dog District, which is a part of the Tohono O'odham Nation. And one memory before I continue before I sing the song was when Francis Manuel taught me this song, and my godmother, her daughter, Florence Lopez. Francis Manuel said that it always made her feel good when the rain would come in the summer. And then when it would rain hard at nighttime, her father would, or her grandfather would go out with the plow and make the rows, just like the background that you see behind me. And she would stand as a little girl, and this was in the early 1900s. She would stand there with a basket of corn, and then she would go, and then her grandfather would sing songs that are similar to what I'm going to share with you. We're all seeds in the garden, in the Creator's garden. We are all plants in the Creator's garden. And one day, when our life is over, we can only hope that we too will journey to work with the Maker himself, to sing and plant and harvest with those that have already gone on before us. And so I invite our ancestors and I call out to them that they join us now this morning and join us every day of our life when we feel that we need strength. So here is this planting song, and I hope it reaches you wherever you are. And you are important, you are worthy. And so invite goodness into your life, and things we hope will always continue to be okay. It is through the challenges that we find strength. Hiru ya aru, tatai cho chema I boy na siar na mai shoshon chu na. Nya nya wa shoshon chu na nya nya wa shoshon chu na. Tatai cho chema I boy na siar na mai shoshon juna. Hiru ya aru. Tatai cho chema I boy na hudonya na mai shoshon juna. Nya nya wa shoshon juna nya nya wa shoshon juna. Tatai cho chema I boy na hudonya na mai shoshon juna. Hiru ya aru. Tatai cho chema I boy na siar na mai shoshon juna. Nya nya wa shoshon juna nya nya wa shoshon juna. Tatai cho chema I boy na siar na mai shoshon juna. Hiru ya aru. Tatai cho chema I boy na hudonya na mai shoshon juna. Nya nya wa shoshon juna nya nya wa shoshon juna. Tatai cho chema I boy na hudonya na mai shoshon juna. Hiru ya aru. The Nathakam, Joshua, the maker of all things. We give you honor as the sun has risen today. We ask you, thy heavenly Father, to bless our mind, our heart, give us renewed strength as we gather and as those from all over the world meet and gather this day for many issues, for many exchanging of knowledge and exchanging of good times. We ask you, thy heavenly Father, to protect us with your loving hand, to also protect those that may need extra strength on this day and days to come. We give thanks for the Thush. We give thanks for the sun that has risen once again, and that we too find strength as our brothers and sisters, the animals and the plants, find strength out there in this environment. We also give thanks to our sister, the Mashat, the moon, that is making her journey across the sky. With all these, we ask you, the elements and the maker, we ask you to put us into balance once again, as you have placed the world in reviewing and just taking time for ourselves. So with this, thy heavenly Father, we give you all glory on this day, and we ask you to join us and give us strength in days to come. All
Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. We appreciate you starting us off the right way. And I know you're busy with the school, and we'll see you again tonight to join us for the closing. Hello, everyone. My name is Nina Sayowitz. I'm with the Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. I welcome you here from Ajo, Arizona. And as Sterling Johnson introduced us this morning, we envisioned this event, you saw our poster, we envisioned this event as gathering around fire and sharing stories. And the day will be full of events and, plenty of opportunities to share stories. But we are starting you off with our farmer panel. When farmers, we get together, we sit around, have our coffees or teas, lots of drinking, and we just basically, check in with each other. What are you up to? What's going on at your farm? What's going on at your ranch? What are you up to? Where are your thoughts? So envision this morning panel to be like that. We're going to be checking in with some amazing farmers all over tribal Arizona. And we have a little bit of an issue with internet. We're reaching all the way up to Hopi, Navajo, and Tohono O'odham Nation, so bear with us. We will be joined by Sherilyn Yazi from Coffeepot Farms, by Valerie Novayesteva from Hopi, by Nolan Johnson from Tohono O'odham, by Roy Cady from Diné, and then Joshua Preston from San Javier Co-op Farms. So I think Nolan, somebody started sharing the screen. Okay, it works. But unfortunately, we won't be able to be joined by Brandy Button and Ramona Button from Ramona Farms. Something came up. That's how it is in our farming world. So to start us off, Miss Sherilyn, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, good morning, everybody. This is Sherilyn. Can you guys hear me all right? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. All right, cool. Thank you. It's so nice to be able to be here with you. I saw we even have somebody from Alaska, so that's pretty cool. So my name is Sherilyn Yazi, and I'm from Coffeepot Farms. I'm a farmer on Navajo Nation. I farm with my husband on a small 1 acre area, and we're growing in non-traditional ways. And so a lot of that has to do with the policies that are set in place for us and the limited amount of land and water access. And so it's kind of forcing us to grow in non-traditional ways. And so some of the things we want to be able to do is be able to provide more food and learning how to do that. So some of the things we're launching this week is our CSA program for, it's going to be small. Got to start somewhere. So we're doing a 20-member CSA, and right now we're growing some of our cool weather crops. So I look forward to hearing from everybody. All right, thank you.
Perfect. Mr. Nolan, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nolan Johnson. I live on the Tohono O'odham Reservation here in Sells, and I'm a farm manager for about 20 years now. And I started with TOCA, Tohono O'odham Community Action. And now that TOCA isn't around anymore, I kept up the farming portion of what TOCA started, which is an oxygen flood-based farm on the Tohono O'odham Reservation in the community of Gauk, where my mother's from. And there our farm is relying only on the rainwater to irrigate our crops, both traditional and non-traditional. And it's been a pleasure and an honor and a blessing to be able to do this for my family and for my community and for the Tohono O'odham tribal members. And we're still continuing to do it. And learning on the way, and I'm glad to share with you guys about what we've been doing, and to be within a group of people that are like-minded. That every time I go through conferences or in presenting, I always get energized from the people that have interest in what we're doing, and who are in the same like-minded, that traditional foods and growing traditional foods, and doing things in a cultural way is benefits not only for individuals but for the nation, from wherever you're from, in people in general. And so I'm just delighted to be here, and thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, can we have a short introduction from you next?
Oh, yeah, Bene, good morning. I am coming to you live from Goat Springs, Arizona, here in the northeast corner of Arizona, where the Four Corners Monument is at. I'm happy to be part of this panel. I am a sheep herder. I raise the sacred Navajo Churro sheep. And I also do some community farming with my community. And I also have some young apprentices apprenticing with me that help me garden and that help me trail the sheep up to the summer sheep camp, which we are getting ready to do. But right now, the sheep and the goats are lambing, so it's keeping us pretty busy. And I just will be sharing some of the activities that happen in the winter months because of the shorter days and the longer months. My clans are Izahane, mini goats. My father's side of the clan are the Salt clan, Ashihe, and my paternal clan is the Yaka strung out in a line, which is Haskan Hatzoha. And then my maternal clan are the folded arms, which is Bitahni. I'm looking forward to being on this panel and any of your questions about shepherding and fiber arts, which I do. And glad to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. Miss Valerie, are you on a call with us?
Good morning. Yes, I am. Hello, everybody. I'm going to leave I don't have the best internet service, so I'm leaving my camera off. I find that it works better without my camera on or my video on. Good morning. My name's Valerie Nevaez Tiwa. I'm Tewa Corn Clan from the village of Tewa. And Hopi and Tewa. My father's Hopi and my mother is half Hopi and Tewa. And I just wanted to thank you, Nina, and everyone else for joining us this morning. And when you asked me to share what we do on Hopi during the winter, it's a little different than what everyone else is doing and what they'll be sharing. All the activities and things they're doing, because during the winter months, it's our time of reflection and of letting things rest here. So it's going to be a little different, but thank you for asking and asking me to be here on the panel. I'm honored and just can't wait to hear what everyone has to say. I'm involved with different things here on Hopi. I know we're trying to make this short, but really quickly, it's not things I'm getting paid for, but we're trying to help clean up the Mesa here at First Mesa. So that's one of our projects here. And it's gonna take a lot of work to do that. We also have orchard restoration that we're doing here, trail restoration, and also I'm trying to take care of our family fields and orchards here, trying to help my father do that. My brother has passed, my oldest brother passed about 2 years ago, and he and my other brother were the ones that helped to take care of things with my father along with my nephews. But I just want to be more helpful and just be there for my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Valerie. And our last panelist right now, Mr. Joshua, are you on a call?
I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Success. Only I'm Jiggy Joshua Preston. Only I'm Amateur Work Stickton. Good morning. My name is Joshua Preston, and I am from the Huac district of the Tohono O'odham Nation. I am the food production assistant supervisor, and our job consists of planning the field and doing math and figuring out like what seed we can save back and what we can sell. We mainly focus on traditional crops. As you can see, my background is the heritage autumn peas. So we'll be talking about that today and also some products that we'll have in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you all. So how about we check in a little bit more? It's winter, it's cold, the days are short, the nights are long. So let's go another round, and maybe everybody gets to share a little bit what are you doing right now, if you're doing anything, where your thoughts are, what's going on. For Miss Sherilyn and Roy, I have your photos, so I will share a couple of things while you're speaking. But Sherilyn, do you want to share what's going on at the Coffeepot Farms?
Yeah, of course I can. Right now, what we're doing is getting a lot of our garden beds. We're really doing some high rotation gardening, and we've started our winter, or at the end of our planting season, we started back up and kind of looked at what worked, what didn't work, what additional tools we needed, and we were able to get 2 more caterpillar tunnels for our operation, and we worked on crop planning, and so that was to kind of give us an idea of what we were going to be putting into our garden beds. And so that was for the entire year. We have a crop plan, and so I'm really excited about that, and that's going to mean that, you know, in one garden bed we're going to rotate and be able to plant something in it several times. So we're getting our fence, we're looking at, you know, making sure everything is critter proof. In our high tunnel, we do have some crops growing right now, like we have our spinach, we have some lettuce, we have turnips, Japanese turnips, and also we have some cabbage that we have growing in our tunnels. And so it's really just planting in those greenhouses right now. In our passive solar greenhouse, we're actually starting a lot of our plants. And so we have our tomatoes, and we have some more cool weather crops that we've got going. All right, thanks.
And Sherilyn, you're also you just started a CSA, right?
Yes, Nina. Actually, what we did is I had to take some time to understand, you know, how to do a CSA. One of the things that we've been hearing, you know, as market gardeners, is that when you're doing a CSA, it's kind of like you're getting your doctor's degree. So part of the CSA this year is going to kind of show us if we're ready to be doctors in farming. But it's pretty interesting. I mean, I've never really grown this much food. Like, we're going to grow more food, and that's really exciting for me. And being able to offer it to our community, especially in this time when there's pandemic and a lot of hardships that's happening. And we're fortunate also to be able to accept with our CSA SNAP EBT, or food stamps. And we're able to also use double up bucks with the airs from the Arizona state for our boxes, and so that's something that we're also launching. And this week is actually National CSA Week. So if you want, check us out on our Facebook page and then also our Instagram page.
And maybe we can put that into the chat box for you, because I know you're calling in. So everybody just keep an eye on the chat box too, since through the day we'll be sharing all the links. So thanks, Sherilyn. How about you, Nolan? What are you up to?
Right now, it's same with Hopi. It's winter, so it's slowed down. Traditionally, we didn't have a winter crop, and because it was just solely a summer monsoon season that the autumn did. So winter was introduced to us by the Spaniards, and right now, because we are preparing for our summer season, we don't have anything in the ground, and especially because our rain seasons haven't been as good as in the past. So right now it's slow. We're just starting to get ready to work in the field with some interns through Aho CSA. So this was actually the first time in months that I've been out there to get the fields ready, get the fence ready, and to work with some interns there to get some help to be prepared for our summer season. I don't know. Am I gonna go further with presentation or just?
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to share some pictures of you so you guys will know, kind of get an idea of where we're at and how things are there, but I couldn't do it right, and I'm by myself right now. So let me just try to see if I can do something. But I started in 2002. I was hired by TOCA to clear and do fencing for this project that TOCA had taken on, which is to start a traditional auction farm, and we were fortunate enough to get permission from my family to use the ancestral land that my parents, that my mom on my mom's side, to use my mom's land that she remembers going out to and working right near where they lived, and do farming there. And I remember my grandfather having cattle there. So in 2002, I was hired to go out there and clear the land and do fencing, and didn't have any intentions of trying to apply for a farm title job with TOCA. And as the weeks and months went by and the rain season was coming, I just sort of slipped into the position of getting things done over there, making sure we had seed, making sure we had help, materials to do fencing and to start planting and preparing for the rains to come. And I was uncomfortable at first taking on the title or being called the farm manager for TOCA and Poncho Farms, but after some years, I just kind of sucked it up and became comfortable enough to call myself farm manager for TOCA and Poncho Farms. But I'm still learning, and I didn't have a background with farming, but I was willing to learn, and I was honored to be able to put in all of my attention and interest and determination to help this farm get started. I don't know at the time, I didn't know of any other place that was using a traditional farmland, relying solely on rainwater on the reservation, like it was done in the past. So to get involved in this program, it really helped me really focus on it, because it was a part of me, especially being in my family, the land that my grandfather farmed. Um, it was easy for me to really get behind it, and to have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and pick up people from different communities, and to drive in the morning, and to work long hours, and to work in the heat. My heart was in it, and it's still in it. Because I knew it was helping the community, and it was a good thing to get behind. And there was a lot of good people behind me, even if they were just saying, "Oh, I thought about you out there, and it's hot, and you guys are working, and I like what you're doing, because you guys are revitalizing our foods. You're keeping our seeds alive, and you're keeping them going, and you're teaching people, anyone that is willing to come out and help, or that is just interested in it. You're involving people the way it should be on the reservation, in anything, cattle, construction, anything. If you involve your family and your friends and your community, things just tend to succeed. So I was really fortunate to have people around me that were involved from the get-go on this project. My brother being one of them. He was one of the co-founders and directors of TOCA, Tohono O'odham Community Action. And now that TOCA is gone, the Alexander Poncho Memorial Farm, it's still there, and I'm out there. Sometimes it's by myself. Sometimes, and a lot of times, people are just interested, come in and volunteer their time. My family and my brother comes out and helps out to help really continue using the land that was given to us, and that was started on this project by TOCA.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Thanks, Nolan. And I shared Nolan's farm link on Facebook, so feel free to check out. And I see, thanks, Miss Kelly, for sharing Sherilyn's farm link, and Roy, thanks for sharing yours. So let's check in with Roy. You want to tell us a little bit more? What does the winter look like at your place right now, and what you're up to?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. So currently, just like everywhere else, the land has been resting all winter. The sheep, though, they keep busy, helping to restore the land and also helping to fertilize it. So we take them on a daily trekking of foraging some of the dried and some of the evergreen plants that grow out that keeps them healthy. For instance, like sage keeps their immune system healthy, because sheep also get colds, just like we do. Sometimes they get severe colds. And so with some of the plants that grow up there, like the wild cliff rose, they help counter that. And being a sheep herder, you have to know these, because a lot of the forage and the plants that keep the sheep healthy, it also keeps us healthy. So for instance, the sage and the cliff rose, we utilize that when we have cold. So we make a tea of it, and then we drink it, and it keeps some of the influenza away. So by doing that, also by taking the sheep out to graze, we also fertilize the land. Their little hooves are little planters. So as they go foraging around, they also plant in between these, the hooves. It's just enough to where you plant seeds. So they help us do that. So a lot of the wild forage get planted by them as well. And sometimes we also take them out here. We have like a 3-acre farm, and then we let them eat on some of the dry forage there. And by doing so, they're also doing the same thing. It's fertilizing the land for us, so that when we come with our plows, We work in the manure, and that is what we use as our fertilizer. So that's what we do through the winter. And mainly we also keep track of the moon cycle for them on when we bred our sheep, when the cycles are up. We just make sure that they're okay, especially in some very harsh blizzard. If there are lambing in that, we try to keep them in a drier area. This particular sheep that I raised, the Navajo Churro sheep, it has a very ability to have lambs in about, gosh, they could even lamb in about 30 degrees below, and the lambs would still survive. They're a very hardy sheep. They also have a smaller stomach than me. So when they go out to graze, they eat less, they forage less, and they're pretty healthy by just eating maybe four hours a day. But sometimes when it's too windy or too muddy, it's too wet, it's raining, or there's a snow blizzard, we like to keep some hay, preferably grass hay, to substitute their feeding. And also sometimes we give them some grain like cracked corn to help with their milk production. So a lot of that takes place in the winter months. And the main thing is to keep a watchful eye on them so that all their lambs do get clean. They don't separate from each other so that they don't orphan. And while that's taking place, we also make time to wash or to process some of the wool that will go into our fiber arts. Some of the plants that were collected have been dried, and then they're boiled back into tea, and then we extract the colors, and then we make the beautiful array of colors of wool from that. So that's another thing that we do. Some of the other things that we do too is we felt. Here's a nice, beautiful scarf that's felted with some of the wool. So we do some felting, and this helps with some of the longer nights in making and trying to balance it back. And because of the pandemic, we were unable to gather like we used to. But thanks to some of the innovative tools of Zoom or the video chats, in some cases, we still make those connections. And so I also, I volunteer for several organizations that I would like to mention. One of them is Navajo Lifeway. You can find their website, and I'll also put it in the chat room, the website link. They also put on this wonderful summer event called Sheep is Life. It usually happens the third weekend in June, and it takes place sometimes over at Diné College in Sahili, or sometimes in Shiprock, New Mexico at the Diné College campus as well. The other one is NAFSA. It's is also a nonprofit organization that I serve on as a board. I'm also a co-founder of the Navajo Churro Lamb Presidium, and that's with the slow foods movement. And those are the three organizations that come to mind right away that I would like to share with you. And I'll put some of the links and some of our work, our current work, on the chat room. So basically, that's what we do. And some of the other things that we do too is we get some of the seeds ready that were going to be planted this spring. We also dry meat through the winter. Like sometimes we butcher a wild horse, and for us that's medicinal, and it takes care of the influenza seasons, and of course it also feeds us. And some of the other things that we do too is mainly just we used to have these small gatherings to where we use food, humor, and a lot of times you know, we're preparing and sharing the fiber processing with each other. So that comes to mind right away. But right now we're waiting for the first thunder. That's when we say that spring is here. So when we hear the first thunder, we stretch with it. And then we also believe that that's what the hibernating animals do. They hear the first thunder, and that awakens them so that they can stretch and get ready for spring and summer and what's to come for the next year. So that I share with you, and I'm happy again to be part of this panel. Yeah.
Excellent. I see everybody stretching. Roy, would this be a good time? You sent me some photos of the beautiful fibers you've been recently dyeing. Would it be okay that I share and maybe you can explain just a little bit what we're looking at?
Please.
So let me share the photo. So let me start here. What are we looking at here?
Oh, this is a very special project that I pursued this year. This one here are all the different shades of indigo that I was able to achieve. I think there's like 6 pounds of fiber there that my grandson, who is my current apprentice, is learning the process. So he helped me in achieving some of these colors. This here, you see my mouse going over, that's an over dye of yellow that creates like this color of tan. So some of these darker hues is usually achieved when you redip the wool into the indigo bath several times to where the wool can't take the color anymore. And that's how you achieve some of these darker hues. So that's what you see right here. If you want to go back to the beginning photo of the weaving, when you get a chance, I would like to explain that a little further because that's an exciting project.
Let me try this again.
Yeah. The first photo I think you had. But it's this weaving bag here that you see behind me.
You can see it? Can you all see it?
I can't see it, but
I can see it.
that one. So this is as a fiber artist, I love working with all different fibers. Some I used to even grow my own, like alpacas, and I had a llama. I have Angora goats. I've grown some small, like cotton plants. I've worked with silk. I would like to have a wonderful silk farm in my geodesic dome greenhouse. I just need to sneak some of the silkworms back from India because they give and they make and they weave wonderful silk fibers. So this particular piece I wanted to do because two of my wonderful friends were growing hemp. And our original fiber before wool were plant fibers, whether it be nettles, whether it's cliff rose barks, yucca, and there's several other plants that give out wonderful fibers where we wove mats. We learned sandal making from some of our Puebloan neighbors. And so as a fiber artist, I love working with the different fibers. And so when this opportunity came, I jumped on the bandwagon and I said, hey, I would love to weave a Navajo weaving using hemp. And so I've incorporated some hemp and did some hemp blend, wool blend. And then there's also some straight hemp that is used like in this panel here. And this panel here, there's a blend of both wool and hemp woven together. So it's a wonderful fiber, has a lot of strength. So this weaving will outlast all
All right,
of
so
us
hopefully, I guess I can.
into who knows how long. So, so in this piece, I'm working with this piece with my grandson, Terrell Tabaha, and he's spinning a lot of the fibers for me. I'm spinning some, and then we're dyeing all the wool and the hemp together. And then he also wove a couple of the panels in here. So I just want to end this little sharing about the hemp. So it's the first of its kind, I would like to mention, that's woven in the Navajo weaving using indigenous hemp. Winona Ledoux is a hemp grower, and she's also provided some of the hemp fibers to us. And also Ira Vandiver, a Navajo from Grants. And since hemp, sadly, is illegal on the Navajo reservation, these hemp have to be grown, you know, off the reservation and then processed and then brought to me. Thank you.
Thank
Anything
you,
else,
Roy.
Nina?
Well, we can circle back to you if you feel like you're done for now. Maybe we check in with Valerie. Would you, Valerie, share a little bit? What does winter look like for Hopi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I just want to thank Nina Sterling and Aho Center for Sustainable Agriculture for hosting the winter series. There'll be future sessions, so keep a lookout on their FB page and make sure you sign up for those future sessions. I also want to acknowledge all the people on the panel who I admire and aspire to be like. I know that that's not entirely possible, as we all have our own individual beings and we should celebrate that uniqueness. But I still want to honor all the sharing and reciprocity that will be taking place during this winter series. When I was asked to share what we on Hopi do in the winter months, you heard me before saying that, you know, that's our time for the earth to rest and we're not doing a whole lot on the land. And so the first thing that came into my mind was, this is my time to unwind, to catch my breath and reflect on the past year and begin to plan the coming year. And as I began to recount all that had taken place over the past year, I realized that 2020 was like nothing I have ever experienced in my life. So many lives were lost, and it was felt all over the world this past year. And it was hard not to feel as if we would never see the light at the end of the tunnel. It took all I had within myself to remain steadfast in faith that we will eventually see some kind of return to normalcy, whatever that looks like. So winter on Hopi is the time to allow the land to rest and rejuvenate. I said that before. It's a time of quietness and storytelling and making sure we are passing down what we feel our young ones need to hear in order to help them put their lives in perspective and to get them to think about the coming year and what they want to accomplish. It's a time to look within ourselves and to deepen our connection with the environment, our relationships with people, our families, and our ties to what we value as Hopi. I was going over in my mind the importance of restoring our traditional food systems, our language and cultural knowledge among our people, which will be critical in terms of what our future will look like. I think about things like, will our youth be healthy enough to lead us into the future? And will they remember our foods, our language, and our ceremonies? And knowing that all these things tie us intricately and intimately to our lands, will they become good stewards of our lands? And all these things keep me up at night. I know it's not something I have any control of, but so much that is needed to be taught and shared with our youth still. I want to share part of a paper my father wrote years ago. It was called A Hopi Perspective on Welfare Reform. And what he says is that the Hopi idea is that common or universal survival is each individual person's responsibility, We cannot afford to have a weak link within our society that makes us vulnerable to destruction as a people. We are all in this boat together, and everyone must help paddle. Interdependence and independence is the cornerstone of a people's spirit and strength. So I go through some of his old papers from time to time just to remind myself that we all need to continue working together towards a common goal of not leaving anybody behind. I remember my mom's story about having two mothers feed her when she was an infant. She said her own mother wasn't producing enough milk, leaving her hungry and crying. And another mother in the village at Tewa, hearing about the problem, stepped up and offered to breastfeed my mother, making sure she was taken care of and nurtured, even though she wasn't her own child. Her life was still the responsibility of the whole village. This past December during Soyalang, when we gather and give our prayer feathers out, we didn't gather as we normally do on First Mesa to receive our feathers from the men, but my parents asked that we all go out and pray as we usually do after putting out our feathers the next morning before the sun rises. So we all went up on the Mesa to their home, and it was so quiet. You are used to seeing everyone up there during that time, families praying together, some running to their homes so they can extend their lives and strengthen their bodies after they're done praying. People laughing, smiling, and encouraging one another, thanking one another. It's always a good feeling to gather with family and loved ones to share this day and to look forward to the Soyalkatinas who will be coming on this day to open the kibas for the coming year. And so as I went out to pray, and as I was going back to our home at Tewa, I looked back at the empty plaza, and I recall seeing my clan mother, Effie Bidi Nepo. She passed away towards the end of last year, and she was the oldest living Tewa Corn clan, our matriarch here at Tewa. And I remember her smiling and waving as she ran through the Kisongbi, through the plaza, on her way back to her home. I always marvel at her strength, as she was my mother's older sister. My mother being 81 years old, and I'm not sure how much older she was, but I know she didn't move like she was older. I remember her yelling at her and thanking her, saying kunaa and thanking her, and I telling her that I didn't know that she still ran back to her home. And I told her that I wanted to be just as strong as she was when I got older. She laughed. She didn't miss a step and continued running back to her home. She was another mother who helped to raise us. And I just wanted to take the time here to honor her and to honor others who have passed away, not just from COVID, but other health issues as well. We lost so much life this year, and with it, a lot of knowledge has passed, and we'll never hear those people's voices in this world again, but that doesn't mean that their lives and their legacies cannot live on through us. We must remember that all the things that they have taught us, we must remember who we are and why we as Hopi chose to live the life of the short blue corn. My grandfather, Herman Yuyang Nepo, used to, he was the Katsinmungwi here at First Mesa, and that's the Kachina chief here. And I remember him telling us about the time he traveled to Washington to testify in front of Congress about retaining our lands out here on Hopi. He said that they were questioning him on his knowledge of the buttes, our mesas, and where our shrines, where our springs were, and what significance it held for us as Hopi. And he noticed that way in the back at the far end of the room, there was a man sitting in front of a huge book, turning pages and nodding in agreement to the man who was questioning my grandfather when he responded to the questions. The man questioning my grandfather would wait for the man in the back of the room to nod in approval before he continued questioning my grandfather. So my grandfather told us that he knew that they already had all our lands, shrines, buttes, springs documented in that big book. but they were wanting to see if my grandfather still had that knowledge. He told us that they will continue to question us as the years pass, and that it's important that we learn all that we can from our elders and pass it on as well. He said the government is just waiting for the day to take away our lands from us, when no one on Hopi can testify that they have all this knowledge still and are continuing our ceremonies, our way of life. They will tell us we are no longer Hopi and that we can no longer live on this land. So I just wanted to share those stories, and I know this is this is about what we do out here on Hopi during the winter months. And I can't speak for everyone else, but this is what I know and what I reflected on. And what I told myself was that I was going to make a concerted effort to never forget all these stories and knowledge that were shared with me. I will remember, I will pass it on. Excuse me, sorry, this is just, it really is important that we continue sharing in this way. And I keep telling myself not to cry, but I can feel that lump on in my throat. But I keep telling myself we're gonna be strong, we're gonna continue on. And we were once the healthiest people living on this earth, and can be again if we continue working with our elders and our community members to remember and reclaim our ancestral life skills, diets, and medicines, and ceremonies that accompany them. These powerful acts can set into motion accelerated healing to restore our longevity and health to our people, which ensures our health as tribal nations. So I also just wanted to take the time to acknowledge all the farmers, gardeners on Hopi and beyond, whom I have learned so much from, and they are also willing to share with others too, if you take the time to ask humbly and to show that you are worthy of them sharing this knowledge with you. First of all, to my mother and father and grandparents who all had green thumbs and instilled the love of growing and harvesting our neveni within us, myself and my siblings. Neveni is the wild greens that we harvest out here. Our nephews and their fathers, my brothers, who all help to contribute to our family corn bins, which we in turn share with others when they come asking. All of the women and men who are farming and gardening out here on Hopi, the ladies at Hopevilla who have their gardens at the springs and are reviving that area, my Kia'as, my Munkapi and Oraibi family who are all avid farmers and gardeners, John, Naranjo, Nuva, Lillian, Jacobo, Marshall, Masayisfa, Andrea, Joshua, Ma, Audrey, Susan, Bonnie, Dorothy, Pam, Max, Maud, Amanda, Aljean, Joshua, Terry Honani, Robert Kutswaitiwa, Larry Humiestiwa, Joe and Kim Kostian, Eldon Povata, Philip Kutswaitiwa, Emma Talashoma, Doris Hoingwa, Nicole Francis, Hilton Palaka, Harvey and Dennis Paymela, and my godfather, Dalford Leslie. And to all my daughters, sons, nieces, nephews, and near and far who are beginning their own gardens and fields wherever they live, continue to do so. This is going to bring you healing. It's in the doing that we find the healing. And it is our way of honoring and an acknowledgement of where you come from and where you are going is what is done on Hopi during the winter when the earth is resting. So it helps you to remember why you are doing the things you are doing and why you matter in the bigger picture. So I just wanted to share that with everybody and just encourage everybody to keep learning. And I also wanted to share a little bit of what I've been doing, but what we don't get paid for out here with our family. Some of the projects that we started is the First Mesa cleanup. And it started out as a family project on Earth Day. And since nobody really is making any big movement on Hopi to clean up our land, our family started doing it themselves and just started organizing a cleanup to begin clearing the sides of First Mesa, which is comprised of Tewa Village, Sesomovi Village, and Walpi Village. And over the years, we began including community members, and it evolved into the First Mesa annual cleanup. Over the past years, we have removed 20 tons of trash, and we anticipate that it will take 10 more years to completely clean up all the sides of the mesa. We also started our orchard restoration back in 2000 to preserve the orchard that our grandfather Herman Yu Young Lewis, who I mentioned earlier, started and left for us to take care of. The orchard is a home to 130-year-old heirloom apricot, apple, and peach trees that were slowly deteriorating. We applied for a grant from Hopi Permaculture Institute to help strengthen our family orchard, and we expanded the orchard by planting 45 more trees, and it's located below First Mesa where I live. And we created a partnership with Ancestral Lands Hopi to further their Farm Corps initiative to provide locally sourced food for their field crews doing work on Hopi and with national parks. So in exchange for their technical support, we were providing them with food that we were getting fruit from the trees and from our food from our area. In addition to this, our family has begun to start doing some restoration work so we can, within our family, so they can continue to grow and maintain their own orchards. We're also involved in the erosion control project, and it's about preserving the land, the natural springs and waterways, our roads, and our ancestral trails and local historical family orchards. So our projects all have to obtain any approval clearances necessary in taking care of our land with the traditional leaders first, our Mungwis here, the village leaders, and our Hopi Tribal Council. So we've seen a high rate of erosion occurring over the years. And because of the trash that we're removing, a lot of erosion is happening while we're doing the cleanup. So along with that, we're hoping to help to restore the natural vegetations, stabilize some of the ancestral trails, and help to revive some of the springs, which will cultivate the awareness of our surrounding environmental issues with the community. And hopefully that will inspire others to help join us. The long-term benefits of this project will include teaching community members the knowledge and maintenance of erosion control and to restore our natural life-giving resources out here on Hopi. So we just want to, there's a lot of people who help to make those projects work. And like I said, it's not anything that we get paid for. It's something that we're doing because it needs to be done. And we're hoping that we're going to continue these projects. We just recently got a couple of grants, and we want to move forward. We're actually changing our First Mesa cleanup page. If you see it on Facebook, we're going to be changing that to Tutsquat Nani, which means strengthening the land and the earth, and just like helping to gather the strength of the earth back, helping the earth to gather its strength back. And so that's what we're going to be changing our name to instead of having it First Mesa Annual Cleanup. So look out for those changes on FB, and we'll be sharing more information as the year starts rolling and we're able to hopefully be coming out of this pandemic state soon. And just want to encourage everybody, like I said, to continue learning and to look out for more of these sessions that will be coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Valerie. Powerful words, and thank you for sharing and raising, bringing up such important issues and also speaking from the heart. So thank you for that. We'll keep on going. Don't forget, everybody, you have a chat box going, so you can share things. You can also ask things. And the other thing is we will have a Q&A at the end too. So if you have something you want to ask specific speakers, you'll definitely have a chance to do that as well. So Joshua, can we check in with San Javier Co-op Farms and see what you guys are up to this winter?
Yes, sure. So, for those of you that are just tuning in, as Nina mentioned, my name is Joshua Preston, and a little bit about myself is I've been a part of the agriculture world basically my entire academic life. I never thought that I'd be in the position I am today, but that's due to my former supervisor and my now supervisor. When I started here about 3 years ago as a temp, I I remember watering our pivot, and uh, two different times they mentioned it to me, like, although we have our mission statement, which is to support the economic development of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the Sayowitz district, and to grow traditional crops. Their motto as food production is to feed the people, and that's what sold me to do this job. And as in high school, my school is all about being the change we wanted to see in the world. And I want to change the autumn world back to what it was, to where we farmed our traditional crops. So a little bit about the Sayowitz Co-op Farm is, as I mentioned, we're focused on the economic development of the Sayowitz district and the nation, and traditional crops. Um, our cash crop is alfalfa. If any of us know about food, you know that 50% of our crops are wasted from the field, and so we have to have a cash crop to keep us afloat. So we, as food production, operate on about 30 acres per summer, and we increase it every year. And for winter, we cut back to about half of that, 10 to 15 acres. So right now, what we have in the field, as I mentioned before, my background is our autumn peas. The peas that are behind me are the ones that we harvested well, 2 years ago. And I have here with me a bag of peas that were sold before I was here. And I didn't even know that we had autumn peas until I came here. But yeah, as I also mentioned, we do math and determine what we can save back and what we can sell. Unfortunately, for these past 2 years that I've been here, we haven't had enough seed stock to support the store. But this year, however, we'll be able to have peas in our store along with garlic and beets. Beets hopefully will be coming in next week sometime. Right now, we're in the watering process. If you guys double click on Raymond L. Antone's screen, you can see the watering of our peas. Right now, they're flowering, so they should be done in a couple months or so. So yeah, today's a watering day, so it is kind of exciting. The mixed crop field is right next to it too. But if you're ever at just passing through, y'all see our crops and our pea field. Yeah, we focus on traditional crops, really, and my favorite thing to grow right now is corn. Corn, 60-day corn. It's amazing. Grows in 60 days. Fastest growing corn, I think, in the world, I believe. And then we also do beans. You know, we as food production like to listen to the people, to the community members, and the farm in general likes to hear from the community. And what we hear every year is that we want beans. We want beans. We want white beans. We want red beans. And we also had started collecting black beans from both of these crops. And from these black beans, we sometimes get mixed colors, and they come out crazy. There's some that beans have like speckles on it. Some are purple. Others are like they have spirals on it, and it's pretty amazing working here. And also, as many traditional farmers know that there's no equipment specifically made for our crops. So we have to adjust our equipment to harvest. One of the equipments we use is a combine, which is something similar to this guy right here. It's not an exact model. We have an international harvester, but that's what we'll be harvesting our peas with. We are very fortunate as a farm to have water 24/7, unlike some other tribal nations or people down on the nation itself. As Nolan mentioned, he relies on rain. We don't, so that's why we able to farm year round, because we have access to water. Yeah, for summer, where we just right now we're planting some chilies. Some of that will go in the field, and some of it will also be for sale for starter plants. So if you're ever in the area in the next upcoming weeks, then come pick up a chili plant. We're going to be selling, I believe, 3 varieties: 1904s, IH88s, and Sandina chilies. Yeah. So also a part of our job is to restore the land that we're using, and we have an agreement with the district where we have to plant mesquites. So many acres of mesquites. I can't think of the number right now, but yeah, the restoration project focuses around mesquite, and the farm is not too far from the Santa Cruz River. So the plan is to use mesquite trees to stabilize the bank, because the bank of the river is eroding. Also, we've done projects with the district and the mine, collecting plants and bringing them back to the farm, like endangered plants, ocotillos, and we put them in our garden, or we put them out for sale, and hopefully they'll find a good home. Yeah, since the pandemic start, we had to tell some of our employees to stay home. Usually we'll have a full staff, and everyone works together, but now it's a little different, a little bit harder work with some people not here. During the summer when it had started, myself and my supervisor thought to ourselves, like, what are we going to do? How can we support the people? And Raymond came up with the idea of planting extra food just for the community, where they could come and harvest it if they want it. So we let people know, like, that we're from the community, or that we're O'odham or indigenous, to, hey, come to the back of the M and pick out some corn, grab some squash, take it home. And they really enjoyed that. And yeah. Also, right now we're increasing everything. We're going to be, for the beans, I believe we're going to be focused on more reds. So we'll have a little bit more reds than previous year. Also, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I think that's all I have for right now. Oh, that's another thing I've been meaning to mention too, where we also take care of the orchard, and they're going to be fruiting very soon. So again, if you're ever in the Santa Cruz district, stop by the farm, come pick up peach, apricots, and that will be coming out soon. Just pay attention to our Facebook page. And yeah, that's all I have for right now.
Great. Thank you for the great updates, Joshua. Would you mind sharing the link to the San Javier Co-op Farm? You guys have a website. You have a active Facebook page as well. So if you go ahead and do that, a lot is going on. A lot is going on, and we know this was a different year. 2020 was a different year. You know, we lost people just like Valerie shared. But I also know just for us, a lot of things had to be changed. The pandemic and the drought combined, because we had an extreme drought last year too. And for us, we had to really change how we do things. And I wanted to go through a round of with the panelists to maybe share how are you thinking, how are you changing your thinking. And it could be about how you produce food, it could be who you produce food for, it could be about how you distribute food, or it could be about, you know, seed saving. I know one of the things for us, it's really hard to buy non-traditional seeds at this point, and for the first time ever, we're thinking of growing out non-traditional seeds, non-traditional crop seeds for seeds. We have not done that before, but even it's difficult to obtain non-traditional seeds at this point. We do have a seed bank of traditional crops, but 2020 made us think about that as well. So I wanted to go around and see, and it could be a personal thing, you know, that affected you. It could be marketing. Maybe you change the way you market. We also have seen that, you know, a lot of farmers, ranchers, herders change the way they sell products. We have seen the way, you know, changes in the way we think about, you know, maybe we need to diversify versus just farm. So with that, Sherilyn, can we go back to you? And maybe you can change, maybe you can share how 2020 and going into 21, what changes are you guys making in your operation?
Oh, wow, Nina, that's a good question.
Hey, we have some time.
But I'm glad you brought that up, because for us, like I mentioned, you know, just as Native people, Indigenous people, we have lots of challenges. And one of the things that when I got into farming, I know my mom was worried that, you know, I was losing my full-time income job. And so she's like, that's a lot of hard work. And so I knew we had to have a talk about, you know, why I wanted to do this. And it was to help our community and our families, you know, to be healthy. So that way we can continue to be who we are as Native people, to continue those stories and also those songs and the ceremonies. And I told her that I was going to be growing in a non-traditional way. I told her I'm not going to be doing corn the way that, you know, my Nollies or my grandparents had done it. And I had explained to her, is there a process of me needing to go see a medicine person to explain the purpose behind this and why I'm going to be growing in the off season, which is not usually done. And so, you know, we had to talk about it. And then I also told her that, you know, we're going to have it as a business. And one of the other things is, you know, Native people don't say, oh, look at my product, hey. And money is also something that is new to us as Native people. And so those are all the things that sometimes, you know, we don't want to do. But as I look further and I get further into like all of our challenges that we're up against, and that, you know, I want to have a good life for myself. You know, I want to make sure that, you know, I'm able to pay some bills. I'm able to feed, you know, my family and my community. And so what it has taught me is that, you know, when my mom said, okay, I understand what you're going to do. And for me, from the family, go ahead and do it. And so that was my permission to go ahead and grow the way we're growing and do what we need to, because, you know, it outweighed, the need is outweighing, you know, what the ceremonies. And I know maybe in the long run how that usually catches up. You know, I'm probably gonna, you know, something might happen, but I'm willing to take it. You know, I'm like, okay, let's do it. I'm gonna learn about money, I'm gonna learn about marketing, and I'm gonna grow in non-traditional ways. And that's what all of 2020 has led up to. And I really feel it's an opportunity for, excuse me, for Native people to be able to say, okay, we have to feed our people. We have to do this for ourselves without, you know, our tribal governments. They're not in it for us. And we're going to have to work together, just kind of like what Valerie talked about. We're going to have to do this for each other, so that way we can keep going. And so for what we're doing at Coffeepot Farms, I want to be able to teach market growing. I want to be able to teach about how to use money as a tool, okay, to be able to help you do what you need to do in terms of, okay, any profit, you know, it can go to something else, another project that's going to help something in our community, some other challenge. And so, you know, we're partnering with Farm Navajo Ethno-Agriculture in Farmington, and we're here in Farmington today, and we're going to teach a whole bunch of growers about the introduction to it and what it looks like. They want to know about how to grow in a greenhouse. They want to know how to grow in the summer. They want to know how to start things earlier, and that way, you know, they can put seeds and their transplants into the ground. And so for me, that means there's a hunger for that knowledge. And I kind of sometimes feel like we shouldn't put those things down. I know that, you know, there's a lot of traditional people probably on this call, but we have to kind of have a shift, and we have to think of it in a new way, because those challenges that we have in our policies, the way the land and everything works, it's not in our favor. And we have to figure out how to go around it. We have to learn new ways of doing things. So, so that's kind of what I like to say. And so I want to say thank you for that question. It's a very good question. And you know, I thought a lot about it, and it helps me have a purpose of what I'm doing. So when we farm, we're growing vegetables, quality vegetables for our community. So that way it inspires them to feel connected from their ancestors, and they eat that healthy food, and it's going to take them on to have the knowledge and the faith for the descendants that come again. So that's my role in this. And so it was a very good question. So thank you.
Sherilyn, are you still with us? I wonder, I was muted, sorry, I was asking you a question. As a farmer, can you maybe speak, you kind of touched on it, but can you maybe speak about the nation being affected by the hunger, at least in the few, some people on the call might not be familiar with it, but at least after the pandemic hit, the first few months, it was difficult to access food from what we learned down here. And did that position you differently as a farmer? Did you see more people coming to you, or how did that affect you?
Yes, I could answer that question too. We saw that people were excited that there's a farm, a farmer that can grow, you know, organic or in a healthy way from the earth, and you could taste it. And so they were really excited about that. I mean, we're still getting people who are, you know, inspired. They want to be like, we want to be your intern. Can we volunteer? Can we come and see what you're doing? We want to do a farm tour. And so like I said, I think the hunger is there, and we need to be able to step up and say, let's do it. So for the pandemic though, the Navajo Nation did surpass the New York per capita in COVID. And so we had extreme lockdowns. You know, we were doing our selling our produce at flea markets, informal markets. But all of that shut down. There was weekend lockdowns. We had curfews in the evening. And so, that was just where we needed to figure out how to do this differently, how to change it up, how to offer it. So we just kind of had to go to social media. Like, okay, this is what we're doing. If you're interested, we started out with a small 18-week egg share program with our chickens, and those girls did all the work for us. And we had the egg share to give us an idea of what the logistics would be like if we were to go out and deliver, do a weekly deliver. And whatever we had on our farm, we just kind of put a weekly box together and said, all right, take a picture, put it on social media. This is what we have. And we did pay us through PayPal. We did home delivery, when we needed to. And it just started out that way, just very small. And then when off the reservation, the farmers markets, were able to open up, the closest one to us was in Winslow. And there we found a whole nother set of customers that were, again, really excited about wanting healthy food, something that, they didn't have to go very far into another town, a bigger town, to get their produce. And so everybody's excited about farmers, and that really makes me believe that, we need to have more farmers. That is very, very important. And so, those kind of programs that are going to have the hands-on experience and that are going to be long-term, because as a farmer, you need that. As a new farmer, they're going to need that support. They're going to need to have that one-to-one to ask those questions and be able to come back and they're going to fail. I failed and I killed plants in my greenhouse because I fried them. And so they just need to, have somebody there to say, hey, it's okay. It'll be all right. Let's do it again. This is a learning process. Is that helpful, Nina? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I kind of want to keep on digging in with you because these are really strong words and strong insights. Thank you for sharing these powerful insights, Sherilyn. Maybe I hand it off to Nolan and he can share a little bit about what happened with Tohono O'odham Nation and how Nolan, how did you adopt, adjust? How is it affecting your future thinking and planning?
Well, right now, a lot of the teachings that I learned from working with Toka and working on the farm and working with people didn't really take effect to me until Toka's program ended. And with the COVID happening, I didn't have a job. So a lot of the things that I learned about gathering the wild foods and really farming for money to help feed my family and pay bills didn't kick in until after COVID. Needing money for gas and for living expenses was real. So using that knowledge that I had working with Toka, it actually came to real for me, and I was really surprised of myself, proud of myself that I've been without a job for going on 2 years now, and been surviving, earning a living by harvesting traditional foods, the paitats from the saguaro cactus, and learning how to make jam and syrup with it, and being able to sell it and to make money. Going out and picking the jordan, the cholla buds in season, which is coming up pretty soon, and being able to sell that and make money, and also to eat it, to have it on the dinner table. The beans also, being able to go back into my bean storage and use it for dinner, supper time. So a lot of these teachings that I learned and talked about with youth and anyone that was willing to listen came true for me, and that's how I adjusted to times now, and not having money, and using the trading system, trading, bartering. Hey, if you bring the tractor over here, um, I can't pay you, but we'll work something out, swapping things. Wood for chainsaw, or hey, you come over, I can't, I can't pay you, but I can feed you. And it was just really awesome to see what I had learned and to really use it, because that paycheck wasn't there. And for 2 years I've been doing that, which has been great. So that's how it has affected me. And going out and asking for help, that's the main thing, is that was um, really I was uncomfortable with for a long time. And I was taught to keep to yourself, and do things for yourself, do things by yourself, and don't ask people. But once I got to that point where, well, if you help me with this, I can help you with that, really came into effect. And it's been great to just to see how it's taking on, and helped me out. And those are some of the ways that I've adjusted and that have changed for us now that their funding for the things that we're doing on the farm isn't there no more. That we just learn how to get by and do what we have to do, and rely on people, and do that trading of whatever we have or that we need from other people has worked.
Nolan, how about going into the future? Are you adjusting? Are you thinking of planting more, planting less this summer? Are you adjusting your thinking and plans because of the pandemic, or in any other way?
Oh, uh, well, actually, the importance of just seeing how much we can do with what we have is really kicking in. I mean, it's been my goal ever since I started, is to just see exactly how much that 57 acres of traditional farmland with no well water, relying only on rainwater, how far that can go, and just how much food we can grow on that land, just with the rainwater. It's always been my goal, and with year after year, we've been increasing acreage just because we couldn't, because of overgrowth of mesquite trees, or working the soil. That's always been my goal, but now it's more important, just because, like with everyone else, that we're running out of our seed bank. We need to keep up that heirloom seed, just not only for eating but for next year. So on top of that, with like Santa Vera, like what Preston said, was making sure that we keep back what we need for planting for next year, and to give other people for planting. But building up that seed bank and keeping it fresh, and keeping the integrity of the seed going. For example, in Santa Vera, they had come to us and asked us, "Hey, can we swap corn seed?" And I said, "Well, we got the corn seed from you, so we need other sources of traditional seeds to keep that, to keep the variety of seed available for people that want to plant it." I'm sorry, I got lost again.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay.
So, and even during the pandemic, I used to say, when before the pandemic happened, I used to actually talk about, when I went to school, that what happens if there was no more grocery stores, or we were shut down, and we couldn't have food shipped in to our grocery stores, or the grocery store, we couldn't go to grocery stores. What would happen? What would you do? How would you survive? And now with the pandemic happening, that's actually happened to some communities where they shut down because of COVID, where food is very important to get food to the people. So having your own garden, going out and hunting, and going out and harvesting these wild foods is actually realistic now. It's because of the pandemic. So the importance of keeping up our traditions, and like Valerie said, Hopi is having that knowledge, and having the youth learn that knowledge, because someday that may be challenged. There's water issues going on. There's land issues going on. There's just a lot of these things that come to play when you're more safer when you know your traditions and you know your foods and you know how to become independent and not depend so much on the grocery stores and the other things that aren't really not that weren't normal when before the towns and the cities and the grocery stores came in.
Yeah, that was scary with the only grocery store on the Tohono O'odham Nation, Bashas, emptied out in April, and that we never thought we might see. So um, yeah, thank you for sharing, Nolan. We'll probably get back to you too. And I'm getting a note that Miss Valerie is leaving. I wanted to just thank you, Valerie, for being with us, and she left her email for people. Valerie, if you're still here, did you have any closing thoughts or anything you wanted to say before you head out?
Just want to thank you everybody again, and I'm sorry I'm going to be missing so much more information. Something else came up for me that I have to going to go help someone else out that needs my help right now. So I'm going to be heading out, and just want to thank everybody for sharing everything, and just want to encourage everybody to continue to learn, and don't be scared to ask questions. Don't be scared to ask. And if somebody says they don't know, find somebody else who does know. If you really want to learn, it's going to come to you. People will come to you. Pray about it. Go out and pray every day. Take care of yourself and take care of your families, and always be that protector for the young ones. So I just want to say that, and thank you, everybody. I appreciate all the comments and everything that everybody shared with me. Esquali, good. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Valerie.
Bye.
So Roy, let's go then next to you. We're talking about pandemic. We're talking about 2020 in general. How did that affect what you do, how you think about things? Will it affect how you do your food production, your weaving for next year? Can you maybe share a little bit about that? Roy? Oh my goodness. Did we miss Roy? Maybe we have all kinds of problems with the internet. So maybe while we're waiting for Roy to come back in, Joshua, can you maybe share about what you guys did during the pandemic? Because I know San Javier shifted some things, and just kind of reflect on that for us.
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned before, when the pandemic hit, we had to tell some of our employees to go home, and that also included food production. The only people that were here on behalf of food production were myself, my supervisor, Raymond Anton, and Jamie Encinas, and John Morgan Parsons. And our workers wanted to come back. They really missed the field and wanted to be out there and put their hands in the dirt. But that meant that it was more work on the four of us, because at that time it was summer and we're doing as I mentioned before, the 30 plus acres. And again, like when it hit, we talked amongst ourselves and be like, what are we gonna do? Like, how can we help? And food production came up with the idea of planting a little bit more, and then giving that out for free. And on the other side, catering also got involved too, and we started doing drive-through food. So people from the district or Tucson will come to the farm and grab their plates, and they could get 1, 2 plates or however many they needed for their family back at home. And they took it with them and they ate it, and we did it, like, I believe, for a couple of months. And also we donated some of our products to the Senator district, who was also giving out food boxes during the time, and they still are. Um, also, yeah, we had to switch our schedules too. Some of us work days and others work nights, so some people can come in and get their hours. Yeah, so it was a pretty crazy time, and still going through it. And not only is there negatives, but there's some positive too. Um, we have 2 young men who want to grow for the nation, and they want to start a seed bank. And they had asked us if they could put some of their seeds in our field. And those 2 young men are Sammy Lopez and Damien. Can't remember his last name, but yeah, they'll be working uh, in our fields uh, for free, but it's not for nothing. They're doing it for the people, to try to bring the seeds back. Um, but yeah, and then I also remember, like, calling up other farms, and other farms calling us and asking us, like, what are you going to do? What's your guys' plan? And just really coming together and trying to figure out as farmers, like, how we can help our communities. And I know, like, other farms did other projects also too. Yeah, and right now our COVID plan is to just increase of what we can. So yeah, that's what we've been up to since COVID had started.
Great work. Thank you for feeding people, lots of people. Really, like, giving out hot meals as well. We've heard so many good things. So thank you for jumping in and helping the people. And Mr. Roy is back. So Roy, we're talking still about how the pandemic affected you, either personally or your operation, whether you change things, how you do things, and how will it affect the next year? And can you hear us, Roy? I think we lost Roy again. So everybody hold on. I hope he can jump back in. And we're kind of coming to an end of this session, and we'll be opening it up soon for Q&A, and then we will also have a poll. So I'm gonna ask you all if you can just share with us, stay around for the poll so that we get some quick feedback from you all. But before I open up Q&A, I wanted to see, as I said, these gatherings are a time for us as farmers to kind of sit down with each other, chit chat, catch up. Here's Roy. Roy, I'll just have you go ahead.
The expectation of the internet doing this, every time you called on me, it dropped. So before it happens again, I better go on. So making adjustments, making amendments. Our drought started over 20 years ago. Our farm has been idling since then. So now we resort to dryland farming or gardening, rain harvest, watering system, We do have access to the San Juan River, so if you have a pump and some barrels, you can do a drip irrigation, but you need to invest in some gas money because you have to drive like about 6-7 miles to get to the water source and then come back. And depending on how many times or how large of an area that you're farming, that is with the farming. With the sheep, we have been downsizing ever since. When I acquired the flock of sheep from my late mom, who passed, there were 300 plus. Now I have about 30. As a sheep herder, you're constantly making those kinds of adjustments. But what we've seen, just like what my friend that's doing the gardening in Kayenta, I think, I'm forgetting her name, the one with the caterpillar tunnel. But anyways, making adjustments, making those kind of adjustments is important. And of course, people, there's a whole resurgence of people who are wanting to grow their own food. In a way, it's a wake-up call. We should have never forgotten, or we should have never gone too far from it. A lot of, including myself, have grown up farming and gardening. So we've acquired a lot of our food source from that. And of course, with the different farmers in the area, everybody kind of grew something different included in their traditional farming. So maybe I grow broccoli, which works great for me, and my neighbor up the way might grow cabbage. So we would exchange that sort of thing. Now, people are not into farming like it was when I was growing up. But now, like I'm saying, there's resurgence of people wanting to grow their own food, which I'm happy to see. With my apprenticeship program, I've always been encouraging the youth to continue to care for sheep. So I was able to start up 3 flocks with them. Currently, my flock of sheep is on loan to my last apprentice who was apprenticing with me. He is on loan for a year. It's in his care. The way to acquire your own flock, and the quickest way, is to get sheep on loan. And he's bred them, and now they're beginning to lamb. After they lamb, he'll keep all of the offsprings, and he'll return the original flock back to me. So that's how the exchange is happening. So that way you have food. You don't need a huge amount of sheep to live off of. I always tell them that you only need about 10 or 20 to feed yourself and maybe a couple of your community or your family members. The wool from it, you can acquire a lot of resources, whether it goes into your own weaving or whether you also use it to sell as extra income. Kind of like what Nolan discovered after realizing that he doesn't have a job no more. Now he goes out and forages the saguaro and makes wonderful, great tasting jam and syrup. The same thing here. Sometimes I gather some of the vegetal dye plants and sell them to some of the fiber artisans. So making those adjustments, of course, you have to be respectful too of gathering plants in overabundance, because you also want them to continue on to the next cycle, the next years to come. But always being hopeful, always keep your faith, whatever it may be. Keep that in align with yourself, because you're in alignment with the universe, and that's how you make the connection, by standing on the ground with your 2 feet, having that strength, and then also making your offerings to the plants, to the animals, to the air, to the water, to everything that surrounds you, to the stars and to the heavens. Always thinking about your ancestors and what they have given you. My mother always say, you have two hands and they're capable, they move. And with those two hands, you can create a lot of things. It's very important. Your hands are very important that way. And so as long as you have capable hands in doing things, you will always have food. You will always nurture. You will always love. You will always hold things and grasp things and have that strength. And so adaptation, evolution, we evolve, we continue. In our daily prayers, we offer corn pollen or cornmeal, and it's always forward, because life is all about going forward, not going back, but going forward. So always thinking about that and thinking about that when you make your offerings, and to always think, what has been given to you from the past and taking that with you, because that works. It's important to know different parts of life that you were taught and different things. That's my apprentice that's here with me in my background. But anyways, just that, making those adaptations. Sometimes you might think, oh gosh, I have 300 sheep at one time and now I have 30. That's still more than enough. That's enough to feed, a good portion of my community. And so I do get now more inquiries from people in saying, well, do you have any meat, this cut of meat, and sometimes I do have the availability of meat to share and so forth. And my internet is warning me, but I don't know if I sound choppy, but that's the reason. I guess people are waking up in my community and starting to go online. I'm on HughesNet. I'm not being paid for their advertising their name, but when it gets busy, the back and forth starts to slow down. But anyways, that's what I have to share. And I just want to tell everybody, be strong, keep going forward. There's really that saying, the light at the end of the tunnel, it's there. And, let's just keep praying that things do get better. And then our part in our carbon footprints and a lot of things do make a difference. We need to be sensible. We need to also be, very respectful of the earth. And I'm very glad to start seeing that again, where we've been missing that for the last 4 years. And so I'm happy to be here to share whatever I can or whatever comes to mind. Oh, and then this wonderful piece of hair that I have is actually a beanie cap. And it's made from a wonderful sheep that I don't grow, but I've learned how to do. So it's knitted, in case you're wondering, but some of these things I teach as well. Okay, thanks again, and a shehat.
Excellent. Before I open it up for Q&A, as I said, these gatherings are usually the time for us to catch up with each other. So before we open it up to the listeners, maybe Nolan, Joshua, Roy, do you have questions for each other? Miss Valerie and Miss Sherilyn had to jump off. Farmers, busy. But do you have questions maybe for each other or anything else you wanted to add before we open up the general Q&A?
I just had a question that if you guys were interested in like a seed swap, that would be great. Like I said, to keep that mixture of seed available, traditional seed available. And if you're interested, and I think we could really make an impact if we get together and and talk about our seed banks and refurbishing, revitalizing some of our seed banks, because I know our seed bank is going low, and that's my greatest fear is one of these times that if we lose a crop, then there goes our seed, and that's what has been happening. So if other farms interested in seed spot, get affordable. Have affordable.
Thanks, Nolan. Joshua, Roy, did you want to say anything before I open up the Q&A? Okay, sounds
Oh,
like,
sorry.
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're down to squat some seeds too, to up our diversity. But yeah, shout out to Nolan for letting us use his combine a couple of years ago. Thank you for that. Helped us out a lot. And shout out to Gabe too for making that connection.
Working together for sure. So let's go and open up the Q&A. Does anybody have questions for Nolan Johnson of Pancho Memorial Farms, Joshua Preston of San Javier Co-op Farms, Roy Cady of the Dine? Any questions for our speakers today? I'm looking for raised hands, or you can just go ahead and speak up.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Hi there. My name is Charla Strong, and I am a Siletz tribal member from Oregon, but I live in Arizona, and I work for Arizona State University in a new program for sustainable food systems. And so one of the things that I am interested in is in how to support tribes to really build their sovereignty. And so one of the questions I have is around, can you imagine the federal government ensuring that we can control our own food systems? And can you imagine a model that would work, that like recommendations that people can do to kind of bring support for people? Because, you know, I understand wanting to work outside of the capitalist system. I understand wanting to, you know, do things in a traditional way and the bartering system. And I'm just like amazed that, you know, people are still able to sustain themselves during this pandemic, because it's just such a strain. And, you know, I know people, you know, still do that everywhere, still barter and everything. And that's definitely a way to do things. But I guess there's a part of me that just sees the work that you do is invaluable. The work of continuing food culture is just so valuable that to me, that is labor, that is work, and that there should be more obligation at a federal level to be supporting tribes to be able to continue food culture. And I know that tribal governments have their own challenges and stuff, but do you have any ideas of like, can you imagine, or do you know of any tribal governments that are doing good to support food programs?
Hi, this is Lisa. Here in the White Mountains, we actually are creating, what our tribe is allowing the farm to do is create our own food policy, and kind of trying to implement a lot of the traditional foods that are harvested here locally, as well as some other wild foods that our community members might be harvesting and wanting to get into the schools. But that's just one resource that I could probably talk about later on, but that is just one thing that we do here at the White Mountains. Our tribe is also making us a part of our water rights. So we're written into our water rights, and they're able to kind of help us in that area but just throwing out resources.
Thank you so much. I know that's kind of a big ask, and it's something I've been thinking about a lot. So just something I wanted to throw out there. And thank you so much, Salitha, for answering my question. I know that it's there are a lot of challenges to working within tribal governments too. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know a big help that has been for us since I started was our nation's natural resources department here on the reservation with the equip grant. We've got fencing, cover cropping. We had three dirt ponds built through equip, and some irrigation that we've had done. So the natural resources department here on the Tohono O'odham reservation has been really great, and some of the practices weren't adjusted to our traditional farming needs, but we've kind of helped kind of adjust their requirements to fit some of our needs on the reservation, specifically on our farm. So our natural resources department equip grant here has been really good, a good federal government program that has worked for us.
Any,
Yeah, I like to touch on that too. So for me, like I've traveled to around the nation, this like the United States, due to this job. A good source is Minnesota. They have a big agriculture scene out there amongst the native community. And what you always hear at these conferences is there is no sovereignty without food sovereignty. Like everything we eat today is connected to American or, something foreign to us. You can't go to McDonald's and get a bowl of white beans. You have to look for places like the farm or an elder that knows how to make it. I remember like 2 years ago, I had gone with Alfonso Chavez. Shout out to Flowers and Bullets, and he was our community outreach at the time, and we went to TLCC to have a table out there, and it was mainly for kids, high school students, middle school students, and they come up and I asked them like, what traditional food you eat at home, and then they're like, oh, popovers, pinto beans, and it was like, it's not traditional. Then I asked like, how many of you guys eat red or white beans at home? And the only two people that raised their hands were elderly, their teacher. And it was kind of a sad thing, but that's what we're focused on. Food production is bring light to our foods. I dream that one day that all O'odham families will have their fields again. An amazing thing that I experienced also is the going to Hopi. One of my friends had invited me to go out there, and I learned more about how they do it, and it's very different than how we do it. As a co-op. I could see the benefits and also the downfall of it too. And as Nolan mentioned, natural resources has helped us out a lot. And then we've been given directives from our district to, as I mentioned before, to restore the land through mesquite or planting, or if they ask us to go to our Arsaco mine and help them get some plants or materials for ourselves. So, so yeah, I hope that answers your question a little bit more.
Excellent. Thank you. Just to be cognizant of time, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take one more question, in the meantime, I'm gonna launch the poll, and it's a little quick evaluation. Please just click on your phone, on your screens, and I'll do that right now. It's just a few questions. It's not very complicated. So while the poll is going, do we have one more question perhaps for our panelists?
I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Cara Duane Cornelius. I'm in Phoenix, and I would love to hear more about how you all are adjusting to the extreme drought. Here in Phoenix, we had one monsoon this summer, and it was just heartbreaking. So I'm especially curious if for those who are using the rainwater harvesting, the auction methods, how you're adjusting, and if you're doing anything, or if you're planning to do anything different this year in preparation for perhaps another drought.
Great question, thank you.
For us right now, because we have ponds that are harvesting water, we haven't had to do it yet, but for this past 2 years where we're not getting as much water as we have had in the past, drip irrigation is something that I've always wanted to look into. We never really did it just because we haven't had to, but drip water irrigation, and also because we have that water in store, planting early and later in the season, just because of the weather, is some adjustment that we've have been made, and want to see how well it works also. Explore is with non-traditional crops, what grows good on the land that we have over there. Our land has a lot of clay in it, so some of the more conventional foods that you see in the grocery stores don't do well out in our area. So those are some of the adjustments that we've have done, and due to the climate change and the weather, the seasons that are kind of affecting what we grow and when we can grow.
Thank you, Nolan. Joshua?
Yeah, so here at the farm, we focus on drought tolerant plants. You know, like we've been here for forever. You know, the Milligan might have a timetable, but to us, we've been here for forever. And as I mentioned, we focus on drought tolerant plants, and we have 24/7 watering irrigation, but that doesn't mean that we use it all the time. Sometimes we let our plants dry out to stress them a little bit to help them grow, but we're also focused on preserving the seeds and building a seed stock, so people like Sammy and Damien can come over, ask for seed, and we can just give it to them. Or a community member or a nation member or one of our relatives from the south or the north that want our seed. And we also focus on the area we're at. We have microclimates now, and sometimes when we get seeds from Nolan TOCCs, they don't necessarily adapt well. They have to get used to our weather because it might be hotter over there in their area or a little colder, depending on how long they've grown it for there in that area. So they kind of had to get used to where we're at. But yeah, we focus a lot on traditional crops. This summer, as I mentioned, we do our 3 every year, which is the corn, beans, and squash. We're also planning on doing sunflowers too on the edges of our fields. But yeah, how we usually do it is for our corn at least, we do our first round for fresh food, and Gayusa, and the second round would be for Gayusa and fresh and from seed, and our third round would be specifically just for seed. So yeah, we're focused on trying to build that up and trying to be conservative with our water.
I'm not sure, Roy. Are you back? The question was about the drought. How did the drought affect you? I'm not sure if you're back, Roy.
I'm here. I'm back and forth, but I did hear that question from the person who answered or posed the question. Like I said, just using different alternative methods of harvesting water, being very creative in that sense, and how, because for us, our mountain provided us with all the runoffs we needed to grow hundreds of acres of cornfields. But now we don't even get a trickle. It doesn't reach us anymore. So we have to provide water from some source. And it could be harvesting it from our hogans, our homes, doing drip irrigation so that most of the water is concentrated on where the growth is, things like that. And there could be other alternatives that we haven't yet acquired, that are used in other countries, that we might be just beginning to enlighten ourselves with, we could use. And so always thinking of other ways of doing it. And that's one of the things that maybe we're here for, is maybe somebody out there here on this Zoom event might know something different that they could share. And yeah, just like I said earlier, just adapting in some way or form and not giving up. Reducing your farm, maybe you can do a waffle garden this year, things like that. And I do have a geodesic dome greenhouse, and some years I've been able to grow a winter crop, but always educating the community on how to do so. Harvesting the sun in many ways is new to us. But we always knew the sun has always been there, and we utilized it in different methods. And so earlier, one of my colleagues talked about how it could be taboo. I've also heard that from my elders, but I think at this point, I've been cooking for them in a solar oven, and they've gotten comfortable with it. Because I said, well, we've gotten so used to using propane, electric, but what if there's no more of that? There's always the fire, which we're familiar with, but also there's the sun. And so, to me, with the newer generation, they have those capabilities to learn, because including myself, us older folks, 55, I think, is old enough to say that. But, we're not going to be around forever. So I think for them, they have a lot of options that they can, to keep them moving forward in cooking their food. And so that's what I want to share. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Roy. Thank you, Nolan. Thank you, Joshua. And thank you to Sherilyn and Valerie. Here I will conclude our first session. It's gonna give us about 10 minutes to everyone. Go grab another cup of coffee, or go pet a dog, or anything you need to do, stretch out. We're gonna finish this session. Thank you all for participating. Thank you to our panelists, and I invite you to join us back at 10:30. So in 10 minutes, Ms. Twyla Casadore we'll have a panel of food activists from Indian country. So I know there will be a lot more interesting things coming up. And then don't forget at noon, that panel will go till 12:30, 12:45. We will launch a virtual market with all kinds of interesting things, and that will be followed up by seed exchange. And then after that, in the afternoon, we'll have a culinary panel of Native American chefs. So lots and lots going on today. So come in, come out as you can, and I'll see you all in about 10 minutes again. Thank you. We are back. It's 10:30. And we are gonna start the next panel. So my name is Nina. I'm with the Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture, and I'll be your moderator. So we have 2 hours allocated for the next panel. We have about an hour 45 minutes for panelists, and then about 15 minutes at the end allocated for questions and answers. So if you have questions, well, you're welcome to use the chat box on the right of your screen, and we can follow those, or you can ask them at the end in person as well. We will also have a little evaluation or a little poll at the end as well. So I definitely encourage you to give us some feedback. So with that, I would like to introduce Ms. Twyla. And Ms. Twyla, are you with us today?
Hi, everybody.
So it's all yours, Ms. Twyla.
Okay, first I would like to say welcome to the 2021 Southwest Native Foodways Gathering, the 4-season series winter edition. And again, today is February 26, 2021. My name is Twyla Casador. I'm from the San Carlos Apache tribe, and I will be moderating this session. And this session is, let's see, this session will include a group of amazing panelists, and I don't know if I have everybody here, so let me do a check here. Shalithia, are you here?
Hey, Twyla, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Nephi?
Yo.
Okay, Tyrone? Thompson? Okay. So Tyrone might be having a difficulty with his Zoom. Okay, Lynn, are you on?
Yeah, good morning, Twyla.
Okay, and Sterling Johnson. Great. Okay. So we've got everybody here, and we are going to be, let's see. Right here. Let me find this really quick. So I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves here. So let's start with, let's see, Shalithia.
All right, hey everybody, my name is Shalisa Peaches. I am the current distribution manager here at Indigo, the Ticos Farm, and pretty much my focus is to distribute a lot of the produce that is locally grown here on the White Mountains to local businesses like schools or elderly service. So that's pretty much my my job here at the farm. But I also work with Twyla in gathering wild foods and learning the ways of our old ones and kind of trying to revitalize that. I'm honored to be a part of this panel. This is actually very intimidating because a lot of the people who are here are my teachers. They're the ones who teach me, and Nephi happens to be one of them as well. He's one of the people that we work with. Tyrone is a partner that we also work with too. I am very humbled to be a part of this panel and appreciate the opportunity. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay. Then also I forgot to mention what the title is. Okay, We Are Food in Action. It is about the Native American community food activists And we're going to be talking about what works and what doesn't work throughout this panel. So our next panelist is Tyrone Thompson. I'm not sure if he's on. Tyrone, are you on? Okay, we'll reconnect with Tyrone. Lynn? Lynn Lane?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lynn Lane. I am Navajo. I can't honestly people taught me Bashchin, Tedeskin Dashache, Kentachini Dashanala, Akata, the Nastanchle. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lynn. It's just customary for me to introduce myself in my native language, you know, to address my kinship, my brothers, sisters, mom, dads, grandma and grandpas, or my children. So thank you. And Twyla, thank you so much for inviting me to be on this panel. I really appreciate it. Just like as Talithia said, it was quite intimidating. I know I asked you a lot of questions about before I said that I would do this. But yeah, I've done some work in community health. I used to be a community health nutritionist. I have a degree in human nutrition from Arizona State University. I've currently made a move, actually just recently made a move to assist in Indigenous maternal health, really trying to improve maternal health outcomes for our Indigenous communities. So, you know, it's really just, my passion is really to improve health outcomes for our Indigenous populations. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Nephi Craig.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our panel, and Twyla and everyone, the organizers. Thank you for inviting us and myself to come and participate. My name is Nephi Craig. I'm White Mountain Apache on my mother's side, and I'm Navajo on my late father's side. I've been cooking professionally 23 years now. I live and work on the White Mountain, in our ancestral landscape in the White Mountain Apache tribe. I've been working for the tribe or on the tribe for like the past 14 years now. And it's been a very rewarding and invigorating experience that has kind of informed and shaped and forged my perspective on food and cooking and revitalization and a number of things I'm sure we'll talk about today. I'm a proud parent, got three little minions. Well, one's 17, but so I do my best to stay rooted and continue the work that we are all on together. So I'm very happy to be here. I see some familiar names and faces. So welcome. It's good to see you.
Okay, I see that. Let's see. And we have Sterling Johnson.
Skitash, Anizek Sterling Johnson, Majuju, the Tohono O'odham Nation, which is in New York, St. James, Orlando. Hello, everyone. I'm Sterling Johnson. I'm the bar manager for Ohio Center for Sustainable Agriculture and current mentor for new apprentices that we're currently training. And we're just glad to be here. Very interesting work that I end up now hearing just being here and hearing everybody's stories. And I grew up. I grew up on the ranch. I grew up being a cowboy. I grew up going to rodeos. So I've been to White River and San Carlos and pretty much all over Arizona, and just competing and bull riding and being here and the work that we do as this group and this panel has been in my life since I was a kid, doing what we can for our relatives, our Hajan, for and just trying to take care of each other and doing our best to give the next generation the best opportunity to to be strong. And I'm glad to be on the panel with my relatives here, and I'm so grateful that we get to have this. And for all those who we lost, it is a tough pill to swallow. It's one of those things that all that knowledge that's gone, but somehow they still are still here, and they live through us to family, friends, uh, and it's up to us to I said, warriors, women and men to continue to move forward. And how do we move forward in this modern world? It's a question that I ask myself every day. How do we, keep carrying this knowledge and then also pass it on and be able to share this knowledge with the future because it's no and to me I think about that every day and I'm grateful that we get to come on here and share this knowledge and to continue to do our work. Just taking this time out of the day to know, know to share and help each other. So thank you.
And that's an excellent question is, we do go through this every day, daily, and how do we carry on this knowledge? So that will take us to our next question is, okay, let me see if Tyrone is able to call in. Tyrone, are you able to call in? Okay. Okay, I know Tyrone is having some difficulties trying to call in, and he is out from Loop, and he is from the.
You hear me?
Oh, there we go. Here we go. We have Tyrone Thompson, and I'll let him introduce himself and share a little bit about what he does. Okay, go ahead,
Good morning.
Tyrone.
My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can everybody hear him? Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
My name's Tyrone Thompson. My apologies for having technical difficulties. My kids had to rescue me with a mic and headphones. So thank you for that. Anywho, I'm Tyrone Thompson. So those are just my clans, and I'm from northern Arizona, near Flagstaff, 40 miles east, and we farm the Little Colorado River. And thank you for having us. And I see familiar faces, and I'm just glad to be part of the panel. Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're just going to start off with our first question, and anyone can answer this. What does food sovereignty mean to you?
I guess I'll talk to that. Food sovereignty means the world to me. I think that's what we a lot of us on this panel, we work toward and we strive for our people. But basically, the ability to be able to feed ourselves. How do we sustain ourselves? How do we use, ancestral knowledge intertwined maybe with modern techniques to take care of our families, and furthermore our communities in a good, healthy way.
Okay. Sterling, what does food sovereignty mean to you?
Food sovereignty, to me, it just it's a big word that no, to try to translate to to the people, what does it mean? Now, those who speak the language, don't understand these modern concepts, but then those who do understand it may not understand it or don't put it to practice. For me, it's everything that that are that as Native people, that's who we were. We were strong, healthy, and proud people that took care of the land and the land took care of us. And now, hearing, you know, diabetes and, heart problems and obesity is in our in our, in our on the reservations, and it's a hard thing to to battle because it's people people tend to forget what knowledge is there, what uh, practices are there, because everything's at its mark, no at its convenience. There's no through to me, sovereignty and being able to practice our ways is like ceremony. There's 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 no Facebook, there's no Instagram, there's no one else but you. Um and to learn these ways, it takes time. Everything that for us as Tohono O'odhams, we lost touch of our farming and our dryland practices, and and still having that battle to regain that knowledge, because all of this practices of food sovereignty was almost all gone, you know through through boarding schools um this thing that we call education, and having a high school diploma or degree. That's for me, food sovereignty is you know it's everything for us, to continue to move forward, because it's it affects every aspect of our lives. Because how long is it before we lose our lands, and how long is it before for some of us, we don't have fast foods on our reservation, which is a good thing. But there's other foods there too. But when it's there at its convenience, who's going to remember what their traditional food tastes like? Who's going to remember how to take care of it? Who's going to be able to show you how to um, take care of it, like the 60-day corn? That's like, for us, that's something that I had to learn on my own, and and it was all done by word of mouth. I didn't know how to do it properly, but through the years, I learned how to do it, and being able to share this with the next generation, and letting it know that it's there. And that's, for me, that's where the sovereignty is, being able to be there for the people when you know for me, I didn't know this food sovereignty. I was just a cowboy. I just no I just did what I normally would do. But then to understand these things about sovereignty, it's just it's a whole different thing. And we're, each of us are learning from each other's to learn how to push our foods forward. Yeah.
So for the kind of answering your question, what does poverty mean
Okay.
to me? For me, I believe, as someone who's from the White Mountains, food sovereignty has always been something that's been a part of my life. I never really realized it until I came here to the farm. I really didn't know the big word for it until I came here and they told me, like, what you're doing is food sovereignty, you're practicing. And so I feel like food sovereignty has always been a part of my life, through my traditional ways, through my elders, and they have always shown me that. And I feel like for our people, that's always something that we had. We just finally found a fancy word for it. And so, um, like moving or coming here at the farm has really opened my eyes to the importance that food sovereignty has with everybody in the land and the connection that they need to have with it. And really respecting the land, and coming back to it, because a lot of the things um, that I see now, it like, we don't take care of it now, if we don't wake up, it's going to be gone. And so, as as someone who's barely coming into this world of farming and with Indian country, I feel like for me, I carry that weight of am I ready? Am I ready to take the torch and run with it? Am I going to make my ancestors proud? So I think food sovereignty is not new for Native Americans, but it's something that we're waking up to, especially coming with the pandemic now. I think a lot of us are waking up, and I think we all need that shake from time to time to remember our ways. Really appreciate our elders before they're gone, and learn it before it's too late. So for me, it's always been a part of my life as a Native American.
Thank you for that, Shalisa. Nephi?
Food sovereignty to me, it means a lot, many things. It's so connected to many facets of our lives. Getting introduced to the term, kind of reflecting off what Sterling said, I came to the term through the work, not through academia. It was kind of the foods that guided me to what food sovereignty meant, and other large words that we've always practiced as Native peoples. But food sovereignty seems like it's evolving across Native communities. It seems like it's an ideal that we strive for. So some of us are farther into the work and doing more getting more tactile results in terms of the agriculture, the work, agriculture work, the water works, the land management, the cooking, the training of people. So across Native communities, we're all striving for this food sovereignty ideal. And I think what makes it very, very neat and creative and hopeful for our futures is that each of our individual tribes that we're from, we all have the ability to shape and mold our own future as it relates to food sovereignty. So I think that gives us a very colorful opportunity to build and reclaim our health in the future. So that's what food sovereignty means to me.
Thank you for that, Nephi. Lynn?
Yeah, what food sovereignty means to me, I think for me, food sovereignty is, I guess it's a way of life for a lot of Indigenous people. You know, a lot of our creation stories come from food. You know, for Diné specifically, you know, we have a lot of, you know, corn is, you know, almost like it's a huge part of our life, you know, so it's a lifestyle for us, you know. And just like Nephi had said, you know, I came to know food sovereignty through my work, you know. It's not something, or, you know, that I was taught. I'm sure they taught it. I just probably went way over my head when I was, you know, taking classes for nutrition. But I also think it also offers strategies, I guess, like traditional and cultural strategies to resist and dismantle the current unstable system that results in like chronic and under nutrition and rapid obesity. So I feel like, you know, food sovereignty provides us a way to, you know, take charge of our empower, have our own ownership over our health through culturally appropriate foods, you know, through more sustainable methods. You know, in the last panel, you talked about how people are dry farming and how they're getting by, you know, how they're planting with, you know, with the monsoons and everything like that. So to me, that's what food sovereignty means. You have to excuse me, I am working from home. My children are in the background. So every now and then it's gonna sound like it's recess here, or the movie theater. So I just, you know, to me it's white noise. So just if that happens, if they're too loud, just tell me to speak up and I will do that. Thank you.
Okay. And let's go down to my next question. Okay. So share a little bit about the work that you are doing in each of your community and what is working for you with the community you're working with in really revitalizing this traditional foodways in the community, and how is the community accepting it? And is it also what is not working in each of your communities? So we're gonna go start with the top with Tyrone.
Hello again. Cool. So we're doing a lot of things at one time, and I just wanted to share as well, since I don't have the audio. I have my basket out. It's a Navajo wedding basket, and what it holds is the different colors of corn, and the different types of seeds, like the corn, beans, squash, tobacco, and it also has a planting stick. And that when we have these conversations, we're told that the seeds, they like to be part of that as well. So I just wanted to share that with you. That's what I have open, and for us, a lot of things start with our planting stick. And like Lynn said, a lot of our stories, they come from corn, and they come from creation, and that's where a lot of our foodways start from. But for us here at the farm, again, we're doing several things. We're working with several communities. We grow the Navajo churro sheep. We also have some pigs that we have for composting. So we do community composting. Pre-COVID, we were picking up trash cans full of wasted food from the schools. And now I'm only doing that with the senior center. We volunteer at our local senior center. Through the help of Partnership with Native America, we were able to install them a 16 by 32 hoop house, which will allow them to grow and access food outside their backyard. It also sits adjacent to early childhood development and an elementary school, which I think is really important. It connects, our elders with our youth, and it creates that space. I kind of talked about this with Twyla yesterday. It creates that space that connects our elders with the youth, because a lot of our stories aren't written in their history books, and we carry that knowledge within ourselves and within our elders, and these spaces are great places to share the knowledge, the traditional knowledge. So what we're doing now is building hoop houses, and I just started as a small business, as an LLC, as Chiji Farms, and we're located in Loop, Arizona, again about 40 miles east of Flagstaff. And there's a few reasons of starting a business. I've worked with a few nonprofits, and one of my late mentors, his name was Justin Willie. One of the things he taught me was to have your hand out, and the Navajo is a bad word, is called sha, to do it for me, and to continue to do it for me. And so working with grants, the grants are great to help you out and get you started, but to depend on them is a different story. And I felt that, and I seen that through some of the work with the nonprofits. As I'm not knocking nonprofits or anything like that. It just was something personal for me to be able to show how we can make farming and gardening economically viable, if that makes sense. To be able to pay my bills, to send my kids to school if I want to, are some of the things that were on the back of my in the back of my head while I was farming and learning about corn. I started back in the early 2000s when the housing market had plummeted. I used to be a marble and granite fabricator by trade, and I found myself working back with NAU Diabetes Prevention and Healing Gardens. But anywho, kind of going forward, I really couldn't make a solid living off of just growing the traditional corn, and it was a lot of work. as well as the squash. And it was only, one-time harvest a year. So I started exploring other methods, like year-round growing, growing in greenhouses. We work with farm to school, trying to develop other markets. And so that was one of the reasons I developed or came up with Chiji Farms, is to get away from the grant and see if we couldn't model just kind of what I talked about. And so we built ourselves a 2-story hogan out here on Navajo, and I built a passive solar greenhouse that's attached to the hogan. And so through that, we're able to grow all of our seedlings, and we're able to grow pretty much year round now. And I learned from a little old Canadian lady named Kim Costian from Ashkola Gardens out in Snowflake. And she grew 60,000 seedlings a year as a CSA, by herself, as a little old lady. And I found that to be very inspiring. So I kind of picked up that model, and started growing seedlings. So we have thousands of seedlings as we speak, outside the door. We also have a geodesic dome, and we've gotten into bending hoops for building hoop houses. And so in the month of December, we built 5 large 100-foot hoop houses, and we had them all planted, and we fed people by the end of December. And it was part of COVID relief efforts, but it was kind of unheard of to be doing those kind of activities in December. So we've been working with the hoop houses, and to date, I think we have another 5 going up in the former Bennett Freeze as we speak. And once we complete those, that'll be about 30 hoop houses in our region. And so what we're working on now is developing a cooperative to be able to see what kind of supply and demand we're able to pump out of these hoop houses. And so yeah, those are a lot of things that have been working for us. Is working with also Change Labs as a Native American business incubator. They've really helped with my books and keeping me on task with all of that stuff. I like to just do the work. And I think that's it for the most part. For the community chapter, we really haven't seen so much support. We work with junk food sales tax out here on Navajo Nation, and I've worked with other communities like Tisto Community Garden, where we utilize that junk food sales tax to make a beautiful garden and bring things for the community. But in our community, it's not as easy to work with the leadership, and so those might be some of the challenges. But there's always opportunities. I believe there's tremendous opportunity, and we have more opportunity across the land out here as we're working again along the Little Colorado River. Along with the COVID relief efforts, we were able to get some of the families, with the help of Tulane Lake Enterprise, water wells in places where they've never seen water. So for instance, in Black Falls, which is right behind Wapaki National Monument, where our people were pushed out, they have never seen water. So for some of the elders out there, they're still pinching themselves because they have these huge water tanks out there. Now we're building them a huge greenhouse, and we'll have tomatoes and cucumbers growing to the ceiling soon. They're still in disbelief to have these things. So, but thanks again for the time.
Sound like you're doing really great work out there. I like to just envisioning the thought of water. It's something so that we take so lightly in a lot of our communities, and forgetting that there is communities without water. So just to see gardens growing out there, boy, that's so beautiful. Okay, for Sterling.
Okay. Yeah, so hello. So again, I'm the farm manager for Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. Out here in Ajo, Arizona, we're about 45 miles away from the Mexican border on the western part of the Tohono O'odham Reservation. Um, for the most part, in the beginning, our work was about community coming together, and I came via the TOCA and did apprenticeship with Tohono O'odham Community Action, and then um, moved out here to Ajo with Nina, and we started um, pushing Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture and the idea of creating food and food for everyone, uh, and to actually watch a farmers market grow was pretty unique. We grew. I went from growing dryland farming to traditional crops to non-traditional crops, and to see everything, growing stuff that you never thought of, of having before, everything from, 10 kinds of lettuce, the red leaf, butter crunch, and romaine, red romaine, and just spring mix, and all these different types of foods that normally you would see, at Sprouts or Whole Foods um, or other farmers markets. I didn't know anything, so I had a you know, interesting food journey as far as being able to eat lettuce and dandelions uh, and eat root stuff like beets and radishes and carrots that were fresh. Um, so with Ajo CSA, uh, we started a farmers market. It grew to about 100 vendors during the time, and then as we progressed, then us growing food and being able to uh, grow food and bring that to the community of Ajo, the town of Ajo, and having people come together and and you know getting people to try these things, especially because we're so rural. We're a small town of about 2,500 or more, and it doubles during the winter season, or sometimes even triples, depends on um, if, how many snowbirds come back to Arizona. And for the most part, it was just an interesting thing, and and once we um, learned that people wanted these foods, and the next thing we started progressing into um, prepared foods and going to the farm to table route, wanting to make it not high end but just accessible and getting people to buy the food, and just think of it as uh, thinking of as taking care of yourself uh, through these COVID times. And the studies always prove if you eat healthy and take care of yourself, the chances of you fighting COVID increases. The study says that if you eat, just eating fresh fruits and vegetables and not having that in your diet, deters diabetes by 50%. So for me, I go back to my cowboy roots, being a cowboy, being on the ranch and going to rodeos. I wish there was a better way to take care of myself, because um, everybody, everybody's every cowboy has their way of taking care of themselves. You go to rodeo, you're there for 3 or 4 days, and you only have this much money, and you're eating either fast food, or if you have an extra money, you're eating at a restaurant, um, or a buffet, and you're just trying to survive the weekend until you either win money or you don't, and then you head home and you end up eating McDonald's or Whataburger, and then coming back and coming back home and then doing it again, 6 to 9 months out of the year. So, and then playing sports, I wish I knew these foods are had access to these foods earlier, because I think for the most part I think I would have been a better athlete, and be able in better health. If I didn't know these foods, if I known these foods, and I no 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 I kind of just forced myself to eat these foods, especially if you're selling foods. You gotta teach you gotta if you don't eat your own food, then how do you expect other people to eat your food? And then for myself, that was one thing that I always talked about, going back to the reservation and watching this these kids, these kids that I know, who are no longer babies. Some of them were as I held them when they're like 3 or 4 months old, and they're growing older. I wanted to bring this back to them. So with that, we started teaching about prepared foods, and we started renting and doing commercial kitchens, community kitchens, and starting to have prepared foods. And then what leads me to what we started 2 years ago, was actually we opened the farmers market. Being big as it is, we started realizing that there's money in having food, and having it available all the time. So we decided to open a brick and mortar place, which is called the Aho Farmers Market and Cafe, which I'll be showing you guys later on in the during the day. And preparing those foods, and being able to connect the culture, to cooking, using traditional foods. But during that time, we all got hit by COVID, and going back to that sovereignty, the nation here, as business is now cotton and alfalfa, and Santa Vera was the only one that grows food, and uh, not having the only one grocery store that supposed to serve the reservation, and people, and even here in Aho, the food disappeared. We had people from Buckeye and Phoenix and Gilbert coming out all the way down to Aho to the grocery store and buying out all the frozen food, all the fresh produce, um, and then going down as far as down to Sonoida, and buying out all the toilet paper and the food as well. And people were starving, especially when people ran out of food. There was no there's no there's no there's no other store we can go to, and especially most people travel 60 to 100 miles to get to the nearest Walmart. um, it was tough. And so last year, uh, around this time, we just had our food festival. We're celebrating the food of Aho. We had this taste of Aho tour, giving people tastes of different, like salsas, and um, trying traditional foods, and um, cultures coming together. We have small contingent of Filipinos here. They did a traditional dance for us, as well as like our Mexican people here. They did some of the dances, and it was a nice time. And then COVID hit, and yeah, we decided to, when the nation Naho ran out of food, we decided to use our resources through the restaurants and to open up, um, I would say, um, almost like a alternative to the grocery store. We started selling food, um, and then just people could buy food, and then next people lost their jobs and they couldn't buy food, and being from below poverty level um, area, we noticed that people were hungry and people were so we decided to open up um, emergency food service in our cafe. So we converted it, and we're buying hundreds or thousands of pounds of food every week. And during that time, till now, we did about almost 2,500 boxes, or 25,000 boxes. We went, and that was to service just the western part of the reservation. And we did over 750,000 pounds of food that went out to both Inaho and the reservation. That roughly feeds about 2,000 families and about 10,000 people. And no, no, just to hear these things, how what's wrong, I would point this out. It's like, how wrong the nation is not taking care of us. We have farm, we have land, and we have people who are capable of growing food. Yet again, we don't use those resources. There's areas that have water and have these things that are very capable of taking care of ourselves, but yet again we don't, because and I I wish that we could be more sovereign, more swagama is what we call it in the industrial. And during that time, during this time, we actually started. Uh, so during this time, that before this time, about 4 years now, we've been teaching the next generations of the farmers, and part of that, no, we're using ourselves as an example to push a bill forward in the Arizona state legislation to add as farmers as a way to um, become become a trade, like construction or carpenter or plumber. There's nothing like that for farming. Yet again, Arizona's a $24 billion agricultural powerhouse. But yet again, where does this $24 billion come from? I believe that Indian country is going to be the next gold mining for farming to grow food. But are we going to choose money over taking care of our well-being? Those are the kind of things. But yet again, those farms, they're going to need new farmers, and that was part of our apprenticeship, was to start teaching, not when it's last minute, but start now by giving this opportunity for new farmers and whether they're fresh out of high school or still in school, or they're 30, 40 years old, and they have this drive to grow food. Now why not give them that opportunity? Why not? There's plenty of people that who will find this. um for me, I grew up in the culture, but the food culture, the sovereignty about culture, for me, I didn't know as much as I did now, about my culture, food wise. Now, how much it ties into the traditional stories, how much it ties into everyday life. It's for me, that was one of the things that I continue to keep pushing forward in these times, and be able to teach the next generation both the autumn culture and the Metagon culture, which I learned out here, and you know, learn how to almost live two lives, learn how to live their lives on the nation, live their lives on outside the nation, and that's one of the things that for us, you know, this apprenticeship program allows me to keep pushing forward and learn. Our apprentices. This is right now my third cohort. I also work with interns. I also we have interns, both native or non-native, um, and just teaching people how to respect the culture, and be able to connect. And what for me, you know, I think that's the only thing I really have wrong with the nation, is just that it's not, or with our nation right here. It's just like how you know undervalued our food is, um, and how how we need to keep these things going, and and not lose them. And with these apprentices, now some of them now have plans to go back to their villages, and start a farm. Help, and connecting them to these resources and being able to share that with them. And no, yeah, there's a lot that we do, especially this COVID, that pantry. We still give out food to this day. We did we gave out food every week for 8 months straight. Um, and it was especially being out here, and it's 105, 110, and all of us coming together and feeding our communities. And I say communities because we have a place called Y. We have the western districts of the Hikuan, Gaval, and Gaachi, and Chukakuk, and all these districts that we worked on the reservation, um, gave food to, because some people they didn't have food, and especially when things went, you can only buy one item of this or two items of that, and then you're so used to buying things in bulk because you're so far away from home. There when Winston and gas costs money, and you only have enough money to go to the store one time. It was really tough on our people. And so with that, I think for the future, I feel like the nation should be prepared, just like the U.S. be prepared to not no not think of serving uh, other countries, but take care of our own, because take care of the people, because no it was just tough. This past year was tough on us, and as far as farming, I grew during the summer. I grew the traditional crops that survived, and yet again, it was just, yeah, it was just tough. But thank you for letting me share this, and I ended up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sterling. And you did make a lot of great points in there about how food is how do we support us, yet we're supporting other countries. So that's a very great point there. Okay, we're going to pass it on to Lynn.
What is working in the community? So for me, what we did was we created a coalition, and basically we asked not only like programs to be a part of it, we asked community members to also be a part of this coalition. And it was really to try to create culturally adaptive and community-driven activities. Some of the things that we did is, we provided food demonstrations around indigenous foods. We invited chefs to come out and work with us. And when we had these chefs come out, we would invite, like registered dietitians. We would invite the school cooks, the elderly cooks, people working in health that had, that talked on nutrition in any way. We invited them to these sessions to work with chefs. We worked with Felicia Ruiz of Kitchen Carrera, chef, the sous chef, Sean Sherman. Right before COVID hit, we were planning to work with Nephi Craig. So we did that. We also we did a conference. We did a conference, and we did a different approach with the conference. We had we talked about environmental and physical aspects towards health, mental health, spiritual health, and how that really, like, how food is really at the center of all that. If our health, if our nutrition isn't, if our food isn't good, it could lead to mental health, and we had one of our gardeners come in and share about how easy it was to start your own garden. She brought in a little, her own bag of soil and beans, and, really put it in front of them to say, this is how you start. And, they went home with, with the hopes that they would start producing their own crops. We, excuse me, we also found community champions within the community. We had gardeners, farmers. We had an aspiring chef who was also on our coalition. We had herbalists there. We had people who would bake with traditional foods, and we would just invite them to, share time with us and ask them, like, could you provide this, provide this to the community? And they would take us on with it and agree to do it. One of the things that we would do to recruit people onto our coalition was we talked about, we started having conversation and touched on historical trauma, land removal, like, what is it called? Land removal, and also when boarding schools came into play, and how that it really interrelated with indigenous foods, how, those cultures and traditions could be lost, how it got lost. And, that we have an opportunity here, we're really trying to create a space where we can talk about these things and bring people with this knowledge into the group to educate, so that these traditions don't get lost, anymore. We started, we were learning about the wild plants, wolfberries, the cholla buds, really trying to understand how, how important they play in our role every day.
See them.
Oh, and yeah, so we just really were trying to revitalize, indigenous food, traditional culture, language, as a means to kind of heal, but also, to show that we, like, this was a place where we were not judging people, that this was really a place for people to really come together and learn about food, about tradition, about culture. When we did these food demonstration, we didn't talk a lot about, you know, the my plate or carbohydrates, fats or proteins. We really tried not to inundate our people with that because we knew that if our ancestors were able to survive on it, it was good, and that should be good enough, you know. You know, we also had people in our coalition who wanted to get more like a scientific view of what the food had in it, like, you know, like the different minerals and just the content of the food. And I'm a little, I don't know, I'm on the fence about that. I think it's information, but I also believe that, you know, that information doesn't need to be out in the world for everybody to see. You know, I feel like our indigenous foods should stay in the indigenous communities with the people. We don't need, you know, we don't need that. We don't need to get that exposure, that too much exposure, just like Sterling was saying, and then the food doesn't stay in the community, it gets shipped out everywhere else. So, you know, other people can have those benefits. I really think that it should stay local. So those were some of the things that we did is we really tried to take an indigenous framework approach in creating this coalition and having conversations, you know, not only about our health, but about indigenous foods and how we could use this as a way to, you know, heal, create kinship, you know, just really come together and, you know, be people, really be people. We also, our coalition catered a conference within the community. And I want to say about 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to work with Chef Nephi Craig, and he had told us that we really needed to start telling stories around our food. So that's the approach that we took when we developed our menu. You know, we had a tepary bean soup. It had some greens in there. We also had a salad that had some root vegetables in there. And the dessert was Twyla actually used what you had taught me as well, with the corn, the blue corn pancake with the puree of squash. We did that. And what we did was we told a story with the food. It was it was a women's conference basically, and it was really talking about empowering womanhood and embracing sisterhood. So we had told the ladies that, you know, the meal was intended to not only like bring them together, but also understand that there are, you know, with the root vegetables, especially with the sweet potatoes, is that, you know, they're strongly rooted in their culture, that they have strong ties to the family that they have, and that, you know, with the spinach that we had, because they have wild spinach there, it was like, you know, may you sprout and be wild and fresh like this with like the wild spinach, but be resilient and yeah, be resilient like the tepary bean. So we use those kind of things to try to tell a story. So they, you know, when they had the meal, they knew that it was coming from a good place. But yeah, those are some of the things that we did during our coalition that worked for us. You know, it was a lot of fun. We used contemporary recipes and just tweaked them a little bit and added indigenous ingredients to them. So thank you for your time. Twyla, I think you're on mute.
Oh, okay, thank you, Lynn. Okay, and we'll pass this on to Nephi.
Hello, everybody. For me, I think to situate my answer of what's working and what's not working in my community in terms of the work I do, I'm fortunate to work on the Waimana Apache tribe and be connected. And you know, just because work on the res and have access to landscapes doesn't make the work better. You know what I mean? Like better. I think checking our privileges across our communities and the different types of work we do, because we still have to consider the indigenous experience of living in the city and the struggle to find access to foods. My perspective is kind of forged by recovery work. I currently work in substance abuse treatment. I kind of, in a way, I didn't leave the hospitality industry, but I was executive chef for about 9 years at our hotel on the res here. And the foods were really saying something different, like it needed to be used in a different way. And I was fortunate to be able to find my way into behavioral health and mental health work. So now my perspective is shaped by my work with indigenous foods, but also this clinical Western construct of therapy culture. And so this legacy that kind of found myself in, per se, I feel like it has really forced me to be critical of myself and my practice, because I don't want to be a recolonizer, right? I don't want to force ideals. I really want to be able to meet people where they're at because of our legacies of historical trauma and complex grief. I really sincerely believe that if we cannot manage ourselves as individuals, that's going to inform and shape how we produce and how we interact across Native communities, whether it's on the res or off the res. I feel like individual, indigenous, spiritual, and mental health is really, really important, because if we are unable to manage and work and live through the health disparities and cope with the stressors, we won't make the best impact that we could as indigenous practitioners. And among all these names that I see in the panel here, I want to situate my answer to that question by saying, as indigenous peoples, your experience is valid, and the work that you do has look at it like through an anthropological lens, like through a lens of anthropology, not from like just a straight white Western kind of construct, but like as a historical occurrence for your community. The pandemic that we're in right now is a historical and traumatic event worldwide, and it's forced us to really examine our values, our histories, and how we're going to move forward. So I think having a sense of humility and checking our individual privileges and moving forward in a way that's humble and loving and caring, but also very, very diligent and vigilant is really important. So what I've kind of learned over the past 4 years with working with the treatment center and working at the ski resort, what has worked for me, I find that doing whatever work it is, whether it's teaching a class, planting some seeds, hauling some wood, what works is enthusiasm. Carrying on your work with a sense of enthusiasm and being genuine about the work, enjoying it, not being a rattlesnake like we say in White River, and then having a sense of humor, carrying yourself and the work through having fun. Yeah, bless you. And don't be afraid to smile. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. I think vulnerability is a very powerful thing that we in Native communities respond to. When someone is able to be genuine and vulnerable in the work, that works really well. You can see that someone is human and they're not faking it. You know what I mean? And I think our demonstration does our words match our footsteps. That works in our communities. And I think if kind of on a way to kind of promote and bring people to the work that we do, I feel like direct invitations work, that are direct invitations that are kind and direct, because instead of like putting out a flyer campaign and checking off a list on your job, yeah, I put out the flyers, we did that. People see it, like how many times you walk through IHS and you see a bunch of flyers and like, oh, that's cool. You just keep walking, I think invitations to the practitioners or people that kind of express an interest works really well. I've learned that. And then in my community, my work, I think what's not working is big talk. I think intellectualizing the process can be a barrier for many of our community members. It's like a white river will say, yeah, that guy, man, you know, when they're all talking big, we're like, yeah, who? Then the barrier goes up, right? Because they're speaking in a language and that's not really meeting them where they're at. And they're not like on the ground, kind of rooted to that lingo or the experience, right? So I think the big talk that don't match the footsteps, the intellectualizing doesn't work. It works in some, you know, situation by situation. And this is where knowing your audience and your community is important. And I think forcing ideals, it can be very abrasive and it can be a barrier. If we're really like, yeah, man, we're really public health, native foods, that's a turnoff to a lot of the very gentle and humble community members that have lived through the struggle much more than we have. So sometimes I guess what you call it, the naivety of youth, right, or the naivety of rebellion can kind of become a barrier to our own people. And then instead of the flyers, you know, or open invites, you know, those direct relationship building that kind of take a lot of time. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, come on over, why don't you check it out? Or hey, I noticed you do this kind of work. Or hey, I remember that one time we were talking. Or even something like, hey, I remember a post that you did. You want to come check out this thing we got going on? You know what I mean? And then lastly, what I've come to kind of learn is like, please do not shame our people, right? Do not shame them and add insult to injury by taking away your food. Don't go out and say, oh, you know, gonna kill off all fry bread, all tortillas, all gravies. You know what I mean? Remember that, have a sensibility to the experience of struggle, trauma, and grief, because not all people have the ability to log on to a really cool panel like this and see the people that are doing the work. There's someone right now at home that's making fry bread and making some gravy for lunch, right? And that's because that's what's absolutely necessary and what's within reach in their own paradigm and struggle. So that's why I say meeting people where they're at and really trying to have an open heart to the sentiment of our community. I think that's very powerful and that'll serve us to continue this work much longer. And to me, that's just all sharing from a practitioner standpoint, kind of not being a chefy kind of guy, taking off my chef hat, you know what I mean? And just being a part of the community and just loving it. I guess lastly, what I think can work and have a long-term impact in that anthropological lens of history, right, is that we love ourselves now and not necessarily completely loving ourselves in history, right? We always come across the language that says, we used to be this, we used to do that, our ancestors did this, our ancestors were powerful, our ancestors were this and that, but we still are those things, right? We still are powerful, we still are spiritually connected. So just some things I wanted to share to validate our experience as a collective group of people that are listening. Thank you for hearing my words, and you know, piece together any information you heard like a constellation to match your reality. All right, that's what I have to say. Thanks.
I think you're on mute, Twyla.
Okay, Shalithia.
Wow, that's
And thank you, Nephi. First off, I must say thank you, Nephi. Okay, now we can pass it on to Shalithia.
that's really hard to follow with everybody and what they had to present. So I work here at the farm on our reservation in Dabikia, which means the people's farm, translated in our language, is to restore personal and cultural health amongst the White Mountain Patch people through agriculture. And so I actually started here at the farm as an intern when the farm was being written into our water rights. And since the time up till today, we actually have done a lot of growing from our team to our produce and to the varieties that we have and the people that we work with. And so for us, that what we see that really worked here was increasing our team and having a bigger team that was able to really be dedicated and passionate about the work that we do here. And having somebody be able to take on certain roles, whether it be outreach, distribution, farm techs, grant writers. And so for our team, we really had to grow as a whole and really add on key players, and have people really focus on areas that really needed to be developed. And so for me on our end, my position didn't actually exist in 2016. And so having to build something from scratch has been a big part of the farm. Is a lot of us had to start from scratch, and really first we had to start off with like relying on the grants, and being able to add people and slowly grow on from there. And so not being so, I guess, not dependent on grants so much, but we had to really reach out for the bigger grants, and add on new structures. We actually have a wash station where we produce, where we wash a lot of our produce, and it's been a really big step for us, because we're hoping to actually have community members who are going to be in our farmers market in our program for redistributing produce. So we'll kind of have local people who are growing produce here on our reservation, be able to get them into the schools, and creating a policy to support that. And also trying to implement our wild foods into it, which I think is a key component, just to make sure that our wild foods are getting out to the schools, and our youth have access to this, because a lot of our youth, I feel that their interest is there. We just have to, I guess, plant the seed. So the farm has really been working with youth in schools, and I think Nephi is really Nephi and Twyla have been players in the farm, from teaching, and kind of showing us how we can prepare stuff. Because one of the big problems that we really had was introducing like lettuce, spinach, garlic. Those are really stuff that our people really didn't eat as often. So having to introduce them in a way to where they tried it. And they're like coming back for more, because they see the value in it, and the health, and it's a lot different. It tastes a lot different compared to the lettuce that you buy in the store. So I guess reaching out to key players who have this information, who have this knowledge, and who are willing to share it with us has been a really big play as well. But the challenge that we had was reintroducing the new idea of growing during the winter, that you can grow in the winter too. And so, but now that like I've been focusing on farmers market, I feel like we have people who are being our consistent customers, who are coming back, who are like, yes, I like this. And then they're the people who are advocating for us. They're the ones who go out into the community and tell their aunties, their uncles, their sisters, their relatives about the product. And so I guess building that network of people who are really supporting you and who understand the value of it. And just, I guess, I really like going out there. But yeah, so that's just some of the work that we do, kind of crammed into one thing. But we're also doing a policy that I think plays a huge role in it. We actually reach out to our IHS individuals, key players in that, and trying to write that as well. It's not finished yet, but we find that it's a long process for us, because our elders, some of them are not willing to teach certain things, or not be willing to show us, because they're not sure what people can do with that knowledge. And so the hardest part is approaching in a way to where we're not trying to exploit our wild foods, or where they might be gone forever. So like having to put a price on a wild food has been a huge part, a battle within me, and trying to figure out how do you price wild foods? How do you put a price on something that wasn't meant to be put a price on? And so for me, I feel like the marketing part has been a huge part of the challenge is because I'm really rooted in my tradition. I really believe what I'm teaching is for a reason. And the battle with having to put a price on wild foods has been a huge part of it. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that I face as an individual, but also someone who wants to speak for the plants to make sure they don't disappear for us. So yeah, I think that's kind of a short version of it, but yeah.
Thank you, Shai. And for those of you that don't know who Shalita is, she is from the Canyon Day Farm out in White River, Arizona. And it's a beautiful farm out there. Same with where Sterling is and Tyrone. Tyrone's out in Loop, which I have never been there, but I plan to go there this year. And it sounds like so amazing work that he's doing out there. I mean, you see all these structures coming up and all these food growing. The same with Aho. I really miss Aho. Aho was an amazing experience for me to be there. That's one of the very first places I've ever gone to for a food gathering, and also with Toka. So we're looking forward to when things get better and we can all get back together. Okay, then the next question, this is actually the last question. Okay, how has, and this is just gonna go down the whole list, how has federal programs failed or succeeded in supporting food sovereignty and nutrition programs in your community?
Twyla, and this is Lynn. If I could take this question, I'd really appreciate it. I have to get off really soon, but yeah. How has federal programs failed? Yeah, I feel for our program and also for nutrition program. I feel like especially like, let's say, for example, the gosh, it's escaping me now. Like, let's say WIC and commodity foods, you know, very early on, those were, you know, the foods that they distributed to us are not foods that we're not used to, you know, those are not our foods, you know, they, you know, they became really a way for us to survive, you know, for us to continue to be here. However, you know, and I know right now with the food distribution is that they're making changes as well to incorporate more indigenous foods, which is great. However, they're also like not taking into consideration like the regional foods, you know, they're sending, you know, they might be sending somebody, you know, I don't know, on Navajo salmon, and they don't know how to make salmon, or, you know, and they're not keeping it, I guess, localized to those tribes where it could be. So it's not, you know, I feel like that could be better planned. I also feel like with federal programming, it also creates like, there's no sustainability, you know, it's 5 years, I'm going to do this for 5 years or year to year, you know, so it's always trying to like, you know, our plan is, okay, we're going to be here, we're going to stay. How do we continue these programs, and how do we continue the work, you know, how do we continue these partnerships, how do we continue the collaborations? So I feel like those are some of the ways that have really federal program or grants have kind of failed us. But I also know that, you know, there's a means to an end, and, you know, it's also, those are things that we, when we take on these programs or these grants, is, you know, we also need to be thinking long-term. How do we sustain this in 5-10 years? Or, you know, even, you know, if we leave, if, you know, if I, like I said, I left, you know, and training up the people in my group to take over, you know, the mission and the vision to fulfill those things, I feel like is something that, you know, it's also on us. It's also, you know, I have some accountability in that as well. So just to make that really short and simple because I have to leave. And if there are questions specific to me, I hope somebody can jot them down. They can send me an email. I'll make sure to drop my email if you guys have anything. But I am working from home and I have to tend to my children. So thank you so much for this opportunity to be here today. I really, really appreciate it. This is such a great panel. I'm very honored to sit aside these people and talk to them with it. They are my mentors. I aspire to be like them. I ask them a lot of questions. So thank you for your work as well, and being there as a virtual mentor, through social media. I really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Okay, we're gonna turn this next question over to Nephi. Or we're gonna turn
I think
the same question off to
was
Nephi.
this the same question? The same
Yes.
question? Okay.
Yes, same question.
I think in ways that what'd you say? Programs have failed us as Native peoples. I think bringing in a kind of a really forced Western paradigm of how we should heal ourselves has failed us big time. I think structures, whether they're agencies or organizations or government sourced or whatever they might be, when the indigenous values don't mesh with values of capitalism or imperialism, there's always going to be that conflict. So I feel like what will help to remedy that is all of us in this panel right now, and the audience, the participants, the panels, to realize your power and potential, and to begin to rewrite and reconstruct the narrative or the stories. Because remember, your indigenous experience is what professionals study to create the modalities to treat people, our people. Your experience as a practitioner is what government health agencies study to develop the programming or the modalities to treat us. So when you take control as an advocate of your experience and your community, you can really begin to use that, and allow TEK to validate Western medicine, not Western medicine validate indigenous experience. And that's happening on a large scale right now, and it's very exciting. So I think one of the major way that it's going to continue to fail is if we allow structures of power and power dynamics to be upheld, especially in the realm of racism and white supremacy. And when they're not respecting our indigenous perspective and realities, I think those are big failures that we're slowly getting away from. And I think as we operate within these constructs, right? I operate right now in the culinary world and in the therapy culture world. Those are two completely Western constructs, but I recognize as a practitioner that there has to be this kind of blending, but it's depending on kind of my own personal ethics and experience, and also the cultural intuition that I have in my heart, because we have the answers. We do. We have the answers as indigenous peoples, not like me specifically, but us as a collective people and community. We know how to self-diagnose. We know what hurts. So when we believe each other in our communities, it can really propel us forward. And I'll conclude, and I need to sign off too. But remember, here's a shout out to the farm. I've got some Apache corn that I got from a Debi Kiat from you guys, Shy. I got this. I got this. This is not just corn. This is not just corn from Ndebi Kiat. This is not just heirloom corn from Farmer Clayton and his team and Shalita and her team. This is a jar of microchips right here. Each one of these is a jar of microchips, and each kernel of corn is like a SIM card or a microchip that fits in a specific device. And which device does it fit in the best? Us, indigenous people, right? And if it's a SIM card and it fits in us, what data does this hold? We're talking song, ceremony, agriculture, science. We're talking poetry. We're talking humor. We're talking loss. We're talking resiliency. We're talking time and space in the whole cosmos in this jar of microchips. You know what I mean? So have a poetic and philosophical, but really rooted and grounded perspective on the work that you do. And know that this is extremely valuable. Seeds are survivance, and hopefully I planted a seed in your brain for that, right? So everyone, I want to thank you for your time, and don't let the systems fail us anymore. Let's create our own. All right, the future's bright, and let's do it.
Thanks, Nephi.
Yeah, thank you, Nephi. Thank you. I think I got muted. Am I muted? Okay. Okay, I am not muted. Okay, thank you very much, Nephi, and thank you for joining us. I'm gonna pass this on to Sterling here, and the same question. And we're gonna kind of limit it to, I think we're going into our Q&A in about 15 minutes. So yes, probably limit to 5. Okay, go ahead, Sterling.
Okay. I'm an old man. I could talk forever, but no,
Go ahead.
what's failed us? No, it's no. For me, no, or how to use these tools. And one thing that I feel like for me, no, no power structures, no universities and government tying our hands and extracting, and people extracting our stories to benefit themselves instead of helping the people. All my life, since I was a kid, I was teaching teaching, 8-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 20-year-olds, how to move forward, how to be strong, and my father teaching me that way, not knowing that, not knowing that I was doing those things, and just kind of keeping my my vision, well, not knowing what my future was going to be, but knowing that I had these tools. And I think that's what these grants and these we were fortunate enough to receive a USDA grant and Native American keep reading grants. I'm sorry, but receiving these grants and being able to shape and form a program, not to someone else's standards, but my standards, but how would what's the right way, how for me I taught probably more than 8,000 kids, over 20, maybe in 10,000 kids. I don't even know, I lost count of how many kids I worked with over the years, over 25 plus years, how many kids and how many generations have passed, and and being able to shape it the way I feel like for the times. I think that's what some grants are allowed to do, and sometimes they're just straightforward, and for us as Native people, all we did was that, all we done in our lives is adapt to the environment that we're in. Back then it was just us and our food. Now we have these people. We have these, these, what settlers and Americans, and these different groups that are from all over the world, coming to us, and and sometimes helping us, but sometimes not helping us, extracting and taking our knowledge, and then turning around and selling our stories for hundreds or thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And for me, that's no, for us as people, as groups, not knowing that that's going on. That's the worst part. And what hurts most is when your tribal people are, and your tribal leaders are involved in those things. That's what hurts the most. And then for me, being able to get a grant, that we're actually looking forward to doing a farmers market on the reservation, and no, the negative part is like, oh man, no, who, no, what Autumn's gonna buy arugula and what Autumn's gonna buy no kale, no, we don't know, what native, we're gonna see, you won't know until you do it, and that's one of the things that the grants has allowed us to do is, be able to, do these things um, and see it gives that economic opportunity for us to to try these things or give it the best shot we can uh, to create something for the people. Yeah, it's a grant, and we're going to report it to the to the grantees, and that's going to be used. But no, in the end, no, you're giving you're giving the tools you're giving the tools for us to help each other, help ourselves, um, and giving that economic opportunity for local artists and local farmers uh, to have economy, because most of us don't have economy um, on the reservation. Our economy is the casinos, but how much of that money comes to us? How many millions of dollars does it being spent on an athlete that's coming from Wisconsin or New York or California or no, that becomes no, no, no. For here, I wish the nation would get better opportunities to form no to help form business here, because there's a lot of people uh, just like any other reservation are doing amazing work, but don't have that knowledge and opportunities, or that no that income to keep to go on to support and I implore anyone that's listening right now knows buy from a native person, don't buy from someone that pretending to be native. um, Buy support your now we support the economy outside the reservation, going to Walmart and going to Target and going to Best Buy and buying all and going to Verizon or T-Mobile and all these other stuff. No, no. For us, give us return the favor. Give us that responsibility. That not give us that responsibility, but give us that response to give back to the nation. For us, that I'm so grateful. Uh, I'm so grateful that I get to teach. That some grants allow me to teach the next generation about the O'odham culture, and then also to teach about the the American agriculture, and finding ways to put things together and make it my own, and make it and given that opportunity for the our apprentices and our and future farmers to make their own way, and not to come down on them, and not to no 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 try not to hurt someone doing something different, in a way embrace it. So I know that I went over my time, sorry about that, but
Oh, you're fine. You're fine, so thank you.
no, but yeah, no, thank you for letting me share, and just I'm so glad to be here with you guys, and this is awesome.
Okay, let's go to Tyrone. Are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna give that question to you also. What is working? I'm sorry. How have federal programs failed or succeeded in supporting the food sovereignty and nutrition programs in your community?
I kind of like to start with the Navajo Nation
Yes.
government, as I
Okay.
think that the government wasn't put in place for the people, by the people. I think it's put in place by the government to extract all of our natural resources. And I believe, what we are doing is kind of creating our own systems. Like Nephi said, it's our responsibility to carry on these ways. So the simple act of farming and gardening, it speaks volumes to our water rights out here on Navajo. So I think agriculture is the number one activity that we can show that we're utilizing our water out here, because we go through the same situation with Hopi and the Apaches. We fight for our water rights, and being out in the fields is one of the ways that is the number one way that I think that we can fight for our water. So how has the federal government failed us? I believe that they fail us in several ways, and that's just one of them: the extraction of all of our natural resources. For instance, we talked about power plants out by Page. We generated power for so many people across the state and beyond. And when our own elders within 100 miles within the vicinity of the power plant don't have running water or electricity, and that's just one. And so that also affects the way we have food. That affects our water sources. They contaminate our water sources. How do we farm and garden with contaminated uranium sites and water sources from the coal? So those are some of the things that I believe the federal government has failed us drastically on, and that affects again the well-being of not only the people but the land. And so we have high rate of cancer out here. We have high rates of diabetes, heart rate, the same across the board with most tribes. In other ways, the way that they have worked, going back to agriculture, if you are set up as a farm and you have all of your your land use permits, and you have all your ducks in a row, you have a farm board, you have all of your organizations on point, then you can qualify for certain programs like EQIP, and some of the grants that are available, and they can build your capacity. I've watched North Loop Family Farms get built up. I've watched a multi-million-dollar pipeline be constructed from North Loop Family Farm to Tulani Lake, which is about a 15-mile pipeline, and that allows the Water Users Association in Tulani Lake to use the water to rotate their cattle. And so as much as I will knock the government, there are some good programs out there if you do have your ducks in a row. But again, that is probably one of the larger challenges out here on Navajo, as things are not set up for us to prosper. And so that is one of the larger challenges. And I think that's the reasoning behind developing our co-op, is giving power back to the people and starting from the bottom up rather than from the top down. So yeah, I think that those are just a few of my inputs. So thank you again. And I just wanted to say hi to everybody. I failed to say hi to Nephi and to everybody that's on the line, Sterling, Shai. I got to work with all of you guys, so it's really honored to be able to be, just be part of the panel and some great voices. And it's just always an honor.
Bro. They don't know me as Shy. They only know me as Shalipa.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, that's going to end our question. That's going to end the panel question. So we're going to open it up to the audience. If there's anyone that would like to ask a question, this is a good time. And you can either raise your hand or put it into chat. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and just throw a question out there. So how has things changed during, okay, let's see, Charlotte, we have one from Charlotte. Okay, here's a question, everyone. Have you brought proposals to your tribal council for decolonized models that you would like to do? And I'm gonna send that over to, I believe I only have 3 here. So, okay, Tyrone?
Yes, so we do work with the Net Food Sovereignty Alliance, and I haven't been in as on the loop as much as I should be. I've been working out in the field, but we do have a group that is as working toward that. We've also have another lady on our team, Dana Alridge, who has written the Net Foods policy, and that kind of reflects the history of our foodways and where we're at now or where we need to go. If that helps.
Okay, Tyrone, Sterling?
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the question. Yeah, for us, no, we haven't reached out to the council, but for me, I feel, but no, getting ready to do the sales farmers market, and we have reached out to our community leaders, which sales is the main part of sales is the main town and the district. So we have reached out to representatives of the community to help us envision a future for farmers and for the local economy. So, but now for us, that's as far as we went. But we hope that we do get we do get the tribals, our tribal leaders, our legislative, our councilmen, councilwomen, um, their ears so that we can make a future. Because the future is the people who actually live there, not off, live on the reservation, not off. And those who for me, I go back and forth on and off the reservation, so I'm not really out of touch of what goes on. But for me, we're for us, we're always wanting to look up on the bright side and look forward to working with our leaders and be able to meet them at their level and show them what can happen if we work together instead of against.
Great. Shalithia?
That's a pretty big question, but I think for me on my end, since we are creating our own policies, the part that I play in it is writing kind of like the SOPs, like the standard operation procedures for properly harvesting certain wild crops. And then from there, it kind of gets edited to the higher up and kind of added together from that way. But I really, for me, it's a really big question, but that's kind of like how I play into it. So I try and keep it from the traditional aspect and make sure it's not really changed as much, but how it's implemented with the FSMA. So a lot of our staff are FSMA trained here. And so we were told that we were, I guess if you're making more than 25,000 a year, that you wouldn't have to be USDA certified. So with our farm, kind of learning that, we kind of wanted something else to support our staff. And so getting FSMA trained kind of put our foot into the door to not have to be required to be USDA certified. But I feel like there's like a lot of parts that I might be missing, but that's just from the standpoint that I can talk from. And we have a lot of team here that are really great with finding the answers for that. And so, yeah.
Okay, and we are actually running short on time, so we're gonna want to ask every one of the attendees if you guys can fill out the poll. So here we go. I think we just pulled it up. And I want to thank everyone for being here, for joining us for this amazing panel. And I really look forward to meeting everybody again in person. This has been a really very successful and great panel. So again, thank you for joining us today. And this will give everybody time to take a break. I'm sure everybody wants to stretch and get that extra cup of coffee or take a little few minute walks around, I don't know, wherever you are.
Thank you, Twyla. Thank you, Twyla. This is I'm sorry, we have an echo.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you to Tyrone out in Loop, Sterling out in Ajo, and Shalita out in White Mountain, Nephi is out in White Mountain, and also Lynn Lane who came out, who we had from Phoenix. So thank you to everybody again. Find the poll. Okay, poll. I say 9.
So this is Nina. Thank you all. There's a lot of interesting things going on in chat. Thanks for filling out the poll. Lots and lots of good comments, good questions. I hope you got in touch with, you wrote down the contacts for the presenters, Twyla, everybody. Take another look. We will share more of this after the gathering as well, so people can keep on coming back to it. I see really good questions here still. And we're sorry we're limited on time today, but you know, we're trying to squeeze a lot into one day. And don't forget, we are returning again with the gathering in the spring. So we're aiming to have a gathering at the end of April. And, you know, we hope to revisit with the same folks so we can talk more about several of these things as well. So not all is lost. And to remind you all, there is a Ms. Twyla, actually we do still have some time, and we see there's a hand raised. So if you want to ask another question, you could.
Okay.
And we'll just leave the poll up, and then people can keep on talking a little bit more.
No, that's not me. Okay, I did that by accident.
Did you want to ask anything else, Ms. Twyla, or we have some questions about COVID? We have some other questions.
It was not
And just so that you know, everybody, what's coming up next is 1:45 Arizona time. We will continue with the virtual market where some of the farmers and artists and craftspeople will be presenting their goods. So join us again 1:45. But Ms. Twyla, if there's any question that stands out to you, and we had a raised hand as well, you can also.
I'm trying to find it. Okay. Okay, can you read that question for me? I lost myself somehow.
Caitlin, you saw a raised hand. Can you see it? Can you still see it? Who was raising a hand?
Hi, I did.
Hi, Emily. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hauka, Enya Emily Berganio, Inachuhi Mata Kunankopai. Hello, my name is Emily Berganio. I'm from El Conan, or known as the San Isabel Reservation. And I just want to say
Thank you to the panelists, to the entire Apache Nation for your willingness to share and provide for your people and set that example. My question is for all the panelists and including Nephi, who logged off because I know he does a lot of work within recovery, but how important is sobriety within the work that you do?
Okay, anyone anyone would like to take that question?
What was the question again?
How important is sobriety to the work that you do? Or what role does it play with the work that you do?
So sobriety in my work, to me, it just to me, it's I don't drink. To me, I I look at every day as a blessing, and I continue to just do the work I can and show be example that there's you can do this uh, um, as yourself. To me, that's that it's I know it affects people and all over Indian country, but for me, I just do the work I can do and be example, and for me, that's as important because uh, the there's many ways of taking care of ourselves and and being able to eat healthy, being able to um, share that with the next the next generation, and wanting to fight the obesity and diabetes, wanted to show that there's another way. It doesn't always have to be soda pop or fried bread and all other stuff. So no, so I mean that's how I see it.
Shalithia or Tyrone, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I can add to that, and I think Sterling's right on point. I think it's very important, that we model for the next generation and for the youth, positive ways of living, not only being living in sobriety, but the the day-to-day habits that we carry, whether it be the eating habits, the drinking, soda beverage habits. I think those are very important models that we have to the role models that we play. I think that's very important. I also received another question from Sarah, and I did reply to her by herself, but I received it again, so I'll answer it. And it says, I really appreciate your perspective and wanting to be independent as a business. I come from Egypt, North Africa, and have similar experience of focusing on business side. I do have a question about hoop houses. Based on what happened to our traditions back in North Africa, hoop houses were introduced with many indigenous communities as a way of supporting and supplementing their food. But over the past 20 years, what has happened is they ended up replacing our traditional ways and turning the desert into plastic houses. I'm not saying you're doing the same, but I wonder if you have systems in place to ensure your own heritage remains, to ensure that your number one remains your own heritage. I speak from sadness, where your journey is different. in that our traditions are still pretty strong until about 50 years ago, and now they're almost all lost. So I believe that's the reasoning I begin with my planting stick and my seeds, because that's what keeps us grounded. And I as much as I am getting into business, I can't forget where I come from, and the cornfield is probably the most sacred place for me as a Diné man. So I can't speak for others. I can only speak for myself, and for myself, and my experience is in the high desert country where we are living. We have drastic climate differences. So we could have, and we have extreme microclimates. So we have, days where it'll be 100 degrees during the day and it'll drop back to 40 or 50 at night. And so we have like 70-degree differences and weather changes from day to night and certain times of the year. And so this just really, it allows us to extend our year, and not only extend our year, but also it protects us from the extreme heats. We're getting harder winds and longer droughts. And so the systems that we have set up in place allows us to practice the utilization of aquaponics, hydroponics, using less water than conventional agriculture. And I know as a traditional people, we are grounded with our seeds and we have a certain way of doing things. But I do believe that, we have to adapt. We have to evolve with what is coming toward us. And, I'm in the same boat with Sterling of trying to educate people on how to eat kale and arugula. And sometimes, people think, they ask me, what do you think we are, sheep? But we don't forget, we during these winter times, we still harvest wild horses, and those are our traditional medicines. Those are medicines against influenza. Those are medicines against the cold season. Our planting sticks are given to the men, and the steering sticks are given to the females. Those are weapons. Those are weapons against hunger. Those are weapons against sickness. Those are weapons against poverty. So again, that's why I start with my planting stick, because that keeps me grounded. It keeps me thinking. It allows me to remember who I am, where I come from, and the ancestors that saved these seeds for us, the turkey that brought the seeds back for us. So thank you. I know I can go on for as well.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Nina.
Thank you, Ms. Twyla. We didn't get to hear from you today, and I know you yourself carry so much knowledge. So hopefully next time around we get to talk to you as well. Thank you to all the panelists for sharing such important lessons. And I know the things you shared, you gained through a lot of probably sweat and tears and blood. So thank you for sharing with us in this short panel, and good luck with all the work you're doing. With this, I'm going to conclude the poll, and thank you all for sharing the feedback. And let's stop here. Everybody gets a break. We're going to resume again at 12:45 with the virtual market. So come back and learn about some of the artists and some of the farmers and craftspeople sharing their products, some value-added producers. Come back, and it's unusual doing it this way. It's unusual doing it in a virtual way, but we still hope you get to see some of some of the productive, creative people in our communities, but also kind of, you know, reminder how food and agriculture connects to so many other aspects of our lives as well. So we're gonna go into the market in about 10 minutes. And then after the market, we have a seed exchange. Some of you already spoke about it this morning. So come back for the seed exchange early this afternoon, and later in the afternoon, we have a culinary panel featuring young and upcoming Native American chefs. So we will resume this conversation about food in Indian country. And to top it all off, we will have a storyteller to finish us off tonight. So we still have a full day of activities. Hope you get something to eat. Keep your coffee or tea warm, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna go ahead and start. Good afternoon. Welcome to our virtual Native American market. My name is Crystal Franco, and I manage the markets here at the Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. Because the pandemic put our in-person farmer market on hold, we created this virtual experience. This is number 3, our third virtual market. And I will put my contact information into the chat box, and please contact me if you'd like to join our future virtual markets as a vendor.
Okay.
I'm not O'odham and not a language speaker, so please don't rely on my exact pronunciation of the name of our farmers market. I have been practicing with a native speaker because I'm sure a number of you are wondering how to pronounce the name of our market. And so it sounds something like O'odham, O'odham, Ahumapaidug. So for my O'odham vendors, if you remember when it's your turn to present, I ask that you pronounce the name of our market for everyone to hear. I am going to go through a few rules of our virtual market. Please, everyone, check that your microphone is muted so we don't hear too many background noises. After every vendor presents, I will open space for questions or comments from the audience. You can also use the chat box to ask questions and chat throughout the market. I encourage vendors to post their contact information into the chat box during the market and to check for audience questions as well. Over the next 90 minutes or so, we'll be calling on and rotating through vendors. Each vendor will have 5 minutes to present. Vendors with multiple businesses or in family groups may be presenting for 10 minutes. For our vendors, if there is a technology issue, no problem. Caitlin and I will quickly help you troubleshoot. If we cannot easily figure out your tech issue, I will move on to the next vendor. And I ask that you completely log off of Zoom and then log back on, because usually logging off and then logging back on fixes the issue. And I will return to you later in the event, so you will still get your opportunity to present. If I have technology issues as your moderator, I will be doing the same thing. You'll see me log off for a bit, and hopefully I will come back on. But like many of us joining today, I am on rural internet and issues do happen. So having said that, I'm going to start our virtual Native American market now. And so the first person I'm going to be calling on is Magdalena Martinez. Are you ready to present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, Magdalena.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good morning. O'odham. I was trying to look back at the word to be able to pronounce it correctly. I'm really happy to be a part of the O'odham Virtual Market. Thank you for everyone listening. My name is Magdalena Martinez, and I am from the community Irrigation, which is in the Gavois district. And currently I'm living here in Tucson. And today I'll be sharing some of my homemade soaps that I have. I have a variety. I have orange clove, and then I have some coffee soap, lemongrass, and I have some rose, oat and honey, and have some charcoal and lavender soaps. These are just some of the variations that I have. I originally started out, when I began inspired to make soap, I originally started out with two, which was rose soap and lemongrass and lavender mixture. And then it just evolved into over 14 variations. These are just half of what I have. So I have over 14 variations that I've experimented with, and all in a course, it developed over in the course of a year. And I'm really proud of that. And when I look back on that, I just like, I'm just really like, I just kind of seems really unbelievable that happened. It was all just a process, just experimenting and being inspired, me having an interest in science, and also healing, anything regarding healing that's natural, and just I became inspired to create something that would be able to have that mixture being and to use as much natural ingredients as possible. And so these are my creations, and I did get some samples through some of the things that I looked up, and it's easy, but at the same time, you know, it's a little more to it in regards to creating them, in regarding to make sure that you have the proper mixtures and being able to, you know, the testing. So it involves a little bit of chemistry, and I sample it. My family is very happy to you know, try out the soaps, and I hear their feedback. I also use the soaps on my own skin, and you know, just to make sure that it's you know, get their input on the scents, and everybody seems pleased. Everybody has their favorites that you know, one of the soaps that I've created that they like, and so I'm happy with it because again, like I said, I like the idea of that I'm able to be creative, and also in use something that I have my interest in science, and also, like I said, with anything that inspires good health practice. And then some of the ingredients that I use are, there is goat's milk. It's made of goat's milk, clay, particularly bentonite clay, which is a great detox, as well as essential oils, and also I use natural colorants, such as, like, if I want to create a green soap, like I use spirulina, or if with the charcoal, I use the charcoal powder, which is also a good detox, natural based. And that's one thing that I could say about my soaps, is I really like that they're natural, you know, plant-based ingredients. I try to lean more towards that as much as possible. And I'm really proud of that, to be able to create something that I know that is very good for your skin. And let me see here. And I also incorporated local traditional ingredients, such as honey from the Centerville Co-op, as well as the mosquito purchased there. And let me see. So the soaps are very moisturizing and great. They're a great gentle cleanser and very nourishing for the skin. And I just encourage everyone to try my soaps, try natural soaps. And I have a lot of other ideas that I will am working on to expand, and different products and that I have created. But at this time right now, I just, I have my soaps, and if anyone's interested in trying them out, the Santa Vera Co-op is one place that you can go to purchase them. And I also can share my contact information in the chat. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for allowing me to share. And I don't know if there's any questions that you might have, or if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do. I was wondering, can I get a close-up, or can you hold one up?
Sure.
The product?
Let's see.
They look like cookies to me.
Oh, all right. This one is orange and clove. It has bentonite clay, so it gives like I guess a clayish look. And I have it has cloves in it. It's orange. It's when in person, I would have had like set up samplers so you could be able to smell it and touch it to get an idea of how obviously the scent and the look. So this one's orange and clove soap. And then I have this is lemongrass, and it has a natural colorant of spirulina, which is also very good for your skin. And then I also have, these are coffee soap. It smells very, coffee and coffee grounds, And I have oat, let me see here. Oat and honey. Oat and honey. And then these I have, let's see here. I have children's soap, lavender.
What are your price ranges on the soaps?
I sell these for $4. These are charcoal soap.
Okay.
They have peppermint oil in it. A great detoxifier. Yeah. Okay. So this is about all that I have right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see that Abigail has her hand up.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I was just gonna check in and see if Aho Center for Sustainability, for Sustainable Agriculture could talk just a little bit more about the process of how we can purchase all these various items. I'm sorry if you already explained it and I just didn't understand, but that would be really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. That's a common question, and it's something that's been a learning process for us during this pandemic, is that because everyone is located sometimes tens of miles apart, was how to aggregate all the products. And so in the bigger picture, there is the desire to have a larger e-commerce site. But as of right now, we use this virtual space as a gathering. And then we just ask everyone to share their personal contact information, whether they want to be reached by phone, by email. Some vendors already have established websites or Facebooks where they sell from. And then you would contact our vendors directly to make a purchase.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Did anyone else have any questions for Magdalena?
I would have a question. Hi, Magdalena. I was gonna ask you, are they all $4?
Yes, I sell them for $4. I'm not
Oh,
sure
okay.
how much the price at the Centerville Co-op, but I sell them for $4. Yes.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
actually, I'm sorry. The small ones, which is the teddy bears, I sell them for $3.
Oh,
And
okay.
as well as the rolls with real essential oil, I sell them for $3. They're a little bit smaller.
Oh, okay. All right. They're really nice. I love this. That.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to drive us and I'll just drive back? Go ahead, you gotta go upstairs anyways, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a spirit.
Is there another question?
Hi, morning.
All right, Magdalena, I'm gonna ask that you share your contact information in the chat box. And I love your soap. I like how they look like you get a nice hefty piece of soap and they're cute, the teddy bears. So thank you for sharing. And I'm going to move on to our next vendor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is Tomasa Rivas, are you ready to present?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tomasa Rivas, and I'm also from Artijuk, the Gawa district. So today I'm gonna show you, I do sewing. So I do a lot of autumn dresses and skirts and stuff like that. And I make other stuff. And I also do beadwork and knit and crochet. So and then I do a lot of, I could do leather work, and I also make moccasins. And so anyway, but I'm gonna show you my sewing that I have. And let me turn the camera around. Okay. So here are my skirts, and some have these are plain, and they're like they're all like one size fits all. And so I have this one with the baskets, and it has ribbon at the bottom. And can everybody see okay?
I'm able to see.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. So, and then have these. And I have some with tops already. So this one here comes with this blue top. And then I also have, oh shoot, they didn't turn. Okay, and I also have this one here. And it comes with this top. And then I have this one. And this. And I have this one. It has like white and blue and yellow ribbon. It has little wolves and the black top. So it's like that. And then I also have this one. And this one has these turquoise, white, yellow ribbon. And this fabric, most of them are cotton, and this one is too, but it has a little I'm not sure, rayon maybe in it, and it's a little thick, and with the red top. And then I also have this skirt, and it has a lot of pictures on there, and with the yellow and golden brown ribbon, and it comes with the black top. And I've been sewing for a long time, so I really enjoy sewing. And once I'm unemployed, so I started just saying, hey, I'm gonna just start doing other things to try to help out. But then I also have my cats. So these are my cats, and I have a bunch of them. So I have a different fabrics. They're all the same, just different fabrics. See, so let me just scan through here so you can see all the fabrics I have, different patterns. And then I have these here, and that's right there. And that's it. And my skirts run for just a single skirt is 40, and with the top they're 50. And then the cats are $12. And if anybody gets 3 or more, it's $10 each. And that's my little presentation on my clothing. And I do appreciate, being on here, and thank you. If anybody has any questions or anything.
Does anyone have any questions for Tomasa? I saw that people were asking, someone was asking how much are the kitties, and you said $12 for one, or if you buy 3, then it's $10 each?
Yes, 3 or more, and they're $10 a piece.
Okay. Does Ruby have her hand up? Do you have a question, Ruby?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Does anyone else have a question? If you think of one later for one of our previous vendors, you can put it in the chat box and we'll be checking for that.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Is there a way, or is there any write-up or form that displays all of the vendors' contact information?
That is something we can work on, and I'll see if we can send it out to all participants who registered for Eventbrite. And then we also have a social media page, the O'odham Farmers Market Facebook page, and we rotate vendor profiles on there as well.
Okay, awesome.
And we'll put that in the chat box as well to share.
Great, thank you.
Does anyone else have a question? All right, Tomasa, thank you. I loved your work, and I love how you set up outside, and it's such a beautiful day.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And I was gonna mention too, I do make the little onesies with skirts.
Oh.
And little pants. I just haven't. I had some, but I don't anymore. So I'll have those. I'll be making some of those too.
Okay, thank you. I love how creative everyone gets for our virtual market. Thank you, Tomasa.
Okay, thank you.
Um, I had a question. Tomasa, where are you located?
I'm here in Tucson.
Oh,
And
cool.
yeah, I'm here in Tucson, and I don't know if are you gonna put out my contact and phone number and email and all that, Crystal?
I can, if you're comfortable with that, I can.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay, that way, if anybody's interested, I could, you know, we can meet, or you can come here and to deliver, or I can mail, and then if I can mail, I'll have to let you know I'll let you know the shipping as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move on to our next vendor now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, bye everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Is Bear Beans Coffee Company, Hugh and Charmaine, online right now?
Yeah, we're here.
All right. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, we're just making sure our camera's working. Can you see us?
All right, I see you guys, and I hear you.
Okay.
Are we good?
Oh,
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys. Hi, how's
gosh.
everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing good. We are coming to you from White River, Arizona. So I know a few of us. Let's see. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing something else on the screen, but I think you guys can see us okay. Oh, there it goes. We have a little bit of an agenda to go through, but nothing too critical. We're pretty laid back. I think we got word of this event happening through cells and going to cells off and on just throughout the last year. So we miss everybody down there. We keep saying it on our social media. If you guys do want to ask us some questions while we're going through our things, you can either text us at 480-350-7009, and we'll get to the questions at the end here. Other than that, we do want to talk about kind of what we do. You want to tell them?
So like she said, we're Bear Beans Coffee. We've been in business for a little over a year now. We actually just celebrated our 1-year anniversary publicly, which is very exciting. But what we do is we're a mobile cafe. We have a large menu of variety of different specialty coffee drinks, a lot of mixed concoctions, just different things. And most of what we're focused on is the coffee. So I'll kind of let Hugh touch on our roaster and beans and everything.
Yeah, we'll do that next. I think we want to get into kind of like where we started. And a lot of people ask us all the time, why are you guys doing this? Oh, this looks cool. You know, we're both HR professionals. Her being more on the recruiting and I think benefits administration side, me on employee relations and organizational development. So that's actually kind of where we met, was through a common project that we're working on for a national company. And from there, it just kind of spiraled into a relationship. Thank goodness I met Shar, so she's like my better half. So we ended up getting an espresso machine at home. It's just a home espresso machine. We started just making different drinks out of that. And then from there, it just grew into a love of knowing the different types of roasts, knowing the origins for different types of beans. It was great to be able to experiment and do all these things just between us and seeing the taste differences and being able to understand why certain things needed to be grinded a certain way at a certain level. They needed to be tapped a certain level, and you know, the drinks need to be have a good balance. So overall, we've done all that through the course of a few years, and then finally we said, you know what? We need to commit to actually doing this. We love it. We always loved the fact that when people came over to our house, our family, we were able to make them great treats just to give them a little pick me up when they came to the house. Shara was always that person to have that options and the different ways of doing things. So she was the more creative side at the beginning.
I was also the push for the coffee.
Yeah, for
Coffee
sure.
came from here, so.
So a big part of that is just we ended up building out our own mobile unit. So if you've seen us around at the trailer, it opens on all three sides if we really wanted to. It's open air. It's very approachable. We're able to kind of go to different events. We call it baby blue because it's kind of a blue color, and it's also our one of our colors for our business. We were able to go to different events, and
The purpose behind the travel was that we were kind of chained to desks for years and years. We worked for different corporate companies, both of us for well over 10 years. And we were kind of tired of all of that, of putting effort into somebody else's business when we wanted something for ourselves. So the love of coffee and the experience we had previously kind of married together. And Hugh was kind of the more crafty one. So between him and a few family members, we put together the trailer, and we haven't stopped since. COVID did affect our business quite a bit, but we just kept pushing, and we still are, wherever we can get events or different things going, we do. So if you actually go onto our website, we have a cool little map of all the little different places that we visited in Arizona. So we've been all across the state and all the way back up to northern Arizona. And so far, I think we've visited well over 12 different cities or towns. And right now we are kind of focused in northern Arizona just because there's a lot of different things happening with the other tribes that we visit in other places. But we've been happy to try new places and new things, and the focus being remote communities.
yes, and that's a big thing. We love the fact that we're bringing good quality treats to remote communities. Like out home, I'm from Chingopavi, so we go out home when we can, and we're able to provide all the coffee treats and the Red Bull concoctions, as well as some of the iced tea options, things like that. And it's not expensive.
It's just,
it's reasonable.
To a lot of people, it's simple pleasures. To a lot of
Mhm.
people who live in metro areas, lived in Phoenix for 20 years together and separately, and everything is so accessible. But when you live in remote areas, especially reservations, you don't have access to those kind of things. And it's something simple, but it could change your whole day. A good cup of coffee means everything to some people, and that's really just why we do what we do.
And right now, our direction that we're going with the company is that we are trying to. Thanks for sharing that. I just saw that pop up. We are trying to stay mobile. Of course, we love the mobile aspect of it. We are also trying to have somewhat of a shop or a drive-through situation. We're trying to be able to offer more than just the drinks, because honestly, we do a lot in the bakery area. Char's like the ultimate baking champion.
For our local community,
Yeah. Well, even nationally, she was just on the contest to do with Miss Indian World. I'm sure you've seen her cake on there. She's the one that had the couple of making out in back of the truck. They were making out in the truck.
They were not making
No, they were. It was a good cake, but overall, we like that side of it. On top of that, we want to be able to provide somewhat like a small cafe menu as well. So doing mobile stuff, it kind of limits us from doing those things. We have the skill set. We want to be able to share that. So that's the direction we really want to go. It does take a lot of work, a lot of time and effort, and of course money. So we're really trying to push it to get to that next level right now. We haven't let some of the roadblocks, like the pandemic stuff, some of the travel restrictions, we're not letting that stop us. We're trying to keep going because this is what makes us happy. And love the connections we're making out there.
Yeah. A little bit about the product, because this, this market is kind of focused, or this whole event's kind of focused on indigenous, food and supplies and stuff like that. So just really quick, one big thing for us when we started our business was the actual coffee that we buy. We wanted it to come from an important place, a place that makes a difference. So we chose local roasters who could handle our volume, which was a really big thing because we actually got some outreach from different indigenous roasters, but unfortunately they just couldn't handle the volume that we needed to be able to produce. So we partnered with another local roaster who's very big in like direct trade and different things like that. And we did a lot of market research with our customer base and found that surprisingly, most Native communities prefer single origin coffee, which is really interesting, very cool. So we feature, a Colombian single origin and a Papua New Guinea single origin for
on a regular basis.
Yes.
Yeah. However, we do profile different blends and different origins here and there. A while back, we took a Jamaican bean to sales, and they loved it. So that's a good one.
Yeah.
So
we're constantly trying different things.
Mhm.
The other thing that we really enjoyed was we found that not only was product cost a big deal when it comes to shipping, a lot of product into a remote area, it's obviously an issue. So we actually moved about 6 months into the business. We moved into making about half of our own syrups. So we currently custom make about 7 to 8 different syrups. You can see they're labeled with all of our information. And right now we're working on making these, shippable to people. They have a very small list of ingredients. There's no additives, modifications, preservatives. It's all natural stuff.
Yeah.
The one big thing where we got a lot of traction was our pinon syrup.
Yes.
So, taking something like that, like an indigenous product, and pushing it into some place you would never see before, like a coffee shop. So our pinon iced coffee is super delicious, and we had a great response on that. So that's something we really want to try to focus more towards on the future as well.
We try to make all these our products and what we bring a little bit special. They mean something to us too. One of our drinks is called the Midnight Coffee, which is basically black coffee with a double shot of espresso. And this came from Charmaine's grandfather. His name's Midnight. Yeah. He would come over to our house and we'd make him coffee because that's what we thought he'd want. And he always was critical and said, hey, you know what? It's not strong enough. So we ended up adding a double shot of espresso to his regular coffee. And that's what it became. Yeah, the midnight coffee. So if you ever stop by, give that a try. If you like that strong coffee.
Dark, yeah.
He called it cowboy coffee, but overall, yeah, that's
coffee it's a really big thing in my family. It's something we grew up on, and that's the first kind of coffee I tasted was cowboy coffee. I'm sure like a lot of other people.
Yeah. I know I think we're gonna be limited on time. I'm gonna plug a couple more things in really quick. So aside from the syrups, we do have some shirts. We are gonna be shipping out soon, hopefully, our own blend of coffee. So please subscribe Facebook and Instagram. We focus on those two platforms for announcements. We are mobile, so if you hear of any events happening in your area, we do private events, all those good things we're able to accommodate most of the time, as long as it works with our schedule. And on top of that, promote your local Native businesses. Right now, Bare Beans Coffee, we're number one in our minds and in your hearts. But also my brother Chris Kane Trio, he's a local band out there. And also
our label.
Our graphic
we use
designer.
a local artist, Del Rey Photography and Graphic Design. So we support a lot of local Native artists, businesses to do what we do.
Yeah, and we could have done it without all these different people all playing a factor in whether it's making the event, making the product, or helping us get our marketing out there. So push these Native businesses. We, as HR professionals in our previous lives, we know how critical it is to help at every level to get people where they need to be. Message us, let us know if you have any questions or about products that you want shipped to you.
Somebody commented for the IG handle. It's bear.beans.coffee. If you do add us with your business page, we do feature different native artists like in our stories and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the best.
So just to get some other traction for other businesses.
Yeah. And again, the last thing, I guess, is to sign off. We really believe in creating good connections, in providing just a good treat for the day to get to give you that motivation and like we always say, give you that caffeine kick. So hopefully we'll see you guys soon. If we're out in your area, please come see us. Let us know you saw us here, and we'll maybe throw in a little treat for you too. Otherwise,
Thanks,
have a great winter, guys.
Stay caffeinated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to finally see you guys. You know, with all the phone calls and text messages, I have no idea what my new vendors look like. And so I'm super excited to meet you in person, to have you down here in Ajo and on the nation. And yeah, looking forward to this pandemic finally ending. I can take one quick question for Bare Beans Coffee if anyone has a question.
We did get a question into the phone line asking from one of our salespeople if we are planning on staying mobile.
We are.
Yes, even if we do have a shop, we are planning on staying mobile.
Yeah.
So,
and the other
don't
question
worry.
was about cold brew. We have cold brew. Yes. This is
Right.
our drink right here. For
All
sure.
right. Thank you. If anyone else has a question later, go ahead and put it in chat. And then I can also forward questions to the vendors after the event as well. And we've been putting their business information into the chat box. All right. Thank you, Bare Beans Coffee, for dialing in with us today. I'm gonna move on to our next vendor. I saw Adrienne Berry. Is she still online?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Adrienne.
Hi, yate. Toda cheatney snack dash cheatney bushes chain, my nishkiji dash and I like as a thana dash che. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adrienne Berry, and I just wanted to introduce my business. My business is Water Lily Botanicals LLC, and I am from the Diné Nation, but I reside here in the Pacific Northwest on the Umatilla Indian Reservation. I offer natural products, herbal preparations, holistic consultations, and this year I will have an herb farm. I've done a lot of work with food sovereignty, and with this pandemic, I wasn't able to have a job and take care of my kids at the same time. So I decided to kind of go on my own and start my own business. So right now I have about 11 products on my website, and my website is waterlilybotanicals.com, and it's Water Lily with 2 L's. You can follow me on social media on Facebook and Instagram at Water Lily Botanicals LLC. And I've been doing a lot of social media lately. This month, monthly, I have highlights, and so they do like a 10% off of my highlights. And this month I have my minty lip balm. So originally I sell these for $5, so now they're $4.50 plus shipping. You can purchase everything online. My new product I have out this month is an elderberry syrup kit, and the elderberry syrup kit has an herb mix in it. It has a spice mix in there. It has 3 bottles, labels, and a really cool strainer that helps strain out all of the elderberries, as well as a recipe card. So yeah, I started my business back in June, And like I said, I have about 9 to 11 products on my website. I use all natural ingredients. I try to use local. So I've been using local beeswax. And this year I'll be growing my own herbs to put into my products. So I do have a couple with me. I'm in my I'm in my car right now because I do also live in a rural area, so I don't get internet access at my house just yet. Um, so I have, it's called In the Woods Hand Balm, and I actually formulated it for my partner because he is an essential worker and his hands are constantly dry from the hand sanitizers and hand washing. And so it has like a really masculine smell. It has a mixture of Siberian fir, black spruce, lavender, cypress, and cedarwood essential oils, and it smells amazing. It helps repair your hands from like the really dry skin, even in winter. So I have that. Next I have, it's called a light wound ointment, and it's an antimicrobial. It's an I don't want to say antibiotic and antiseptic, and so it helps with these really nice or your really small scratches and scrapes. And we take this when we go hiking, when we go fishing, when we're out scouting, when we go out gathering. So just if you're outdoors a lot, or if you have kids, this is really a good product to have on hand. I'm not sure if you can see that very well. And everything smells amazing. So I've been studying aromatherapy for the past 14 years. And so I have a lot of good mixtures of essential oils in my products. I also have it's called a Comfy body butter and a sweet calendula body butter. Next month, I will be launching my new product. It's going to be a lavender body butter. This stuff is amazing. My little girls love it. They love putting it on themselves. And it's just really good for your skin. It has a mixture of beeswax, shea butter, mango butter, infused infused herbal oils. And so I either collect the oils, I get it from a sustainable resource, or I harvest it myself out in my garden. I dry them and then I infuse them in a carrier oil. And for the comfy, I use an olive oil carrier oil. And so I infuse that for about 6 weeks, mix it like every day, and then I strain it and I add it in these products. So we have the carrier oil infused with herbs and essential oil, or several essential oils in there, and they just feel amazing on your skin. I've been making products for about 4 years for myself and my family. I've taught workshops in my community, and it's just really nice to be able to produce these and sell them to people who need them.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. And again, thank you everyone for your creativity, like for being willing to jump in your car and to drive to a more urban area for internet access, and then just going for it and presenting in your car. Does anyone have a quick question for Adrian? If not, you can continue to ask questions in the chat. And Adrian, please share all your contact information in the chat box as well for people to be able to reach you later. And then we'll distribute that information as well on our Facebook page.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, I'm really excited to get my hands back in the dirt this year. I was doing community garden work in my community, so I'm just really excited to get out there and start growing these herbs again. So.
And then how wonderful, they go straight into the products. So this is great to learn about. Thank you, Adrian, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
And great to meet you too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call on the next vendor. Is Renee Cruz still online?
Hi, I'm right here.
Hi. Can you okay, can you go next with your 5-minute presentation?
Okay. Do you see me?
I do. I see and I hear you.
Okay. It was really nice to listen to all the vendors. Well, the ones I caught was the coffee. Yay. I just barely started drinking coffee. But yeah, that sounds really good. And the lip balm, the next vendor, good job and awesome work you guys are doing. What I do is beadwork. I have some earrings on that I made. I don't know if you can see that, but they're shiny and pretty. I don't normally wear earrings or any of the beadwork that I do, but I said I better start wearing something or, give something to myself. But I have some earrings that I made. These are tulips right here, and then the beadwork. And they have earrings. They're called fingernail backings or earring hooks. You put your ear in through that, and then you just push this in the back of it so that you don't lose your earring. And then also got some more tulips. They're blue. These are blue. And some green ones, some pretty green ones. I had some, this vendor who makes the tulips, they had black. So it came with a package, and I went ahead and did that. I beaded that, and then all kinds of shapes. And then my sister did these. She's from Washington. She made these. These are so pretty. And then these I done myself. I'm putting pictures in them. And then I'm beading it around. And I base my prices on how many what do you call it? The circular. See, this one has just one row. So I base it like that. So the more rows I put on or the design, it goes up in price. And this one I did myself, the center of it. And this is a popular one that people like. It's a hummingbird. People are loving the hummingbird. And then I also just do designs. This is what I have right now. Designs. And so I'm gonna let this lady know because she did these caps for me, or these, I don't know if you can see, it's alpato sauce. Oops, I dropped it. But alpato sauce, I guess a lot of people like alpato. Then she did the lard. Are you guys able to see that? Lard. Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, we can,
okay.
I can still hear
sorry, you just kind of went then she did also the Morton salt. And I did what is that, bluebird? And that sold already. So I guess somebody really loved bluebird flower. And then here she did the designs, and she's from Globe. And here's the baking powder. And then she did this one. It's got my sister and my niece. She wanted a pop socket, so I'm gonna beat that one for her. And then some turtle design. And she makes the caps this small, or 2-inch, and I believe a 3-inch for a medallion. But and then she did some hummingbirds, but I go and purchase from her and then I bead around it. But right now I'm doing my own. This one, it was a Yoda. It says Yoda for Yoda one for me. And if you still want a heart one, then that's available. Even though Valentine's Day's over, everybody loves Yoda, I guess. And then more hummingbirds. And then these earrings I sell for 25 because it's got only one row of beading. These are going for 30 because it's got about 3 or 4 rows on it. And right now, what's popular out there, that what I'm beading currently is earrings. People love earrings. They're always wanting to see what else I have new. So that's all I've been doing is just earrings. I love to do them. And see, there's the cap right there too. And then I do masks. I do those. I do bucket hats, fabric bucket hats. I do, let's see, what else do I do? Hat bands on a loom. I do that. Someone had asked me the other day if I could do the beadwork for a leather belt. It's another vendor, and I'm hoping to just let him know about this online farmers market too, because he does really nice work. He's from 3 Point. And so I gotta let all those other vendors, because a lot of I'm purchasing from, but I'm using it as material for my beadwork. And let me see, what else do I bead? I do shoes, just about anything. I'm working on the Miss Pima Community College crown right now. So that's what I'm working on currently, along with my earrings, because like I said, right now what's popular is earrings. But like I said, that if you have a special picture or something, I'm able to do the beadwork in it. And so also I wanted to let the vendors know that in 3 Points, you can set up there. Just talk to the store owner at KJ Convenience Store, and you can set up for free. They just ask you to clean up your area before you leave. So I found that out. So I do go on, every so often I go and set up with my sister who sells her popovers and fry bread out there. But it is free. And I know that they're looking for vendors at the Marana marketplace too. And like I said before, if anybody would like to talk to me about getting their business license for the state of Arizona, then I'm welcome. I mean, I'm here available to talk to them and help them. Just of what I know, where I went to obtain a business license. So that's all I have today for you, but yeah.
Thank you, Renee.
Okay.
And yeah, thank you for always offering to help our other vendors. And please share your contact information in the chat box.
Okay.
And anyone, this is the information, you can contact me as well to get her contact. Does anyone have a quick question for Renee?
I do.
Huh?
Tamasa.
Oh, hi, Tamasa.
Hi, Renee. Hey, so I'll call you on to ask about the business license thing.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Or I'll message you on Facebook. I see you on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cool.
And Renee, you need to take a photo of the crown when it's finished and send it.
I know.
Okay, I'm gonna share it on our social media for everyone to
Okay.
see.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I know you want one, and you wear it on your
I can
birthday.
wear it for the virtual market.
Yeah. See,
You can make me a special one.
You know what? You can even get your picture in here, the farmers market.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can do anything, medallions or key rings with farmers market on there, and I can beat it. Yeah.
That's a good
But
idea.
that's an
I know our director wants one. Well, thank you, Renee.
Okay. Okay, we'll
All
see you
right.
guys. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Mhm.
I'm gonna jump in and remind everyone that we're selling event grab bags, and to purchase, they're featuring indigenous foods and indigenous producers. To purchase, you go back to the original Eventbrite page and you can order through there. And I have the products here to show. We have 16 ounce prickly pear nectar available. Let me move it closer.
Oh, cool. That's really good.
And then we have a jar of choya buds. The jar is an 8-ounce size. And these were wild harvested here in the desert. And I believe it was Nolan Johnson who did the harvesting. He was one of our presenters earlier in a panel. And then I took out a choya bud from our bulk storage. Anyone's wondering what they look like up close. And then we have handmade healing salve. And this was made by one of the event planners, Nicole Francis. And it contains calendula, lavender, and rose. And it smells amazing. When me and Caitlin opened the box, like all the good smells came out. And we have 1 pound bag of white tepary beans, and they were grown on the nation. And so the grab bag total, well, before tax is $83.50. And you can go to, like I said, our original Eventbrite page and order there. And that's also where you would order the event t-shirt as well. And then someone's asking about the choya buds. If you wanted to purchase the items separately, you could go to our Aho Farmers Market and Cafe Square site page, and I'll have Caitlin share that in our chat box. And you can also order the tepary beans and the prickly pear products separate as well. All right, so I'm gonna shift to our featured artist. Victor Garcia. He's the one that made the t-shirt art and on all our imaging, like the agenda, the event flyer that's been shared on social media. He's the artist that came up with the image for the winter series, gathering series. And he's gonna share about the meaning of the art and then some of the other prints he has available. So I'm going to go ahead and shift it to Victor right now. Hi, Victor. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you and I can see you.
All right. Okay. All right, so Anyan Hapyagik Victor Garcia. My name is Victor Garcia, and I come from the village of Big Fields out on the Tohono O'odham Reservation. And I've been here in Aho for about 10 years now. And
He was talking about
for,
being built the first time.
can you still hear me? Yeah, okay. Let's see, I grew up on the reservation and I moved to Aho, and I've been painting since I was 16. And this piece here is the piece that I worked on for the event. If you can see that there, it's done with oil. And let's see, what it resembles to me is because in these times during the pandemic, you know, we're not gathering, and so for the winter, we have our storytelling, and for us, we gather and we tell our stories, and so this is an image of, because it's usually one of my favorite times of the year was to hear the stories, and because I'm an artist, you know, it fascinates me because I can, you know, create images in which I can move, you know, along the story and paint images in my head in which convey the story in what the storyteller is speaking. And being as it may, the pandemic has affected all of us. And so in these times, this was my favorite time of the year, was when we tell our stories. And that's kind of the story behind the painting. It's done with oil. And as you can see, there's the smoke. You can see a variation of color change. And then the harshan, the swirl, are, you know, to us, they're people as well. And so they're, you know, they're here representing the people as well as the hohodi, the stones. They're sometimes referred to as grandfathers. And then the variation of color, the light, is what I like to play with, is the light of in my paintings. And then let's see, if I may, would it be possible to do a screen share, Crystal? To kind of.
Caitlin, is he able to do a screen share? Everyone has permission, right? Yeah, I can see your screen now.
Okay. And so I have a few slides that I want to kind of talk through. I've had for myself, I've, you know, been an artist, and it's been one of my main drives for me. And so this first one, this is kind of examples of what my work goes through. I started with doing pastels. That's when I started working with color and experimenting. And oh, can you guys all see this? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I can see.
All right. So these ones are all done with pastel. And it's just a variation of paintings that I have. This is like around 2011 is when I did these, when I started experimenting with color and pastels. How do you go to the next one? And then I kind of went into more mediums, as like this one's oil and this one's watercolor. The blue one is oil mixed with some pastel, and the other two, the checkered one is oil, then the raven is watercolor. And so next slide. And oil was kind of my main medium that I used. I found that I was more adept or more good. I don't know how to say it. I like to use oils in my work. And these ones are around 2011, 2012. It's still experimentation. And the next one. And then I got into digital. These are all digital artworks here. They're they're simple, you know, but they're all digital. They're done in the computer. I use Photoshop, and I've experimented with different techniques and such. Next slide. These ones are all oil. And so I've had like just different mediums that I worked in. Oh, the landscape one is watercolor. And let's see, and then the one on the right with the heart is oil. And those are examples of my work that I've done over the years I've been here. And so I've kind of been also taking care of, I don't know if you know the market, Three Nations. It's a space for vendors. And I have most of my work there. And that's, I think, about it. If you have any more questions. Yeah.
Someone wrote in chat, Victor, are you selling originals and or prints?
Yeah. I'm selling, I am selling some originals because I only have a few. And then I have a lot of prints that I've made available. Oh, and as well as you can also find me on Instagram and Facebook. My Instagram name is Masidakut. It means paintbrush in O'odham. And as well as there's a Aho Artisans was also another place where I sell some of my work, some of my prints. You can order off of there.
All right. Thank you, Victor. You did a great job. Does anyone have a quick final question for Victor? And they're asking for you to share your contact information and like your Instagram handle in the chat box. And before we move on, can you say the name of the market for us?
Oh, the Urshadam. Oh, the Urshadam Uhumapaitag.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Oh, someone says I see Victor and Aho. I never knew his name. He seems so shy, but how creative. So I'm glad we were able to showcase Victor's art for this event and have them present, and for people here in get to know him better as well. So thank you, Victor.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I am going to move on to our next vendor. Is Geneva Acosta online? All right, I'll check in with her later. Um, Yolanda, how about you go next?
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Okay, I'm turning it around my camera, I think. Can you see that? The necklace? Or
No, I
are
can't.
you viewing me?
I'm viewing you.
Okay, I was trying to go on my phone. Let me see if I can. I have two screens and I'm trying to go to this one. There it is. Can you see that?
Someone in chat is saying yes, they can see your two screens. I can't, but someone else can.
Okay, well, I won't take up too much time. I'm gonna just start out very quickly saying good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Hart Stevens. I hope that you're able to view the what I'm showing rather than just where I'm at right now. But I am living out on Gila River Indian Community. I am Pipash from there, originally from Fort Yuma, Quetzan, from the Yuman people. And I have been around beadwork all my life. My mother is from here, and the people, Pipash people, are known for pottery, clay. And when she moved to Fort Yuma, everyone did beadwork there. So I've always been around beadwork. And she learned how to do beadwork, and I think I was about 8 when I started doing beadwork. But along the way, when I started doing work, talking with different elders, different people in the community, one of the ideas that came to me that I was very fascinated with and have been researching is where did the beads come from? Late 1700s, early 1800s, when the Spanish came, they brought the glass commercial beads and things switched over. But prior to that, what were the beads? So that's kind of been my search and my practice to trial and error. And so right now, what I'm going to show you very quickly, it's just going to be me here today, but I have a couple of things to show you. And right now, if you can see the necklace, that's our image, that's our family image, or swastika. And that also comes, the neck piece is with shell here, and these are clay beads. And these are beads that one of my vendor guys that I connect with found for me. And he said, they have your image. They're Jewish. And we have a good relationship. And they understand that this image was desecrated by one man. And today we're still having to identify and defend and educate people. But this is our family image. I come from a tattoo society. This is also something that is tattooed on us. But this is a necklace my daughter did, Autumn, and I'm very proud of her and her work. And so we're collaborating, like I said, for the necklace, doing this kind of work. So that's it right there. But very quickly, I wanted to show you my clay because we do make our own handmade clay beads, and that's the clay I'm working on right now. It's kind of a lot. It's in a small bucket, but this is just a small little bit of work. And as I'm trying to put work together, this is what we call a coil, C-O-I-L, coil necklace. Again, I have a variety of clay beads, shell, because that's what the beads were made from prior to the glass beads. And when the glass beads came, then everything became very instant, like how we're experiencing life now with kids. Everything is right there, right now, and there's no need to fashion anything. But this is just one of my big baggies that I did. These are clay beads. And I was experimenting again. I think I was trying to get lazy and like, how can I do this and not paint them and make them black? How do I burn them up and give them color so it's not going to rinse off? And this is an example here of the black beads right there. And this is a variation of the beads. I have also done work with various clay artists. Ami, she's one that I work with, and also her husband, but they've shared like clay with me like that. Some from the Parker area, they've shared clay with me as well. Everybody processes different. They do clay, I make beads, and I've always just kind of taken the leftovers and used for myself. And so this is kind of an example of the beads, handmade beads that I do. And that's also done with agave thread. That's my thread. Of course, we didn't have needles and thread in those days. So I try to incorporate as much organic as possible. But the other side of it as well is I've also, you can't really see the color. This looks real goldy, but it's actually peach. And what I've done is, this is called a coil necklace, COIL, a smaller version. And it's one strand that's coiled around and tied by leather. And very commonly used in the Southwest area, but for different reasons. And there's some clay beads in there. And shell, smaller shell, white clam shell. Again, I try to incorporate. These are also different colors. This one is a gray one, again with clay beads. And this one is actually a gold necklace, again with clay beads, a variety of different kinds of beads. I try to keep it contemporary and traditional in that sense. And these beads from start to finish will take maybe 3 weeks, but roughly 2 weeks to dig up, to process, to dry, to fashion, to fire. It's all fired outside, and then it's ready to go. It's also I have another bucket I didn't bring, but there's other beads that I have that I've been working on, and then they need to be cleaned up, just like you take anything out of the fire. They're going to have ash and soot, so I have to get a wet rag and wash it out. And the other thing, somebody was showing their masks. My daughter does these masks, and so they're always available. She has quite a number. She's not here with me right now, but she does a variety of different patterns. And that one's real red, and of course she has the scarves. This looks blue, but it's actually purple. And this looks red, but it's pink. So there's just a variety. And then of course she does the team sports masks. We both sew, we both do a variety of different things, traditional dresses, ribbon dresses, our dresses, and skirts. So she moved into doing the masks. And this is just a little bit of, what I try to incorporate. I don't do earrings very much. I just don't like doing earrings. That's just me. But someone had given me the shells, and I've just been looking for different things. And again, trying to keep it organic. It's always nice to have glass beads, what have you, but I always try to make sure that what I'm using and talking about is the beginning, is the early organic techniques. And again, this is what I have with me right now. I don't have very many necklaces. I don't know if you can see that, but I think I only have maybe 20 right now. So, and these are a variation of the coil necklaces, different colors. They look very different on the phone, but yeah. So if you have any questions, I will make sure that you are able to get my contact information. I am on Facebook, Instagram. I don't have a web page or anything, but not this weekend. Next weekend, I will be a part of the Herd Museum Fair. Very excited to be there. They've been pretty good to myself, my family, my kids, in terms of selling and helping me to promote my work. So I will be there, Herd Fair. I'll also send out that information. And this is going to be my 34th year showing with the Herd Museum. So I'm very excited about it. I also have work in the permanent home gallery as well. But I will make sure that my contact information is available. So thank you very much for having me. And if there are any questions, let me know.
Does anyone have a question for Yolanda? And you can ask again later in the chat. But thank you for Yolanda for joining our market, and I'm glad I'm finally able to see you, if it's not in person. But, and then unfortunately not at the Herd Museum either. I'm gonna miss out on an in-person market, but I will be joining in to be watching their market, and I'm excited to see your work in the permanent home gallery as well.
The show will be all virtual, so I will post that sometime next week to be able to look us up. It's a Piposh project, Piposh. A lot of people say Piposh in our language means the people, so we're working on a people project. How long will the chat be up so I can go back and review myself?
Until the end of this, well, it's on, we're using the same Zoom link for the whole event, but then also this event's being recorded so it can be seen at a later date.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining. All right, I'm gonna move on to our next vendor. Me and Geneva Acosta are having connection issues. Geneva, are you back on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and I can see you as well. Your camera's working now.
I didn't know how to use this, but my name's Geneva Acosta. I also come from the district, the community, and I do basket, I do beading, I do sew and make dresses. I also do miniature horsehair basket. I just have I have a lot of beadwork that I was just working on and different items. But I have some I do the necklace on the shelf, like the basket. I also have some, but haven't put them on the shelf. I do horsehair. These earrings are made by my daughter. I have 7 girls and they do weave horsehair. This is from number 5 and this is from number 2 that made the horsehair. And these are my recent beadwork. They're bracelets. And these are some of my beadwork I do. These are $20. I also do rosaries. These, some of them are 10 and some of them are 15. And I have my baskets. They're all split stitch basket. They're $10 and $8. I also have this necklace. They're $20, 15. Beadwork. And these are some of the little shirt. They're all wrinkled. I have them folded in the container and I just took them out. They're $40, the smaller ones. And I have the material that I use for my basket, my yucca, my bear grass, and my devil's cloth, and my awl, and the knife that I use. And these are some of the small beadwork I have. They're $8. This little earrings, different earrings. And these are some of the horsehair basket that it's incomplete. I haven't started that yet. And this is another traditional dress that I have. This is 45 with the skirt. It's a large. And anyway, this is some other stuff that I do. I haven't been to any shows or been selling any. I was just I just make them and keep them, and I have more beaded earrings, and working on my baskets. Well, lately I was working on the crowns for Miss Tohono O'odham. I made Miss Tohono O'odham crown, and I also did Santa Rosa Ranch School that they requested a crown, or the former one. So, and that was my work, and I've been just busy doing everything and learning new techniques on the beadwork. So that's what I have. Any questions? Thank you. What was it? Farmers market. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Hello, can everyone hear me? I know there
Oh.
was a question in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
Hi everyone, this is Caitlin, one of the organizers. Crystal, I think, is having some internet issues and she had to jump off. She just texted me and asked if Juke is available to go next. I don't know if you're on here.
Could we get a verbal confirmation of the last vendor's information?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Contact information.
Yeah, could you share your contact information? Let me try and. Where did she go? Oh, she's muted now.
You're muted. You're muted.
Oh.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, he said, I'm on Facebook Messenger, but I don't have my my stuff on there, like my for sale. But I have my phone number 520-993-9345. I could there is somebody that had requested for a basket, which I'm gonna work on, and it will be, I guess, mailed out to them, because it was just I guess they heard about my horsehair stuff and my work, and that's what they ordered, and I will send it off as soon as it's done. And it's a horsehair, a size of a disc, and it's gonna be a cow head. I guess it's a cow with other designs on top, but that's my latest that I have that I'm gonna be mailing out as soon as I'm done with it.
And what's your name on Facebook? What do we look for?
Just my name, Geneva Acosta.
And can you say your phone number one more time, please?
520-993-9345.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geneva. I'm glad we were able.
Okay, thank you for
Market. Yeah,
inviting me. Nice to see you.
nice to see you too. All right, everyone. I was able to log back on. I'm having internet issues on my end. Let me. Is Michael Sadeo still online? I've seen him coming off and on. Is Michael here? If not, is Juke still online? Juke Patricio? Okay. So how about we go ahead and move on with Sterling. Sterling Johnson, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm just getting the camera.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So just real quick. So hi everybody. Sterling Johnson. I'm here at the Aho Farmers Market and Cafe. You can see here we have beans that we're actually doing. Been doing giving out pinto beans to the nation with the pantry. So when the pandemic hit, we turned our cafe to food pantry. But with that, we're doing that, and we were slowly opening back up for food. But what I want to show you is just some of the stuff that we do have. I guess we're all about supporting farmers and supporting each other's. And some of the stuff that we do have right here, though, our partnership with Alexandria Cultural Memorial Farms. We partner in growing the white bao, the total bao, the temporary beans, and we sell Santa Beer stuff. We do get a lot of people that come through here, passing through Aho, on their way to Oregon Pike National Monument, or even down to Puerto Penasco or Rocky Point. So we get a lot of people that come through here, and a lot of people haven't heard of these foods or tasted these foods, and yeah, and we just feature local businesses. So we had Kitazilla Co-op from Phoenix. We had Santa Cruz rope, squash rope. We had Churro in jars that was picked by Nolan and Terrell and Isabel. We have the Sito or Churro, the Sora fruit syrup, and we used to have jams, but we're actually oh no, yeah, we do have jams. So we have the jams here. We have the syrup. We actually have the gaich, the seeds, and then we have a local business in Tucson that does prickly pear juice. And then we also have jewelry. We actually have nice jewelry from Tyrone Johnson, along with some of his basket work. And this is all available to the online, to the our Clover. And then we have Miss Kathy Vance, a local partner. And then for us, we can't grow on a large scale, but we can grow on a small scale and actually save for seeds. But we do feature Ramona farms that can produce traditional foods at a larger scale. And and then we have some of our bags. And here in Aho, we have local artists that do woodwork. We actually have some pumpkin wood frames. And pottery, local jams that are here as well. Our featured artist that travels around the world, around the U.S. Doing her own pottery. She comes through here every year, and she wanted to leave some of her stuff here to sell. With that, we actually have that. Like I said, we run the cafe here, so I want you to just kind of hear from people that actually cook the food. How would you say? ¿Cómo se llama?
My name is Angela.
Here's our hardworking cooks. ¿Cómo se llama? And Yolanda, sorry. Yeah, Yolanda here is has been one of our main cooks here, and she can tell you what's on the menu.
Well, besides having breakfast, we open at 10 o'clock in the morning. We also serve breakfast. We have red chili burritos. We also have red chili taco salads, which include the chili bud pico on the top. We also have chili bud quesadillas. We also, sorry, there's a lot of stuff on the menu that I'm kind of nervous right now talking about. But you guys should come on down and try it out. We serve really good food.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, with that, this is the Aho Farmers Market Cafe. Like our hours are from 10 to 4 right now. We are open for dining on the patio side, but not for inside for right now. We're hoping that things will change in the months to come. And thank you for being on this virtual market and yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sterling, for that tour. That was great. Got to see some action. All right, I'm gonna move on to our next vendor, Terrell Dew Johnson, and it'll be Caitlin sharing his photos for everyone. So Caitlin, you could upload Terrell's photos. And I'm not quite sure, Terrell, are you able to speak about your photos, or was Nina gonna jump on, or is it me?
I was gonna do interpretive dance.
That's
So
what I was hoping for.
yeah, so
You've been promising that for weeks during this event, and I'm gonna finally get it.
no, I'm gonna be talking about each of the photos. Some of I don't know what lineup they're gonna be, but if a photo pops up, I'll talk about it. So this one actually is part of Nolan's presentation or virtual market talk. He was just wanting to promote his stuff, so let's put that one to the side there. All right, so actually, can you get Caitlin, could you get that to full screen?
Let's see. I can definitely make it bigger. I don't know how full I can make it. Is that better?
Okay, that's good. That's good. I just didn't want to see your files. Okay, this is like Geneva. I'm also a basket weaver. And so these are some of the basket medallion necklaces that I've made and are for purchase. But most of the time I have to do custom work. But when I'm not doing custom work for a client, I would make these and get them ready. So when I do sell different places or different shops, they can order these different styles of split stitch baskets, which the technique is called split stitch, where you can actually see the coil foundation of the piece. And then we also beat them with shell necklaces. And right here on the reservation, these are really popular, especially for a lot of traditional singers. but they also do a lot of giveaways as gifts. And so um, this is kind of the work that I do to either sell or give away. So so these are for sale again, and like I said, I do custom work as well. I am limited to what I can do as far as like close stitch like Geneva did, but I definitely can work with you. And if you're interested also too, the Aho farmers market also carries my work as well. But if you wish to buy directly from me, you can get my information later on in the chat room. All right, next slide. Again, I'm a basket weaver, so I do a lot of traditional and contemporary work. This is one of my traditional vases with lids, and it's a pretty big piece. I actually won a ribbon for this a couple years ago at the Herd Market. I do this kind of work. Again, I also do custom orders. And again, if anyone's interested, please let me know. All right, next slide. Again, this is the jewelry that I also do. This is hand beaded with glass beads. I also really try to work with good material. So these are stamped metal mazes that are stamped into this metal. And for the Tohono O'odham tribe, the man in the maze is the symbol of the tribe. And so there's a story behind that. But these are always popular in my area. And when I also do shows, I explain the story behind the man in the maze. And so a lot of people are really interested and love the story, so they purchase these. Again, I sell these locally as well and into several shops around the reservation, and they buy them because a lot of people either buy them for gifts or giveaways or for themselves. And these are just an example of how color coordinated we can get with some of the things that we do to embellish the beads. Like the center of the maze, we glued stones or crystal stones to them, and so we try to keep that colored theme along with the necklace part of it. So again, these are handmade, hand beaten, all prime material. Okay, next slide. And this is laser etched wooden medallions that a friend of mine does. And so I usually ask for specific designs, and she'll laser etch these and color them for me. And then what we do is we again color coordinate beads to match the pendants. And so we use again prime material, glass beads, crystals, Savaki crystals. The bone beads are water buffalo beads from the Philippines. And the middle one where you see the flower, that actually is a shell. And that is laser etched on a shell, a cog shell. And again, we try to color coordinate. So the beads that you see on there are the water buffalo bone beads, and then you also got the glass beads. And again, we really try to work with people. And I usually try not to get custom orders for these because my friend, she'll get so many of the same designs, and it's hard to kind of make a specific one. So I usually stick with these. And again, it's the man in the maze. Again, very popular out here in the Southwest area. And so what I try to do is stick with the four designs, which is squash blossom, man in the maze, the friendship design, and the turtleback design. And so you'll see this in the work that I do. All right, next slide. Again, so again, these are laser etched basket designs on mother of pearl shells. And so they come in 3 specific sizes. You got, and so what's shown here are the large pieces and then the medium pieces. And then there's another one that's smaller, about an inch or so, an inch and a half smaller. And so again, I talked about the different basket designs that I only use in my jewelry. So you see here the large pieces, the squash blossom, and then you see the man in the maze. And this is a multi-strand necklace that again is hand beaded strand by strand and then assembled on to hold the pendant. And then you can also see that in the middle, the smaller one, the strands are embellished with shell. And again, I like to use organic as much as possible, but also the true material and not artificial material. So the beads that you see on there are the shells that you see on there are real shells. Again, these are very popular in our area, but we also sell to other stores around the Southwest. Next slide. Again, because of the popularity of the man in the maze, I try to make it a little bit accessible to a lot of the customers. So these man in the mazes were hand colored. They come in blue. Well, no, actually, no, these were the ones that the metal was actually colored. So we etched out the dark color and showed the light color, which shows the design, which is the man in the maze. And so they come in purple, blue, red, and black. And so these are examples of the blue and the red. And again, these are $10 and they're on aluminum. And so it's a little bit affordable for a lot of the customers that can afford the shells or the wooden designs. So these are about maybe an inch and a half in diameter. And so they're on French hooks. And so if anyone's interested, again, you just let me know. All right, next slide. Again, this is another example of the medium size necklace, multi-strand necklaces. You got the man in the maze. And what we did here was we also had the liberty of sort of warping the man in the maze to fit a, not a square, but that's not exactly a square. It's not a triangle. What's the other one? Well, anyways, we got this to fit this particular size right here. And this is really popular as well. And again, it's just a modern twist to a old design that is so popular here in this area. A lot of people do like this play on on the shape of this man in the maze. It's a little bit different, and a lot of people like the different out here. So again, this is the man in the maze in a square pendant, but then you also got the round medium size. And again, I think this is about almost 2 inches wide. And again, you got the multi-strand glass beads. So I think most of the strands are at least 6 strands to these all these necklaces. Okay, next slide, I think.
So that's actually all the photos that I have, Carol.
Okay, so if anyone's interested, they can contact me. I do have a Facebook page, but I usually whenever I feel like it, I would put those on sale on Facebook. But the majority of the time, a lot of people just call in. I don't have a website up yet. I do have an Etsy page, but honestly, I haven't really been using that because people normally would just contact me, and I usually do my business over the phone, which I prefer actually. I also sell traditional foods along with Nolan. Nolan is my brother. So I do sell, I do have choya buds for sale, but I also have a lot of the jam as well and the syrup. And I also sell the beans. We sell white beans and we sell brown beans. Sterling had mentioned that in the shop that they get the beans from us. So you want to, if you want to buy directly from us, you definitely can purchase those. We sell by the pound. And they can reach me. This is my number. It's area code 520-235-1030. Again, it's 520-235-1030. And if you feel like doing email, you can do tdewj@yahoo.com. Again, that's tdewj@yahoo.com. But also all the information I just said will be in the chat room. Okay. Any questions?
Okay.
Am I still on?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. Any questions? If not, I guess that is my time.
Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, I logged off. I got dropped off again and I'm back on.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. All right. Were you wrapped up now, Terrell?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out I've been wearing your earrings during our event, but my internet has been so terrible today. It hardly shows, but these are Terrell's Man in the Maze earrings with a mother of pearl. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Let me point out, by the way, that is the small size. So you saw the large and you saw the medium, but this is the small size. So it's about 1.25 inches or a half. So they're really light. But when you get in the sun, because of the mother of pearl, they have that iridescent colors shining in the light. So, ooh, I bet Crystal looks pretty hot in the sun with the earrings on. Okay, well, thanks for wearing those, Crystal. And that's my time, I think, right?
Yeah, we've reached the end of our virtual market. I'll attempt to say the name again of our O'odham Farmers Market in the language, the O'odham O'odham Ahumapaidag. Caitlin is now sharing the poll. And if everyone can go ahead and answer. Our next session will be hosted by Nicole Francis. She's one of the organizers of this larger event. And it's the seed and information exchange. And so since we can't meet in person and do a seed exchange together, we're going to try to recreate it in a virtual format. And so I think we're also doing, Q&A and just getting to know each other. So if once the poll is wrapped up, we'll be shifting into that. And then I'll put my contact information again into the chat. Feel free to call or email me if you'd like to join our next virtual market. And thank you everyone for supporting our Native American vendors. I really appreciate everyone logging on and joining us for such an experiment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, it was great to finally see the faces of the new vendors.
Did you do the poll? Can you do the poll? Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was not muted. This is Nina. Thank you for answering our poll. That always helps. Thank you, Crystal, for hosting the market as well. And sorry, Nicole, we ran a little bit into your session. If you can give me another minute or two to keep the poll up, and we're gonna, or Nicole, if you wanted to start, this is your time. Hope everybody's doing good. I know it's a long day. We know it's a long day. We appreciate it. We appreciate, I really appreciate my team, Caitlin in the background, Crystal, Sterling, everybody running around, making sure this happens. I'm still all fired up from the morning panel. Don't forget, after the seed exchange, we have the culinary panel, so panel of Native American chefs, and that will be followed up by the Tohono O'odham storytelling. So Nicole, with that, I'm giving it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole Francis, and I'm one of the organizers this year of the virtual event, and I'm going to be hosting the seed exchange. And it's a lot different than in the past seed exchanges that I've been to. We kind of all gather around a table with our seeds, and everyone gets to talk and network and get to know one another. So I thought for this one, we could just do an open forum. If you feel like having your cameras on to see each other's faces, you're welcome to turn your cameras on. And we'll just keep ourselves muted unless we're talking just because of background noise. But I wanted to have it be an open networking session where people can jump in. And if you just want to share your name and where you're located and where you're from, if those are different. I'm from Tucson. I'm living in Tucson, but I am Mi'kmaq from the Aroostook Band of Micmacs, and that's in Maine, and we're up into Canada on that side too. And but I've been living down here in Arizona for quite a long time, working in herbs. I'm an herbalist and do food justice work and education work. So just starting with your name and where you're located, where you're from, the seeds you have to exchange. And my friend Yessie is on with me today, and she's gonna help me by recording people's information, taking it down so that we can create a document that I'll be able to give to Nina so she can disseminate that. If you don't want to have your name and information put on there, just let us know when you're talking about the exchange that you want to make. And you're also welcome, if you notice on the chat, if you go down to the bottom of the chat, it says everyone, and you can scroll down and look at all the participants, and you can private chat with someone too if you want to just speak in a private note to them, exchange information, or ask them some questions, or you could do it on this open forum too, where we can all just talk together. And I'm not sure, is Yessie on there? Yessie, are you on there?
Hey, yeah, I'm
Oh,
on.
you are. Okay, all right. And I just wanted to share a quick quote from Rowan Wright before we start, just to get us in this frame of mind with our seed relatives. And she says, "Let us not forget that our lives are intertwined with such beautiful relatives as these, that every single day we are blessed by the generosity of a seed, that each and every one of us descends from people who since the dawning of time has been intimately connected in a life-affirming reciprocal relationship with countless seed ancestors. They long for your song again. They long to feed and nourish you. Those of you who live in a diaspora from these life-giving relationships to your sacred ancestral plant kin, you can find your way home to them again. When your hands begin to plant those seeds again and those foods begin to make their way back to your kitchens and pantries, they will rehydrate countless memories buried deep inside the earth of your body. They will help you remember your humanness, that you carry stories of creation that lay dormant inside you. They will remind you that your hands can give life, that your song can bring rain, that your life is interdependent upon countless relationships, seen and unseen. They will remind you to never take the food on your plate for granted, for you have moved in the rhythm with your hands and farm tools under the hot sun around the dynamic cycles of seasons alongside their flowering and fruiting bodies. And that's seed keeper Rowan White. One of her quotes from her Instagram page. She is a beautiful writer as well as a seed keeper. And I love following her Instagram posts and being inspired by them. And the floor is open for everyone here. So whoever would like to jump on and begin by sharing, you can just unmute yourself. And if you're comfortable with undoing your camera, we'd love to see you too. Oh yeah, I can put the reference on there. That's Rowan White. I'll type that up for you. And Nina, I don't know if you want to open up with any seeds that you and Sterling are going to be exchanging today. If you want to get it rolling.
Hi. Sorry, I'm not sure whether you can hear us. Yes, I'm going to hand it over to Sterling, and he can share some of our seeds.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? All right. So as a part of our program, we call Adopt the Snow Desert Crop Program. We grow out traditional seeds and also non-traditional seeds. What I mean by that is that we have the traditional seeds is the bao, the hun, the ha, the beans, corn, and squash, and that's all available through our outreach program with Caitlin. She can post her email and contact for any of our seeds, as well as no, and also we have seeds of non-native crops, so stuff like ito onions, which is a shallot that was found in the mountains and by Bobby Kivri. So hence the name ito onions, which is close to one of the creators of people and the earth and our legends, and I hope we get to share that story this evening with Camillus. And with that, we also have um, what we did this week with our apprentices. We actually started making cuttings of carinayo or granada in Spanish, pomegranates. For some of you guys that are wondering what's going on, we have pomegranates that we're growing in our orchard, and we actually are making cuttings. So we actually were teaching our apprentices how to make cuttings and transplant into nursing beds and then growing them out to plant for the winter. So we actually have some pomegranate cuttings available through this adoptive crop program. So things seeds like that, cuttings like that will be able to be mailed to you. And these are just stuff that I have or Nina has grown out over the years, and just being able to continue to and being able to share these crops that have survived through you know through drought. Especially pomegranates. Pomegranates are the most drought tolerant, and they're actually really good for you to eat health wise. And also, we're hoping to do some suna or some figs pretty soon, and be able to do cuttings as well. Currently, we're not doing those at the time, but we're hopefully going to have some fig cuttings for sale. But yeah, we do have seeds for to exchange if anyone's interested, and you can reach Caitlin at outreach at ahocsa.com. She does take care of that, and along with other things. So there's tons of food that we grow, but the main ones are the tipper beans and the corn and the squash, which is what for us is it gives us an opportunity for the autumn to grow what was theirs and be able to try it. And for us, we grow. We're good at growing, and um, we're good at growing our seeds and doing seed practices to make sure that nothing cross pollinates. And we're yeah along we're growing on these seeds, we're introducing new stuff. So with that, that's it.
Thanks, Sterling. All right, I don't know if anyone else, you're welcome to just jump on. If you have any questions for Sterling or any information that you'd like to share with others about how to contact you and what you have to exchange with community members.
Hi, can I go?
Yes, go ahead, Emily.
Okay, everybody. I'll reintroduce myself, but and yeah, Emily Winachuhi Mata Kwanankupai. Hello, my name is Emily, and I'm from Kwanan, also known as the San Isabel Reservation, here in Southern California, San Diego area. And up here, our territory spans from the ocean to the mountain and high desert areas along the Colorado River to our neighboring the neighboring nations like the Quetzal and Yuma, the Arizona. So I just wanted to go real quick because I'm not going to be able to stay on for this talk, but I'll be back later and just offer some upsil. It's a chia seed from here in California. And I have maybe a good teaspoon of them I'm willing to share. And then I was interested in what the last speaker mentioned, the itoy onions. I think that's how pronounced them. But the and some of those seeds. So I copied the email, and I'll reach out and see how I can do that exchange. But yeah, I just wanted to hop on and say hello and thank you for having me, and have that as my offering today for this seed exchange. Yeah, Khan.
Thank you. And would you be okay with sharing your info in the chat or verbally? Either way is good.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. What information did you want?
If you just want to put your name and the best way to contact you and the seed that you are sharing.
Okay, thanks.
All right. see some familiar names on here. Hi, Louie. And Terrell's on, Tyrone. And does anyone else have any thing they want to exchange or share with the group? It could be a story about seeds as well.
Nicole, this is Terrell.
Hi, Terrell.
Hi, like Sterling, Nolan and I do have some seeds to exchange, and those are the tippery beans, the white tippery bean, and then the brown tippery bean. And so these beans have been grown on our family farm, the Alexander Memorial Farm, now called the Poncho Farm. And so we can give out seeds. Not a whole lot. We're kind of restricted because, as Nolan said, we're getting ready for our planting season, but we can definitely give out some. And these beans are pretty easy to grow if you're in the Southwest area. I know when we go to different places like up north or the East Coast or West Coast, people grow them and they say they get very lush, but they don't produce beans. They don't produce the food. And I said, well, you know, they don't have the same kind of environment as the Southwest does. You know, the Southwest is that we're dry and we rely on the monsoon to bring the rain. And so that stress that is put on by the lack of water and intensive heat actually makes the tippery beans produce. But when they take it to, say, New York or California or other places, you know, they're in luxury because they have water, their soil's kept well, and they have all this stuff in that. Yet, you know, it's the stress that makes the tippery beans produce. So again, we have these for exchange. So if anyone's interested, you can catch either I or Nolan on the chat, or you can get our information that's going to be provided for you. Thank you.
So Terrell, you're saying that they're best grown in a hot environment like we have here, that they're not going to produce somewhere else.
Yeah, in a hot environment, you know, I always say that just the Southwest, because it covers like New Mexico, parts of New Mexico, lower New Mexico here, and California. So, you know, they can produce there, but you got to understand the lack of water helps it grow and produce. I would say maybe just twice a week or once a week watering them, depending on how harsh it is. So, yeah, but that's usually the area that does pretty good when they grow them. If not, then you probably need a hoop house.
I got some tippery beans that I'm gonna cook up, but I have some right here that I can show people.
Yeah, and as you probably saw, and I don't know if anybody mentioned the cafe that the chef Dion is an amazing chef, but she also loves to experiment. So she experiments a lot with the tippery beans, and her dishes some are just amazing. And I've never seen or had done any of that kind of experiment on the tippery beans, but her dishes are amazing. So if you ever have a chance, come on down and have her food. When the tippery bean also is very diverse. We've made a salsa or I'm sorry, a bean dip with that. But we also have experimented, and we made a hummus out of it. We've made breads out of it, cookies, things like that. But I know Dion has gone way beyond that and has experimented a lot. And one of the dishes that I have not yet had to try is her temper bean ice cream. So I don't know, maybe Nina can hop on and tell us how that was, but you know, I always hear these dishes that that she creates, and Nina's the one that always tells me about them, you know, and I'm just like, I wish I was in Naho. So, but yeah, pepper beans very diverse. A lot of people use it for chilies and stews, but you can do way more with that. So,
What's
um,
what's your favorite? What dish do you like to make the best? Or
I really do.
that Betty Lou makes, your mom?
Oh well, of course, my mom makes she makes the traditional stews. The short rib stew is one of my favorites, but one of the things that I also like is the hummus, the temporary bean hummus. That I mean, I just really love that. I could just sit there and eat tubs of it. But my mom's short rib stew is the best.
All right. And actually, Emily, are you still
Oh,
on?
since Daryl called up my name, and Nicole, while you're working with others, I can share about the cafe. Yeah, Chef Dion, the ice cream, I was a little bit dubious about having a temporary bean ice cream. I mean, a bean ice cream. But she flavored it with some nice vanilla, and it turned out just super nice and creamy and rich. And basically what she did was she makes like a crema. So it's a very rich kind of almost like a cream, but it's made out of temporary beans.
Wow.
So yeah, Chef Dion is really pushing pushing the boundaries what to make with temporary beans. But as a farmer, if I can just share, I love growing temporary beans because they are this incredibly resilient plant. And as Terrell spoke to it, yeah, it seems like the less you water it, and sometimes they produce on 2 rains. We have some dryland fields where 2 rains are enough to produce for them to produce, and they have these small leaves that have the ability to close up. So in the heat of the Sonoran Desert summer, so imagine 115 and super direct sun rays, the plant has the ability to close up the leaves and also basically turn the photosynthesis off. So it stops, so it closes the pores, which helps with preventing the evaporation of the precious water, and literally stops the photosynthesis in the leaves. So the plant is able to do most of the photosynthesis in the early mornings and in the late evenings when the heat starts to go down. So an amazing adaptation, amazing resilience. And one of my favorite things is, you know, seeing those seeds still on the shelves of all these elders. And a friend of ours a few years back was driving through the reservation, this abandoned house, and you know, seems like it was abandoned for years. And he went inside, and you know, things were already kind of falling apart, but on a shelf there he saw a jar. And you heard today about white temporary beans and brown or red temporary beans, and in this jar there were mixed white and red temporary beans, or white and brown temporary beans. And he brought them to me, and after we did all the thanking and prayers, we actually sprouted some, and they must have been out there in the heat for tens of, you know, decades, because that has been an abandoned site for decades. And I love the resilience of the seeds. And yes, Daryl's mom, Betty Lou, she's the best cook, and I'm grateful for teaching me and everybody else about how to cook with these amazing crops. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Nina. It's good to know about the history of some of these seeds. That's why I was going to ask if Emily was still on there. I saw that you shared that they were from your maternal maternal grandmother's side and grandfather's side about these seeds, and I wanted to know where they grow, the kind of elevation they're at, and where they grow at, if they would grow in different places.
Yeah, so these ones that I gathered from, they are in more of a loomy sand, like desert sand, real mineral like, because there's the hot springs over there, the Kupa, or what we call Hakupin is the hot water. That's the village that I gathered these near. So they like a lot of the loomy, like silica, mineral, desert-like environment, I guess, high desert over there. But it can handle it's very drought tolerant. It can handle, the hot desert. And just got to be careful not to overwater it, because it's real dry here in Southern California. It doesn't rain or snow as much as it used to, so it's kind of adapted to that, and also the area it's which is in. So,
and how do you use those seeds? What kind of dishes do you use them in?
The chia seed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I like to bake with them, or we can traditionally we make mush with them. We use them medicinally for like eye care. And yeah, you could put it in your drinks. That's kind of like the commercialized type, how they utilize them, out in the modern world. They throw them in the drinks, or the whatchamacallit, the smoothies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can do that with them. But I like to bake with them, or put them in like we like to eat mush here, the acorn mush. So that's not like something my family did. We just eat the acorn straight, but I like to add, some stuff to see what it'll taste like, or, different textures, because the chia has that texture to it. So
yeah, I put mine in mush and drinks. I haven't baked with it though. I've just done some chia crackers.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess just kind of dry, just hot air baking, but not grinding it and putting it in things.
And you asked for the elevation in the area. It's like around 3,000.
Okay.
So thank you. I'm probably gonna log off. So my information in the chat. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thanks, Emily. And Nina, I had a question about, you were talking about the tepary bean ice cream, and the person that was making it, Terrell, was talking about them too. Does this person have a cookbook? What's their name?
So, sorry. Dion Vega, she is born and raised in Navajo. She's part O'odham, part Latina, and some other things mixed in there. Very proud, very grounded in who she is and who her culture, what her cultures are. She has not done a cookbook. I do hope she eventually does. She is one of our board members of here at the Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture, and we are very lucky she decided to take on the cafe. She has an Instagram account though, where she shares a lot of her yummy things. So let me find that and I'll share that in the chat. You will also find her if we do tastings at any of the events. She usually comes with us. She was actually a few years back, she came to I believe it was Arizona Rural Forum, and she brought tepary bean tamales. And it was this amazing, comfortable food. You will hear us talk about tepary beans all the time. We love tepary beans. She really does some amazing things, and I really love how she recognizes that, you know, the borderlands are so historically and culturally intertwined. You know, you can't really draw the boundary Hispanic, Latina, Autumn, and because, you know, you show the big autumn squash, and the autumn elders, their eyes get big, and the Latina elders, their eyes get big, and they all say that's our squash. And I really appreciate her digging into the history. She's bringing up these old recipes and then modernizing it. And she makes, for example, a pepper bean fudge, which I know again doesn't sound appetizing, but I'm sure somebody already slipped you some brownies with beans. And her fudge is really an amazing creation. And we had it at one of the festivals, and we were tasting out this fudge, and all around us were vendors with, you know, M&Ms and all that, Kit Kats and stuff like that. It was a Halloween festival, and there we were putting out pepper bean fudge. And I'm telling you, the kids have this wisdom, they have this knowledge. Kids loved it. They loved it. The parents were like, I don't even want to try it. But once they did, of course, they liked it too, because there's just something so comforting about the flavor of the beans. I come from Slovenia, and we are known for our beans as well. And we have some varieties that are disappearing. And you know, I've been, you know, around farming and gardeners and farmers and gardeners, and you know, we have these amazing varieties, and that smell of cooking beans and talking beans is kind of what we do. But you know, it's the youth, it's the kids, you know, and the plants respond to them so well. We plant these pepper beans in the school gardens, and yes, it's irrigated, but you know, Terrell explained earlier, these beans don't really do well when you irrigate them too much. But in the school garden, you know, when the kids go out and overwater and spray everywhere, and one would think, okay, this will really not work, but the plants just respond to the kids, and kids respond to the plants, and then shelling them, they love it. It's one of their favorite activities. So I feel these plants really are teachers, going back to what Rowan was saying, amazing medicine.
Nice.
I've had her fudge and it's really good. Good times.
Hey, Carlos. All right. Anyone else want to jump on?
Yeah, I was gonna hop in there. I know I'm in a lot different region. I mean, I'm still in the arid mountain Southwest, but you know, our farm is at 7101. You know, and so I know our seed probably wouldn't be too adaptable to further down south, but I know some of the crew like Tyrone and them, because they're around 6,000, I think, could probably do some of our stuff. So I was gonna say we have some of the Danae Robbins egg corn, and this is sitting at about 90 to 100 days. Pretty drought tolerant. We do dry land farming here at Fourth World Farms, so we have that available, and we also have blue speckled tepary beans.
Oh,
And
wow. Those are amazing.
these, you know, we've been planning a lot up here for, you know, the eventuality of climate change, and our seasons are getting shorter. Last season was decent. The year before, we had a literal 90 days between freezes, and the droughts are just, it's insane. And so finding crops that are, you know, in that 60 to 90 day range has really kind of been a pretty major focus over here. And these tepary beans do absolutely amazing here. I think last year we put them, the year before last, we did them, I think we planted them 30 days after everything else, and they produced first at 60 days. You know, like they were already just kicking pretty tremendously. So, you know, that's what we have to offer.
I think you went on mute again, Carlos.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so you can reach us at Fourth World Farm, or you guys can reach out to me through Taste of Native Cuisine or whatever. I have some other stuff too. We have some ink and peas, which let me grab them real fast.
Nina, I saw your eyes light up, Nina, when he said blue speckled peppery bean.
Right? Yeah, they're amazing. And nobody get mad at me for the fact these are in a bag. These are just for us to eat. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with they're called chick cheese poroto. They're I got these from a friend, Quechua from the Andes, as well. My partner already been growing them for a few years, but I got some for us to mix up the seed stock with, and they're pretty. They do tremendous here as well. We do, like I said, we're doing everything dry land. I mean, last year they turned our water off the first week of August, and so all this stuff is fairly drought tolerant. I just don't know how they would do further south. So that's what I have to offer. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Carlos.
Yep.
Nicole, can I? Sorry, can I share something? I'm looking for, there's an amazing cookbook that was issued under TOCA, Tohono O'odham Community Action, and Taro, and it's called From the Toy Garden, and we call it the Bible. And it has a recipe for peppery beans from Taro's mom and other community cooks, an amazing, like almost an ethnography. And I'm looking for a link. It's you kind of have to order it to be printed right now. So I'm gonna put it in a chat when I find it. Amazing, amazing book. Daryl, do you have perhaps a link handy?
I'm sorry, no, I don't have one handy, but I can find one. But I think you're probably more faster than I am. So
Somebody on the
Let
chat,
somebody
I think put the link.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Yessie, could you look up the link for I think it's the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network through NAFSA, because Rowan does work through them too, and that is a good network for people to have, because I know at one point they were also distributing seeds to Indigenous communities that needed it during the pandemic. And she's also over the board of Sierra Seeds, so that's one of the resources I know. And if anyone else knows of any other good resources, please don't feel free to put it in the chat or jump on and let us know. But that's Rowan has been to a lot of the same events that I've gone to teaching her seeds, so I'm most familiar with her work. But I'd love to know about, I mean, even if you know people on the East Coast or just other places that might be helpful for everyone. Thanks, Yessie.
Yeah, is there anything else that specific that you would like? That's I hope that's fine.
That's one of the main ones.
Yeah, and I was gonna just share that I have a couple seeds too. So I am originally from the coast of Oaxaca, and a couple years ago, back in like 2016, 2017, I traveled back home. And I did get some seeds. Some of them were bought from like local farmers. So some of them were from the Valles Centrales, where some of my family is from, which is the Zapotec region. And then some of them were from the coastal region of Oaxaca, and then some were from Chiapas. I don't have too many, but I do have a lot of chilies. So this one, for example, is from Chiapas, and I haven't grown them, so I'm not sure how they're gonna do here, specifically in the Tohono O'odham land, because this is where I live, in the Tucson land, which is Tohono O'odham territory. And so I don't know how they do here. The regions that I got some beans from, which we call them ojo de chivo, which is kind of like a black-eyed pea, but it looks a bit different. That one I got from the Valle Central, which is more of a desert arid region. And then I was also able to get some little wild tomatoes from one of my uncle's land, and those were grown in a very humid area, and grown wildly. And I've grown those in the desert, and they've produced fruit and done fine. But I just have a variety of different things that I still have to explore and see how they do here. But I am willing to share that with folks because I would rather see them being grown and being connected with than for me to just keep them. And I think it's time for them to be grown somewhere. So I have a couple black beans from Oaxaca as well. Yeah, so I have chilies, tomatoes, and some beans, black beans, and some ojo de chivo beans. So if anybody's interested, I'll put my email down, and maybe we can chat about what folks are interested in. I can send photos and stuff too.
And Yessie is here in Tucson. So if you're in Tucson. All right, and the floor is open for anyone else if you want to jump on. Otherwise, I was gonna ask Sterling if he could talk a little bit about the pomegranate propagation that you're working on, or Nina. I don't know if Sterling is nearby the computer right now, or maybe Nina isn't either.
Hello.
Hey, Sterling.
Yeah. So with pomegranates, we actually had lost some valuable farm space, and so we're looking at repropagating some of our. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We lost some very valuable farm space, which we had certain varieties of pomegranates, particular white pomegranates. But we do have community members in Ajo who have pomegranates in their backyards that we're actually going to repropagate and grow up for more propagation. So the way it works is, we just take we see a pomegranate that we like, take some of a small branch, cut it about 6 to 12 inches long, and then go ahead and stick into some sand, and preferably some sand and compost, and start growing. And within 2 to 3 months, it starts growing out roots from the bottom and starts reproducing. So for us, we have some certain, well, we have some red varieties and some very few white right now that we're actually looking at propagating. But that's part of our program is being able to give that out to the people who want them. All our seeds are available to everyone, um, especially pomegranates. Pomegranate is uh, when they say cardenayo, or coronada in Spanish, most people say pomegranates, but in the Spanish word, it actually means grenade in Spanish. So it doesn't mean pomegranate. So um, that was part of one of the things that kind of made me think about, how this, this plant, came through, that came from South America, made its way across from Italy, then Italy to Africa, and Africa to the Middle East, and that's where the roots of pomegranates come from. And seeing that it made its way all the way up to California, it's very interesting. And how many varieties of pomegranates there are? I mean, there's so many. They're not just the red perfect, genetically modified pomegranates. No, those that you see at the store, these are actually pomegranates that are dying out because we got, for us, we get so used to just going to the store and buying them at the store and not knowing what these look like, or there's other varieties of pomegranates. So but for me, that's how I grew up. Before 9/11, I lived where I grew up. I didn't say where I was from, but I actually grew up. I grew up in two places. One was at my father's place in St. James Ranch near out of South, and then my mother's place where I grew up. Majority of my life was called Wichita, and we're right next to Korikiji, and the boundary is just right there. And my grandfather used to go across and get the Mexican sodas, and then bring sugar cane and bring pomegranates, and that's how I grew up having pomegranates. But since 9/11, um, the border's been watched. We can't really bring much across anymore, food wise. But being able to introduce probably pomegranates that I tasted growing up and introduce them to the next generation. Now that's it's but growing those pomegranates just takes time. We planted trees. Um, we planted the pomegranate cuttings and their trees in 2 years, and maybe the third year they produce a lot of fruit, or sometimes it takes four. Depends on the it depends on the variety. And now for these to be here growing in the Southwest, for hundreds of years now, and actually villages thrive with growing these pomegranates or figs, which some of our villages lived on, and for whatever reason they were forgotten and left behind. And yet again, those trees still are surviving, and we're just glad that we get to share that, bring those varieties back and share it with hopefully the next generation will take it take it over and continue to expand. We talked about Dion, our Vega, our chef. She does. Out of all the chefs that I've seen her, you know, that are there, she's doing things that nobody's ever doing with native foods. I think about all the best chefs in Arizona, and she's doing things that nobody's ever doing. And I'm glad that she gets to try out all these delicious foods, and be able to grow this food for her to experiment and to continue to grow, to continue to cook and grow the food and be able to expand it and people to try it because I just mean and was just hearing everybody else about their seats. It's I was we had a Vista person a few years ago that had was education was it was in science and they're explaining to me that the seeds take on the environment. If your seeds are growing in the desert below close to sea level, the seeds genetically take that environment and pass it on to the next generation of seeds. So if you save those seeds and it's been a dry summer, those seeds are going to survive better. If the environment's like that. If you grow your seeds out at a high elevation, and and it's nice and cool, and you get more water. There's a big difference. When it comes that back down to the lower level. So it's really important for all of us to keep growing our seeds and have other people. If you can get other people to grow the seeds out too, it helps. It keeps the seed strong. If you can mix different generations of seeds, say you have seeds from 2015 and it's 2019, you have seeds from 2020. It would be good to plant the 2020 seeds with the 2015 seeds and make that genetic makeup stronger because now that's just how it works. You break it down to science. It's really amazing. It's really you think about no one didn't have to create this in the lab. This was all nature. And for us, we're grateful. Yeah, like I said, I don't know when we're gonna have cuttings, but available for to take home. But it's a process that takes time, and it's a labor of love because it's you take it out of once you transplant it, you want to put it in a good area and grow it out and and eat it and be able to teach people how to do the same thing too because yeah, we're just it's really good. I mean, to me, it reminds me of my childhood, being able to have pomegranates and to be able to grow it myself. It's pretty amazing. So
I can't wait to get one to when you have them. I have one pomegranate in my yard, but I'd like to have another one. It's not producing. It must be at least 50 years old, so it's not really producing the way it used to.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go ahead and Nina's gonna put the poll up for everyone. But if anyone has any last comments that you want to put into the chat, and it looks like everybody got their contact info up there. And if you have any questions about contact info, we can put it up in the chat because we recorded all of that. And thanks everyone who shared about their seeds and the stories about their seeds. And I'm gonna let you go ahead and jump into this poll. And then we're gonna have a break until 4, is that 4 o'clock, Nina?
Correct.
Okay.
We're starting again at 4 o'clock with, yep.
Okay, and we're starting again at 4. And at 4, it's panel 3. The third panel we're having, it's past, present, and future of the Native culinary movement, moderated by Elena Terry. That's going to be going from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So, and if you have any comments too, feel free. If you have any ideas on virtual sharing and open rooms like this where we're doing marketplaces or seed exchanges, ways that you might have seen it done. And have a good break, and we'll see you at 4 o'clock. And thanks.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole, for letting us speak a little bit about the plants and seeds. That's always fun.
Great, thanks. Have a good break.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. I am really excited to be part of this this gathering. It's a shame that we can't gather in person like we did a few years ago in Ajo. Well, I think everybody had an amazing time. But hopefully when this sickness is all gone and everyone is well, we'll be able to put on a person-to-person gathering. And we'd love to have everybody out here in the Southwest. We'd love to host and cook, and maybe you'll have some of that temporary bean ice cream that everybody's been talking about. So without ado, it's my pleasure to introduce this next panel, Past, Present, and Future of Native American Culinary Movement. And it's going to be moderated by Elena Terry, who I met years ago in Taos. And we did a little exchange. I exchanged a bunch of temporary beans to her, and I didn't hear back on how she used it, but I'm glad I'm sure she had fun experimenting with it. So without ado, let me hand it over to Elena, and she can take it over. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry. Originally it was Loretta Odin who was going to be moderating this panel, but unfortunately she had gotten sick. So luckily she turned to Elena and asked if she could take over, and Elena honestly in a week just pulled this together, or maybe less than a week, pulled this together, and we're so honored and grateful that she had the skills and the knowledge and the know-how to pull this together. So again, here it is, Elena.
Hello, hi Nipi, hi Nikaragiwi, Hochunk Rajara, Hahemani Winga Hingaire, Nagamaichare Rajara, Elena Terriga Hingaire. Thank you so much, Terrell. Yes, I was contacted by Loretta because she wasn't feeling a little under the weather and asked for my help. And so I reached out to some of my great friends to have this discussion on culinary, past, present, and our hopes for the future. So thank you for joining us. I think if the panelists would like to introduce themselves, just so everybody knows a little bit of their background. We all did kind of get connected through the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance on some level. We've had some associations with each other there. So I've absolutely loved watching all the work that you guys do. And I'm grateful that you came to share some of that with us today. So why don't we start with Krisha? And I give a little introduction to yourself.
Hi, everybody. And thanks, Elena, for inviting me. I'm honored to be here and to be on a panel with not only a mentor, but also with like superstars that I just love everything that they do and get excited by their work. I'm not young in age, but I'm young in the profession. And so I feel like you all are like my aunties and uncles, even though I'm like probably older than you. But I'm only like 10 years into the game right now. So I'm still getting it together. But to introduce myself, my name is Krisha Villon. I hail from Massachusetts Wampanoag Territory, living in Newton, Massachusetts, which is a suburb of Boston. I was born and raised here, but my background is that I am Peruvian American, and my people come from the mountains, from the mountain of Huascaran at the base there in a little tiny town called Mancos in Peru. And I have been on a journey. I was thinking back, I was reflecting today on how I wanted to share how I came to be a part of what I really do believe is a movement now, and I'm excited to be on the wave of it. I think really my journey and my awareness and opening my eyes around food was when I found myself in a lot of pain, and I found recovery. And when I finally stopped using substances to mask my feelings and navigate the world, my vision opened up and I was able to see and connect with things around me. And that was in my 20s. And so it's been a long time. I've been in recovery for almost 3 decades now. And my journey then shifted so many times over the years, but I think what really launched me into this obsessive nature and drive is having a child. When my daughter was born, I realized that I was on a path, but I felt like I was moving too slowly. And I needed to know and gather as much information as I could, because I did not want to I wanted to break certain cycles. And I wanted to make sure that I was providing for her the best of all knowledge. And while I believe that it's in us and it's coursing through our veins, our ancestors carry us always. There was just practical knowledge that I was like, I need to know this stuff because I have to pass something down to her. I need to give her some meaning to all of this stuff that's happening around us. So 10 years ago, I embarked on a culinary path in a more specific and intentional way. I'd been cooking and playing with food forever. I grew up in the restaurant business. My family used to have a restaurant, a Peruvian restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is across the river from Boston. And I grew up with the sounds of, being around the kitchen and the smells and sleeping on the chairs in the dining room of the restaurant. And all of those things were always around me. And I loved the chaos, but what I also saw through the chaos was a dance that happened in the kitchen and around the dining room. And I loved being a part of that. And when I finally decided to go to culinary school, I was really disappointed. I got a lot of great things out of it, but I was really disappointed in the lack of not any focus on American foods in general, just nothing. It was so focused on Italian and French and even Portuguese cuisine. And there was very little about what they called it 2 classes, the New World cuisine. And it sort of lumped a whole bunch of things together, and it just didn't go deep enough. And I thought, why is this an American culinary school and we're not talking about our American foods, our native foods? So that started me on my journey after I got my degree, and now I've gotten another degree because I'm a nerd, to really dive deep into what indigeneity looks like on the plate, on the table, in our hands, how we gift it to each other, how we consume it. And it goes everywhere from an academic place that I come. It's also what I do in the kitchen. It's what I teach my daughter. It's how I grow my plants. I live in an apartment and I have a deck. I don't have land to grow things, but I figured out I could grow things in pots. So now I'm growing things in pots. So that's a little bit about my journey to this place. And Elena's absolutely right. Everybody that I know here on this panel, I met through NAFSA and through a food summit at one point or another, and feel super blessed to have met all of you, because you have changed my view of myself. You have grown my community. You have connected me with knowledge, and even just watching your drive keeps me driven. So I appreciate all of you very much. So thanks, Elena. I'll pass the baton.
Thank you, Krisha. We're blessed to have met you too. I mean, such an inspiration and the work that you do. I love watching it unfold. So welcome. Thank you for coming to the panel. How about you, Crystal?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. And I just want to give you just a little bit of background. My name is Crystal Wapapon from Oakland, California. I am Kickapoo and Sac and Fox. I've been running a catering business for a very long time. I've been, just like what Krisha was saying, for me personally, when it comes down to me being an Indigenous chef, it started, I like to say, before birth, but just something that just comes so natural to me. And I seen at a very young age, I'm a little older now, but I seen at a very young age why me being here in the urban area, we never seen our foods, only at certain places. And so I just took it upon myself just to educate myself, get the knowledge of the culinary, went to culinary school, and also went back home to Oklahoma just to know what is good to make, what is not good to make, just adding respect. I love what I do. I'm currently working with the Bay Area Food Justice. I am currently about to open up a restaurant. And just for me, just to feed my community and to embrace our foods and let people know that we're here and we're not going anywhere. And that is just me collaborating with a lot of farmers, a lot of gardeners here in the Bay Area, which they're all Indigenous folks. And I'm really excited to participate in this journey. I guess you can say it's a beautiful journey. Although when I first started, it was very, very, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was very hard letting even your community know what is native foods and where it comes from and how healthy they are. And so these foods has been a healing to me and my family. And I continue just to push more on to good healing and health and wellness, and to inspire younger generation that wants to become Indigenous chef. If I can do it, you can too. That's why I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And you're so modest. You're one of the hardest working people I know. You're always on the go, getting something and coming up with these incredible ideas. By the way, we were eating those bars earlier today, and I had to tell Zoe, like, at least leave me one in the box. You know, just let me have one at some point. So good for you.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
blessed to have you.
I love when people say that about the bars, because it's not just about Wapipa's Kitchen or me. It is actually put food on my table. It actually has paid my mortgage, whatever so you call it. And it also have me just work alongside of other Indigenous business owners and how we can work together still during this pandemic. So I just want to say thank you.
Yay, I love it. And Justin, would you like to go?
Hey everyone, how are you doing today? Justin Payochi Inishe, Ashihin Nishle, Bitani Bashichin, Kodechi, Kinyani Deshache, Kodechi Ni Deshanella. My name is Justin Payochi. I'm from Upper Fruitland, New Mexico, in the northwest corner. I'm a Navajo Salt Clan, born for the Folded Arms people. I am the owner and cook for Payochi Food Group out here, a little small food service business that we specialize in private dining, catering, some meal prep for people. One of our biggest ventures right now is partnering with Navajo Ethno-Agriculture, a farm out here that specializes in Navajo food and growing Navajo food, teaching Navajo food to certain students around the area. There's 4 schools that we work with. One of them happens to be MIT, which is pretty gnarly. I'm also a VISTA member through the AmeriCorps program, and that's kind of how I am getting paid to work at the farm right now. The farm is nonprofit, but together Payochi Food Group and Navajo Ethno-Agriculture have a lot of pretty cool ventures that we're going to be embarking on here soon. Thank you, Alina, for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Crystal, for all your support all the time. I mean, I'm pretty sure I hope get to know each and every one of you later on someday down the road and get to feed you. But yeah, I'm just a humble cook. I like to say that I'm a really good dishwasher and I'm still a practicing cook. So and I'm a novice farmer as well. So the reason I got into farming is because it seems like the youth around the area, especially people my age and younger, I like to think I'm still young, even though I don't act like it and don't move as fast as I used to. But it's really important for us to go back and remember and learn these stories from our ancestors and from the people before us, because Navajo, I mean, we're one of the, I don't want to say more important or anything like that, but like we're really relevant around this area, and I really want us to embrace that and take care of our land, because there's such a huge potential for this area to be really self-sufficient on just the farming area like that we have, which is pretty cool. And so through the work at the farm, I hope to connect that with Pyoche Food Group and have a Pyoche Food Group farm someday. So that would be really fun. And then have Crystal come make us some bars out here, and Lena come cook some food too. And well, it should be a lot of fun. But thank you again for having me here. We look forward to it.
So I did get a message from Tanya, and she's trying to join. So hopefully she'll be able to jump in here soon. But I realized that I didn't even introduce myself. I just went off of Terrell's introduction, and I am the executive chef and founder of Wild Berries, a community outreach nonprofit in Wisconsin Dells. I also am the lead mentor for the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance, and I helped coordinate the mentorship program last year, which is how I'm kind of blessed that I get to look for chefs and kind of make those connections, because I love it. And I love being able to be a part of the community and be able to hear the stories of inspiration, right? And we all at some point got inspired by something or someone that helped help us remember that this was the journey, or realize that this was the way that we needed to go. And for me, my grandmothers were the ones that from a very young age taught me the importance of knowing our foods, and I never thought of doing it professionally until just a few years ago, like really working with our foods professionally. But as Krisha mentioned, the dance of the kitchen is addicting, and I absolutely love every aspect, from dishwashing, which I do, and I don't mind doing it at all, because it's all part of what needs to make that machine run in the kitchen. And so I'm wondering, what was something that inspired you to get on this path, or that kind of helped give you that reassurance that this was the journey that you were meant to take? Why don't we start with Crystal?
Well, I love questions like that. For one, I always reflect. For me, as being Indigenous chef, and also the work that I do, it's just more than just getting up, doing your 8 to 5. It's 24 hours, and thinking of. I think a lot as a business owner. I think a lot, and I was always like that at a very, very young age. I'm always a wanderer. I always wonder how come, why, and I had when I was younger, I always wanted to be Indigenous chef at a very young age, and I just so happened to go through something traumatic in my life, and it kind of woke me up. And I always think of it as this, how circle of life kind of finds you, how everything that I've learned from my grandmothers and from my aunties, and of me just being raised up in the American Indian movement, and me going to just a lot of ceremonies, a lot of just different traditional my path was. And so as I got older, and something traumatic happened to me, and it's just kind of brought me back to that. And that's for me, I'm a firm believer that my ancestors were calling me back, and this is a path of healing, a path of something that I love to do. I love to create. When you see something that I create, it's from my heart, and that's how I'm feeling. And and to me, it's just a wonderful path of healing. And especially during the COVID time, I've been cooking like I don't know what, but it's just, for me, these foods are healing, and where they come from, and the knowledge, and a lot of memories of my grandparents. My grandmother always stayed home and cooked. My grandfather was a farmer, and so he got to take me to different places and gave me the knowledge of how these foods are grown and where they come from, and that always stuck to me, and it still does to this day. It don't matter how old you are. It always stuck to me. So there's times where I'll make a corn soup, for instance, and man, it just tastes just like how my grandmother made it, you know. And to me, that's healing, and I like to pass that on also to my children, and also with my community. And so it kind of took place of me just in a path of healing, and my community embraced me in that. And there, you know, if you guys been here to the Bay Area, I grew up here in the Intertribal Friendship House, and that's where I first learned how to cook just different things, and how my community and of our native elders always embraced me in the kitchen. They, you know, they never kicked me out, thank goodness. But so I guess you can say it's just a circle of life and a path, and just for healing for me, because I knew it was my calling when I had an elder come up to me and he was crying. And it still touches my heart to this day. And I was kind of struggling in my own world of trying to reconnect and trying to figure out who I was and what I want to do. And I knew what I wanted to do, but when he came up to me and he cried and he hugged me, and he said I had made the venison stew just like how his grandmother made it, and he's cried, and it touched my heart. And I was probably maybe around 17 or 18 when he did that, and I already knew right there. That's what I want to do. I don't know if there's a special name for it, but I want to touch people's hearts, and I want to touch their palates, and I want to let them know they matter. I want to let them know that we exist. You know, there's all these different things I can go on and on about, but that's my path, and till this day, it's still healing. I've been cooking for many years, and every time I would cook for someone, or even to this day, I like touching people's lives, I guess you can say. And it's for me, it's transferring my energy to another person of healing. And you don't know what my grandmother always taught me, you don't know what they're going through. You don't know what they've been through, or you know, you cook for them in the manner of healing, and you cook in a manner of, you know, you can talk with your food basically, and you can, for me, I'm a firm believer, you can help people with the food that you make. And you know, I teach my girls to this day, when we sit down, we eat this in a good manner. And there's people starving all over the place, and people trying to reconnect with these foods. And we're very blessed, I feel. And I've been very fortunate to understand that and have that knowledge of that. And so that's my path, I guess you can say. Everything that I've been through in life, and it ain't been easy. And but at the same time, I'm healing is just as much as you guys are healing that eats my food, basically.
That's beautiful.
Hope I didn't get too deep. No. Come on, you guys, keep up with me. Hang on.
I love it though, because we have actually had the conversation of how food can be this beautiful vessel, right? And it can transport you to memories, and it can elicit sensical feelings of different places with different people. And the fact that you were able to bring that, you know, elder back to a space of happiness and comfort through a dish, like that's the beauty of being able to do what we do. And I love it, Crystal.
And that's what I call, I even tell my staff, you know, that means our job is done. you know, we've done our
For
job.
that day, for that
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, for that day. You know, exactly. And even all at the same time of me just being with other Indigenous chefs, I love it because I feel like, man, it's no words can explain it, especially at a food sovereignty. Like when I first met Elena, or when I first met Tanya, or Krisha, oh my goodness, oh don't get me started. But you know, I remember the first summit that I had been to, it was surreal. That's how beautiful it is. It was so surreal because you are surrounded with people just like you. You are surrounded with people that have struggled just like you and want to know more so they can feed their community, so they can be healthy. There's so much, I can go on and on, you know, but my favorite of all favorites, you guys, oh my goodness, hunters. I love hunters. I love foragers. I love people, like, you know, I love to create, and so I get all excited. That's more better
Well,
than
you've definitely been an inspiration for me, Crystal, and I'm blessed to have you as a sister on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
What about, well, since she kind of gave us a perfect segue, Krisha, why don't you go next and let us know something that like inspired you to, I know you said that you were on a different path and then you just had like a realization that you needed to switch gears. And I've been able to witness some of that. And if you want to share a little bit of that journey with everyone.
Sure, thanks. So this is gonna sound really silly. I don't even actually know if it still exists, but there used to be a magazine called Latina. And there was this really goofy article in there because it was like for, you know, a magazine for women, and they always have silly articles about finding yourself and all this kind of stuff. And one of them said, if you're trying to think about making a career shift, and it was this little survey, and I can't remember all of it, but one of the questions that it asked was, what is the one thing that you keep doing in every job that's not necessarily part of your job, but you keep recreating that thing over and over again? So one of the things I kept realizing was that I kept finding ways to write, whether it was creating a newsletter, whether it was writing some thing for a newspaper, or writing poetry. But a lot of my writing would always invoke some images of food or memory around food. And then I realized there was also this theme in my life around food. And my father, I mentioned that he owned a restaurant, and when I finally realized where my soul, I felt it was like my heart and my soul were going, not really my mind. My mind was telling me to stay in my office job and get a paycheck and get my good bennies and all that kind of stuff. But then I said to my dad, I said, I think I want to go to culinary school, or I want to cook, or I don't know if I want to do that. And he goes, why in the world would you want to do that? You saw the life that I led. I was never home. You never saw me. You came to the restaurant and stayed all night and fell asleep on the chairs. Like you didn't see me. Like, why would you want that life? And I said, I don't know why, but I can't picture myself doing anything else right now. Like for whatever reason, that's the thing, that feeling of being in the kitchen with the noise and the pots and the pans clanging and the back and forth with the chefs and all this stuff. Like, I love that energy, and I've never experienced it, and I want to feel it. So the moment when as I mentioned, going to culinary school, I was disappointed in my experience. But one of the beautiful things, and the reason why I chose this specific culinary school, was because they had a study abroad program in Peru. And while I'd been cooking Peruvian food, I'd never actually cooked in Peru. So I thought, well, let's apply to this program and see if I get in and I can find somehow the money, because I've been broke ever since I made this decision to become a chef. I've been broke. Okay. So I used to have a nice paycheck and I haven't had one since. It's okay. It's all good. I'm getting a lot of other good things. Right. So I'm trying to scrape up the money, and my mother's like, okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you pay the rest of this ticket to go on this program if you get accepted. And I get accepted. I get money from the school, but then my mother helps me pay the rest with a little bunch of money that I got from my little part-time job. And I go, and the moment for me in terms of really understanding that what I was clawing for and what I was reaching for was looking at indigenous foods. I didn't know that I was doing that, But when I was in Peru, one of the first classes we took in that culinary school, I remember I can see it clear as day. It's like this big auditorium classroom, and there's a chef. You know, we're all short in Peru. I'm like 5 foot and some change, like not even some change, like a smidge. So like we're all like tiny people, and he's like this little man in the front, and he's got this huge table, and it's just full of products from Peru, like indigenous ingredients from Peru, like just tubers and all this stuff. And I'm looking at this, and I only recognized half of it. I couldn't even name all the tubers, and he's like just rambling things off. And I'm like, how does he, of course he knows this because he's from here. But the thing is that not everybody who's from there knows that information either, right? Because if you grow up in the city, maybe you don't have access in the same way or whatever else. And so that moment was when it hit home that that's actually what I had been striving and trying to find in all of my unearthing and cookbooks and all these things. I had this huge collection of cookbooks. I was always trying to find this information, and I couldn't find it. And then I saw that table, and that was when the spark happened for me. And I thought, this is what I want to know. This is the stuff. And later, the furthering of that. So I'm going to tell this. I'm super verbose. I have a hard time telling short stories. My ex-husband's actually on this, so that he can confirm for that. But I had a friend in college. She's Zuni, and she founded the very first Native student organization at our college. And we were chatting one day, and she was making some cracks about people. I'm not going to go into it too deeply, but she was making some cracks about people who were claiming to be Native and trying to join this organization. She was kind of making some cracks about it. And then she looked at me and she said, "Now don't let me find you trying to join the organization." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "But girl, I am Native. Like, what are you talking about?" She goes, "Well, you know what I mean." And I was like, "No, I don't really know what you mean." And that stuck with me for like a really long time. So that all through my young adult years, I was like, maybe I'm not Native, like Northern Native, but I'm Native, right? Like I was really confused by that interaction that we had. And then fast forward, as I'm going through this process, I was like, I think I need to talk to her. I clearly still remember this, and this is like a thing, like it's bothering me, and I should talk to her about it. And literally 2 days later, she's like, "Hey," and this is recent, Elena, because you'll know, because I met you a couple of years ago. She goes, "Hey, there's this food summit in your neck of the woods in New England. You should go." And then I was like, oh, I don't need to talk to her about that now. Because now she, you know, we all broaden our minds, and maybe we travel or we get to cook with other people, and we get to understand that the way that each of us expresses our indigeneity is different because of where we came up, if we're in the city, if we're on the res, if we're like in a rural place or not. Like we all connect to these things differently. And I'm 3,500 miles away from Peru. I'm not close enough to access a lot of these ingredients, but I was still on that path. So when she was the one that told me about this food summit, I felt this healing that took over. And I was like, there's now place for us to have conversation, the North and the South, in all of us in between, right? That we have these connections in the foods that we make and we consume and that we grow and we harvest and we tend to, like that we have those connections. And so when I went to that first food summit, and it was in Connecticut, I was, like Crystal said, when I got there, I was like constantly like had a frog in my throat because I felt on the verge of tears the whole time I was there. I had never met so many people like me. And on that journey, I'd felt so isolated in my journey. And because I'm in, you know, Boston. There are very few Peruvians here, first of all. Like there've always been very few. There's more now than when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, but you know, it's still a small community. And so the products were not easy to come by for a long time, but being able to connect with other folks and then realizing, well, it's cool if I connect with my native, you know, stuff from Peru, but I'm also like completely ignorant of what's here in New England. Like I haven't even really looked at that because I've been so focused on my own stuff. So that food summit not only opened up connections with other Indigenous folks all around the nation and in Canada, but it also opened up my mind to here, to where I currently live, where my feet are planted and where I was actually born. Like I was not connected to this land either because I was so focused on Peru. And so that summit changed my trajectory in terms of being a chef too. I opened up. Now I feel more knowledgeable and more proficient about ingredients from Turtle Island that I was never really connected to before. And so I feel like my repertoire, my knowledge is so much deeper and profound than it was before. And so my inspiration is like, it's like ever evolving. It doesn't stop. I keep being inspired. And if I allow myself to get isolated again, that's when it stops, right? So that the key is to not become isolated again. So that's now my inspiration is y'all. Y'all are my inspiration now.
Yay. That was a crazy day. The first time I met you, Krisha, it was like, oh, we have to feed 5,000 people. No, it wasn't that many, but it was a lot. It was just a few hundred, and we had like a cooler of fish, right? And whatever we could get our hands on at that farm. But it was
like 5 tomatoes.
At the end of the day, that's what we thrive in, right? That's what we were saying. It's like, bring it and we'll figure it out. And it's a beautiful friendship spark from that. So
You have to be nice, so I'm trying to watch.
So in the meantime, we have had Tanya Brandt jump on board. So I will get to you in just a second, Justin, but I want to make sure to introduce you or have you introduce yourself, if you would please, Tanya.
Me? Okay. Well, sorry. I thought this call was like in 2 hours in this different time zone, so that's my bad. So yeah, hi, Sego Sebaguego, Tani Gajito Brandy Youngets, Oswega, Native Valado, Kinyoge Haga Nuaga Ponjolo, Dano Wagineto, Dago. Dano Wagatsa Nuni Jiga Iges. So hi, my name's Tanya Brandt. I am Mohawk from Six Nations Grand River Territory. It's in Southern Ontario, Canada. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I'm a chef like the rest of these ladies here, and I'm really thankful to know them. Right now I'm sitting in my restaurant. I just opened this past fall, and yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It's called Yuego, and we kind of do a bit of a indigenous fusion cuisine, I guess you would say. So kind of normalizing it, working in different indigenous cuisine for people that I kind of describe it, I guess, as a transition cuisine. So how we're going to normalize our indigenous foods for the everyday palate, you know, because we can't all do pre-colonial all day, every day. And just a way to teach people how to work it into, like, so they go home and feed it to their families. Because that's, you know, being a mother, that's what's important to me. So yeah, I've been a chef for 26 years. I started when I was 12 working in restaurants, and I went to culinary school like after high school and everything. And that went into a lot of like franchise work for about a decade, just opening bigger like prime retail stuff. And then kind of moving in along in my career, getting, you know, once you get to know the biz, helping open some mom and pop shops. And then when I became a mom, I started catering. And that's really where the whole indigenous foods thing came into my life, I guess you would say. It was already there. It was always already there, but it took 20 years into my career to like marry the two, right? Where I was kind of like, oh, well, I didn't know people would be interested in that. And I started having more requests just in catering, like, can you do traditional stuff? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And then I guess word kind of got out about that. And then when I looked around, I realized that there was a ton of chefs and people doing that too, and wanting to do, you know, to learn more. Because when we get together, we definitely learn a ton. And outside of, even if we didn't learn anything, just the inspiration that comes every time we get together, and just new ideas and being in that element, all of us being in our element, just brings out such amazing creativity and these new dishes and new tastes and flavors. And I think we're all definitely missing that right now, because we haven't seen each other for probably well over a year now. So I think we're all a little attention starved in that sense. But yeah, I guess that's about all I had to say for now.
Well, we were just talking about some of the things that inspired us, and you kind of touched on it, but I'll give you a chance if there's anything you want to add to it. And I'll go to Justin.
Things that inspired me in terms of indigenous cooking. Okay. Yeah, I guess, well, like, because I already knew, right? Like, this is at home, and we always kind of did things like, you just do things certain times a year. In the spring, you just tap trees, and you know, in the late spring, that's when you're going to do your planting. In summer, you're doing your harvesting. So like, just kind of growing up and having those things always there. My mom was always really interested in seeds, and she now has her retirement passion project is Mohawk Seed Keeper's Garden, where we just built an earth ship And it's just going to kind of be like this Haudenosaunee gardening and technical skills house where we can just do fun stuff, right? It's like her big clubhouse, I guess. So having all those things in my life that, you know, it just kind of accumulated at some point, where it just all at the same right time. It seemed like it all came together where, you know, I knew about my traditional foods, but like being a chef, I just never had married those. And once that happened, you know, it was like these amazing things really happened. And, you know, you get tired in your career, and this was new inspiration. And it's new inspiration for everybody, right? It's like the culinary world is interested in that. And our indigenous foods are the biggest thing right now in terms of the culinary. And that's for Native and non-Native people. You know, the culinary world hasn't had anything new in 500 years since they discovered us. It took it that time, right? But now they're going deeper as well, getting into forged things and just different aspects of stuff. So I think all of those things are inspirations to all of us. And it's just a movement. It's nice to see because we see our people getting healthier every day. And I think that's our end goal for all of us. So I guess that's my inspiration.
Well, I'm glad that you got inspired at some point because you've meant the world to me on this journey too. And I'm just so blessed to have all of you like kind of supporting and yeah, walking the path. I'm always like my hard eyes to everybody. Thank you. How about you, Justin? What has been an inspiration for you on this journey?
Well, I must say that I am honored and privileged to be among some very talented women, along with saying that who are beasts in the kitchen in the culinary world. But in Navajo, our culture, we uphold women as the leaders of our little community and such. So one way that we honor this as Paiuchi Food Group is that we have a little supper club that we call Loremi. And in Loremi, we honor our Navajo culture. We kind of bring a lot of our old staples to life, but present it in a more modern kind of upscale setting, I guess you can say. So for a long time, I cooked in fine dining in Phoenix, Arizona for a minute, and had some really awesome teachers. But I think when I moved back to New Mexico and actually started digging deep into our Navajo foods, where they came from, the history of these foods, did I not realize, I mean, I always knew that I loved food, and but I didn't really understand how deep Navajo people, how deep our relationship went with food. And so by bringing up these different stories and learning them for myself, I mean, there's so much more to than just getting full off of the foods that we eat, which seems to be, unfortunately, how a lot of us natives think of food. I mean, it's get full and then you're done. But back then, I mean, food was nourishment. There's a big movement right now that's coming on, and I read it the other day. One of my favorite chefs ever saying that food is medicine is the new farm to table. I love that guy, and I really respect him to the max, but I happen to disagree with him, and hopefully I get to have a healthy conversation about that with him, because I mean, as all of you know, food has always been our medicine, and like we have always held food to a higher degree of respect than nourishment or than just getting full and whatnot. And so coming back to New Mexico and actually digging up these stories, I think is the biggest lesson and the biggest encouragement that I've gotten along my journey, because thus far, I've only looked at food as what makes people smile, what makes people full, what do they want, you know what I mean? I mean, for me, now food is, like I said, it's medicine. It's nourishment. I mean, it's what we use to celebrate like the certain accomplishments in our everyday lives back in the day. And I always bring up the story of fry bread, you know what I mean? And I can speak for the Navajo people, like on the long walk a long time ago on the road to Bosque Redondo. It was really, really sad, the story of fry bread, because we were forced to walk out of our lands into different areas, and we were only given certain foods, like the commodity foods that they were testing on our people. And some of the food that was in there was flour and lard, and you know what I mean? I mean, what were we supposed to do with that? And unfortunately, a lot of our people got sick just eating that, because we had no idea what this refined flour was. So a lot of the stories that I've been reading and talking with a lot of our elders, they used to mix that with water and drink it, or mix it with water and try to eat it, and it turned in actually to like clay inside of their stomachs, replicating cement, and it tore our people up, and a lot of them died because of it. And the youth nowadays, I like to bring up the youth a lot. When we start talking about traditional Navajo foods, unfortunately, that's the first thing that comes into their head, like fry bread. And even lamb, especially for Navajos out here. But I mean, we didn't actually have lamb till about 100 years ago. So total mind blown. Like when I read that, I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And like, I really have taken my Navajo culture for granted, and I really do. This is me paying my respect and hopefully earning my stripes within my elders in the community that I do live in. And I know that I'm not the only one retracing my steps, but I know for this area that I'm in, there's not very many of us doing this. And we talk about decolonizing and stuff like that. I mean, if I don't go and make these steps to learn the traditional foods, to learn about our culture and the history, somebody else is going to come along again, take everything that I've been learning and exploit it all for profit. And so that's another balancing act that for me as owner of Paiuchi Food Group, at these dinners that I talked about, Loremi. Loremi is, like I said, the introduction to Navajo food from us to the people dining with us. And in Navajo, we introduce our mother's side first, and then we introduce our father's side next. And then your mother's clan, and then your father's mother's clan. So Lorraine Hersey is my mom's name. Amy is my dad's mom's name. And so by saying Lorraine, you're actually being introduced into Navajo culture just by acknowledging that, wow, this is actually Navajo. And we always start off our dinners with Navajo tea, just to show like this is what you're getting. I mean, and lately I've been adding bear root to the mix, because during times of COVID, you know, bear root is really a great medicine, especially for the respiratory system. And so by combining Navajo and bear root, we're automatically giving you some of our culture, but also some sort of tool and nourishment to go out back into the world and combat whatever is coming your way. So, I mean, that's a little bit of a long-winded description, but like it's really, my inspiration is just learning and paying respect to a lot of the foods that I have taken for granted for a long time. And I'll be the first one to admit that I'm the worst native ever for thinking of food in that aspect, like taking it for granted, because within the past 2 years or so, I mean, my knowledge has gone leaps and bounds, and I have way more respect for the food coming out of the ground, because I actually have to put it in the ground now. I actually have to take care of that plant. I actually have to pull that plant and then also utilize it later in the long run. So whatever I do learn, though, that's my main goal is probably to pass on this knowledge so that somebody else can hopefully be inspired. And there's one little a quote that I said. We got interviewed the other day, and I actually said something that was really cool, and I'll end with it. is that my passion for plating beautiful and great tasting food is part of me being a cook. But as a Navajo and as a farmer, I mean, especially as a Navajo, it's my duty to learn about my history and also to pass it on, because I mean, if I don't make the best out of both worlds, then I mean, shame on me for not using the potential of the land that we have here and utilizing the skills. And now a lot of the contacts that I've made within the last couple of years, especially all of you. I mean, I've learned a lot watching your feed, watching you on some little webinars and such like that. So I thank you again for sharing everything that you've given me, and hopefully I can be an inspiration going forward from here. So that's it.
Thank you for those beautiful words, Justin. And you touched on something that we've actually had a lot of side conversations about, and that's this new food is medicine, you know, where it's getting more of this public view and people are starting to use that terminology a little bit more. And I know for me, like food is medicine for us, right? But for me personally, the medicine is in the preparation, in being able to know where everything came from, and it's healing for me to be in the kitchen. And that isn't something that you can duplicate. It's unique to me, just like you have yours, or you know, Tanya or Crystal or Krisha. Anybody that has ever come in contact in the kitchen with our food knows that that's not something that is transferable, right? And so when I hear that other people using that term, I often wonder what it is their intention is. Like, what are you talking about? Like, is it like NyQuil, or, you know, like I'm trying to conceive in my mind what that means to them, because for me, you can never duplicate that medicine that comes from cooking in the process, and being part of this beautiful community is even the medicine for me, and learning more about this. And so, I mean, it is something that we have to address, right, in these times, because there is cultural appropriation and intellectual property and all these terms that we're not used to, but we have to address them because of protecting our ways and the things that food brings to us, and more specifically what our food brings to us. Do you have any thoughts on that, Tanya?
I don't have thoughts. Just kidding. That phrase always kind of I don't know. I don't know what I think about it really. Because to me, like the way I was raised, that like, yes, food is medicine, but there was a time where that wasn't medicine because we weren't sick, right? Like to me, like when we grow things and we want them for medicine, or we're picking them, we're thanking them and we're asking them for that, right? Like we're asking it to nourish our bodies or to help us with sickness. So that things kind of like that intentions going into that while it's being grown or harvested or thought about. And I think those foods, like from the get-go from us, would be like, yes, this is, you are a medicine for me. Yeah, I just never really thought about how, like, I was like, well, we weren't sick before, so I don't really know how I feel. I've never really put too much thought into it, I guess. But yeah, I guess that's the thing I got to say right to that.
Well, so I guess this is another question, especially since we're thinking of the past and then the present and what we want to see for the future in this conversation. And I know that, I mean, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning. Loretta was supposed to be the one doing this moderation today, and thinking of inspiration and in ways that we were just supported before, in the way that she supported us and kind of opened up our network and even brought us together in a lot of ways, you know, in our friendships and stuff. And thinking how we can be the Lorettas for the next generation, you know, how can we be that support and provide that network for the ones that might look at Crystal or Tanya or Krisha or Justin and say, like, they did it, you know, and I know that I can do it too, right? So what does being an Indigenous food chef mean to you? Crystal, what do you think?
Well, what it means to me is representing one, for me personally, is my family, my tribe, my community, and how you treat the food, where you get the food, how you prepare the food. It can go on and on. That's for me. And so when it comes, yeah, you can have fun. Of course, we're chefs. We love to cook. We like to do little fancy stuff. But at the end of the day, what I do teach my staff and I do teach my children, when it comes to our foods, it's about respect. Um, that's my opinion. And I find these foods such healing to me and my community, and I want to represent that in a good integrity way. How I see it, where I get it from, I'm very careful about that. Like when I get certain medicines from certain chefs, I guess you can say, or certain foragers or certain people that harvest for me, I know where their heart comes from and I know what it takes for them to gather it and to give it to me. And so me personally, I always cook that for a special day. Like we'll have our elders here in the Bay Area, or if I know like my neighbor or a few elders that can't get around, I always prepare that. To me, that's good medicine. And that's what representing an Indigenous chef for me is. It's about taking all this knowledge and taking all these beautiful gifts that we have. And yes, I live in an urban area. There's there's back and forth. If you live here, live there, but I'm surrounded by so much beautiful food and beautiful people. It's just a part of me. It's just a part of me. I want to share it, and if I get excited, I love elders. They mean a lot to me, and I love giving it to them and seeing the reaction and knowing that they're loved for that day, and they're loved always, just when it comes to our foods. But that's me being when people ask, Indigenous chef, yeah, I love to cook, I love to create, but at the end of the day, it's who I am. And what I make, whatever you see on that plate and whatever you taste, that's me. And that's something that I just love to do, and I just love to share who I am with everyone. So that's to me what's an Indigenous chef, because I have a few staff, and I always talk to them about the respect and the integrity of how you present yourself, where the foods come from, and about knowing where your foods come from, as in tribes, and because we're such mixed up here in the urban area, and it's always good to go back home, and it's always good to have that connection with the land. It's always good to know exactly who you are, what do you want to do with your community. And I believe that for us being Indigenous chefs, we have to serve our community. We're here to serve our community. That's me. And, at the same time, yeah, we can have fun. We can throw down. We can do this, or you can get chopped, or, things like that. That's the fun part of embracing your craft and your gift, but the serious part is about feeding our community and about providing, like you said earlier, food is medicine. It's like, okay. Yeah, I thought the same thing you thought, Elena. I'm like, oh, what do you mean by that? But it's really about every meal that we make and we serve our community, it's always going to be different. And that's what I love about being a cook, chef, whatever you want to call it. I love cooking on the whim for hundreds of people, because I know that's where that medicine is coming out of, but I can go on and on. Sorry.
It is. It's the intention from every part of that meal that gets put on that plate that kind of makes it what it needs to be. And I don't think, like, I've eaten your food, Crystal, and oh my gosh, it's so good. The last time I actually did a significant cook was with you a year ago. at the Hunters Feast here, and I flew you to Wisconsin, and we were able to, I was just thinking about that and talking with one of the wild berries about it, saying, I'm so blessed to have had that day with you guys and with all of them cooking, because really reflecting on that day has helped me get through, knowing that at some point we'll be able to share that kind of experience again.
Yes.
Thank you for who you are and what you put into your food. You know, it means a lot.
That was also my last day. Well, I think it was, yeah. But my last traveling days. My last traveling days. Yeah, so I always hold that in because, you know, I'm from the Bay Area. It's a little warm out here. And when I went to Wisconsin and got to Minneapolis, woo, it was
Wisconsin
cold.
in February, right?
Yes.
I brought Crystal to Wisconsin in February.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. We kind of talked about sourcing, and I know when I was in California, when Tanya and I went to support you at your community, you took us to Berkeley Bowl, and they had these incredible, this produce selection. But what people don't realize, like, is that we can't just go to the grocery store and get what we want. And I think, Krisha, you touched on it in seeing all these beautiful tubers. It doesn't Peru have like 10,000 different species of tubers? I could just imagine what that table looked like. How do you see it, Krisha, being in an urban area and having that accessibility, like what you were saying, and getting the ingredients that you want to cook with, or that you want to access? Or I know we've had a couple conversations about recipes and how can you use what you have access to as an Indigenous chef and culinarian in your area. How do you overcome some of those obstacles?
Well, I think probably like any of us in urban areas where we don't always have access to produce and things, we substitute stuff as needed. But luckily now there are a lot more stores carrying more Peruvian products and things that weren't easy to find before. So I have access to it now. I would love more, but some things you can only find frozen and it doesn't taste at all the same or good. So you make do with what you can. But I think that when I think about the ways in which I'm cooking now and how I'm trying to play with certain ingredients as I find them, I realized, and to your question, sort of like where do you see us, like as an Indigenous chef, where do you see where you're going? And for me, I feel like it's important, and I wouldn't have said this even last week, but to re-indigenize Latino culture, because that's my background too. I just feel like there's this disconnect. Not everybody, but in some communities. And so I'm re-indigenizing Latino culture. I want to re-indigenize the culinary culture, like from culinary school is what I mean. Like that thing, like I want to infiltrate and I want to shake that up because I don't want to hear anymore that there isn't American cuisine. I'm really tired of people saying that. It's BS. It's erasure. You know, it's like, so like always at every single level is the erasure of Indigenous knowledge of culture, of music, of dance, of food. It's like every single level there's erasure. And so like when we talk about, and Justin used the phrase retracing, I'm not the only person retracing or tracing my steps. No, we're all here because we're doing this, right? But it's tiring sometimes. And yet when I find you, then I feel less tired because I know that I'm not doing this by myself. And so I want to infiltrate these spaces so badly. And that's the path I think that I'm on. And I'm playing with those ingredients as I find them. You know, like so I have a blog. I didn't mention any of these things when I introduced myself, by the way. I have a personal chef business and I'm like the empanada lady. I make empanadas to like as my side hustle. And one day I will figure out how to freeze them and ship them to you, Elena, and to Crystal and Tanya. Tanya, I don't think I can get them to Canada, but I can probably get them to Crystal and Elena. And Justin, if you'd like to try my empanadas, I'd be happy to send you some too. But I'm trying to like every step of the way, you know, I'm not anti white flour, but I don't want to use it in everything that I do. So my empanada dough is bomb. I have to say, like, it's really good dough. I'm not going to mess with that, but I'm going to play with the fillings. And so I think about the way that, you know, I'm using like more pumpkin now, or like I use from here, we have, you know, native cranberries, like a cranberries or like whatever else. I'm just re-indigenizing things. And I start with something small, but then it starts to get really big in my head. And there's no limit to how many spaces we can still indigenize, that we can still infiltrate, because we're still so invisible. It's so insane to me. I don't want to hear anymore. This is literally, I'm also a facilitator for graduate courses for Boston University. And I'm facilitating 2 different courses. And in both of those courses in the last week, there have been conversations about how we don't have American cuisine. I'm like, we absolutely do. It's sort of like, it's underneath the surface because y'all are up here and you're focused on, I don't know, US folks tend to focus on trying to know all these other cuisines from other countries. And so don't look right here. And, I did that too, because I was focused on Peru. And now I'm here and I'm focused and I'm seeing it. And I'm like, how did I not see this before? So you don't know until you know. And now I know and I can't unknow. And now I just want more information. You know what I mean? So like, I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. I'm here for this movement. I'm here for the infiltration. I'm here for the re-indigenizing all the spaces, because we have too much knowledge collectively. And I feel like we are that generation right now that we have to take the baton. We have to be those people to carry that information. And I'm excited that I made it here. I ended up taking a left turn at some point, and I came here because I followed some movement. And I will say that I believe it's my abuela. My abuela, when she passed with my photograph on her chest. And so I've always believed that she was the one that has been pushing me, and my angel, to like push me into being in uncomfortable spaces and in uncomfortable places so that I can grow and I can reconnect. And so that's this movement. I'm tired of hearing certain things over and over again, and I just want to be a part of that change.
And I think we have the opportunity to do that. I mean, in this moment, right now, we can rewrite the narrative moving forward and really say that, we are here. It isn't just one movement. I mean, as chefs, I kind of feel like we have this unique spot in this unique space where we come in contact with all of the growers, the producers, the hunters, the anglers, that we are the ones that get to kind of have interaction with all of them in this beautiful way where we're getting their product and we're learning the stories, and then we're the ones that get to present it to the world, to put it together and have this amazing dish. And it really is a metaphor for us, right? Like, we're all from these different places. Even the word America, right? It's the Americas. It's not like the United States is one small section that it's different, right? And even I think we had that conversation about Indigenous when I said, no, you're part of what I am, you're part of this. We're not separate, that we are here for each other. And I think that realization and honoring all of the cultures that we have and all the individual different communities that combine us in Indigenous or natives to this land, it's very powerful. And we have a very powerful presence and a very strong voice. And I think that it's time that we use that a little bit better and represent that a little bit more, just even for the future. Right?
Yeah, and I want to just so that folks on the panel understand what Elena's referencing, and I don't mind saying this and calling myself out a little bit. When I first went to the food summit, because I'm not a tribal member and I'm not from Turtle Island, like my bloodline is not Turtle Island blood, like I'm from a different lineage. So I was like, can I do this? Like, can I become a mentee with NAFSA because I'm not a tribal member? And she was like, she didn't use these words, but she was like, we're all related, girl, like, yes, you can come on this thing. And I felt like I just needed someone to say, like, I see you, sister, like, just let's do this. And I think it's really important that the invitation, sometimes, because some of us are lost, and I was lost. I was very isolated and on my own journey and not knowing how to connect. I was so envious. I remember when I was 18, I went to Arizona and I was in a Safeway, and there were so many natives in that Safeway. And I was like, oh, I wish I had this kind of community. And I had like these fantasies of moving to New Mexico to Arizona because I felt so isolated in Massachusetts. but I found my own, I found my way. And I don't think that was I don't think that was like a mistake. It was like a path that I was on. It just took me a little bit longer maybe to get there and find other folks that I could relate to. But that's what Elena was talking about. Like I needed someone to basically invite me in and be like, no, you this is a place for you too. Like, we don't have to be separated. Like, you can come into this community too, because we are learning. We're on the same and similar path.
Well, I'm glad that you came on board, Krisha. I'm grateful for that. So we kind of touched on agriculture a little bit, and I know, Tanya, you mentioned your mom, who is incredible in Mohawk land. And when we were in Taos, actually, we went to the Earthship community. You dragged me to the Earthship community, you made me cross the bridge. But there are so many amazing things that you're doing at home to teach the next generation and to make sure that, you know, not only what your mom's doing, but how you and your sisters are supporting that work and making sure that your children are involved in really touching the ground and being present in all these like incredible things that you do up there. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? And really, like, because of the work that, you know, your ancestors did, your mom, and I know you have that beautiful Brant black corn that I always hope to get my hands on from you. But, you know, and being able to preserve that, you've really been blessed in being able to have access and exposure to some of that. So how do you see, you know, the work that you guys are doing now being able to continue for the future?
Yeah, well, it's a little weird now, just a little lonely during COVID, so, you know, it's just family around. So, but I mean, like, just COVID's been pretty cool because now, like, my mom's a retired teacher, so she's teaching all the grandbabies right now. So it's like a little one-room schoolhouse right now for 8 grandkids. So like they're having a blast, right? And my mom's got a bunch of little helpers for if they're sorting seeds or like they lie the corn for me for the restaurant. Like they do that on the wood stove, like because there's a kitchen kind of wood stove in there. So, you know, we got the ashes and everything, and we even have like, because a lot of people don't have access or they don't have like wood stoves and stuff like that anymore, that we actually bring in wood ash for people, you know, to buy. So they can do that. And it's something really weird that most like, what do you need ashes for? I'm like, well, a lot of people don't have wood stoves no more. A lot of people don't have access to those ashes, and we need that for nixtamalizing our corn. You know, so I take those as donations to go to the Earthship in the cost of what it is, because it's not a nonprofit, it's not any of those things. Like there's no income source there other than what it is we make ourselves. And like my mom is just like, this is what she wanted to do when she retired. She wanted to be alone in her garden, right? And she always had that interest, like right from when I was younger. Like I know one of the things she went to school for was her degree in environmental science. So the first house she built was, you know, the house I kind of grew up in there was like, it was made a timber wood frame house, and the roof was made to like, you know, have solar panels on there, and there was just all of these things. So when we were all home still, and like we sorted our trash and burned stuff that we could, and like this thing, like it would take 2 weeks for a family of 5 to make 1 garbage bag of garbage. Because we were just doing things the way you were supposed to. And if it's all functioning and it's all there, so that definitely laid the groundwork, I think, for that that indigenous sustainable living, right? And what we can do every day to make less of a imprint on Mother Earth and help take care of it. And she always had that interest in seeds, and my family is like, you know, we're agrarian people, and my family definitely has done that all along. So we do have some seeds that are from, you know, when we were still in upstate New York, and we've always had that and kind of cherished those things. Like those are the family jewels, right? Or are these little seeds, and it just represents a lot of resiliency. And that's something, like being an educator, I think she really like put a lot of focus on that, right? And she really liked that idea. And I guess we were just kind of along for the ride, and it's kind of hard to not take an interest or not notice or not learn things when you're immersed in that, you know, from childhood. So that's why I'm thankful now that my boys get to be with my mom and you know, be around those seeds, and they're just getting ready to start their seedlings now. So that'll be, you know, the next little thing that they get to do in terms of learning about sustainable Haudenosaunee living. And like the whole earthship itself, we did a build, like my mom's a certified earthship builder, like she went to Taos and learned from Mark Reynolds, and they sent some people up, and we did a 2-week internship for like an Indigenous internship. So we were able to get some money from our Confederacy Council to pay for internships for these people, for Indigenous people to come and learn how to do the earthship building. So if they wanted after that, that was your little apprenticeship. So they could go to Taos and, you know, if they wanted to become a certified earthship builder, they could go and do that course, and they had already had kind of like their apprenticeship hours. So like it was just an opportunity, right? An opportunity to show Indigenous people how easy it is. Well, it's definitely not easy. It's like backbreaking labor, and I'm so thankful that those people were there to help us. And you know, I did the cooking, but like, yeah, like that's not easy work by any means. It's, you know, backbreaking labor. But what comes out of it is this structure that's literally indestructible. It's supposed to be like earthquake proof, hurricane proof, flood proof, like all of this stuff. So what we have is actually the first northern climate earthship that was ever built, because they've been being built in Canada for a while, but they weren't necessarily made for the climate and the snow and those types of things. So what they're doing with our earthship is they're just monitoring it over time to see how you know, how it operates and works, and sustain up to you know, just the improvements that they want to do for northern climate. So yeah, that's just everyday operations, I guess, around here. And yeah, the family just kind of, we all just help out and pitch in. And it's nice to know that we got a new generation coming up where they'll be able to take that on, because this structure will definitely be something that's a lasting legacy of my mom's, especially to like my family, our community, and just the Haudenosaunee people in general, to show them that just what love and passion can build, and knowing that, you know, just strictly doing it out of your heart for your culture and your people. And, you know, you don't need an organization. You don't need people to give you money. You don't need all of these things. That's something she really prides herself on, is, you know, just doing it. You just do the work and you get it done, right? And I'm just, I think about her like Chicken Little all the time, that she's 100 people come with me or nobody, I'm doing it, right? So, you know, she usually had us in tow. So we kind of learned that way, right? You just learn hands-on, and you know, I'm thankful that she really took that opportunity to teach us and learn. So it's kind of been a thing how I was brought up, that, you know, we grew up in this house with different things like no running water, and ran on, you know, like, I don't know, like I was doing my homework in high school, like by lantern light, but like it wasn't never because we had to, it was because she chose to raise her daughters that way, because she wanted us to be that more resilient. You know, what do you do when you have no energy? How do you like clean yourself? How do you do that? Like all these things just kind of came from living that type of lifestyle. And, you know, we're by no means, it wasn't because we're poor, it was because that's just that experience that she loved so much having when she was younger, that she wanted for her kids, and that I'm grateful that my boys will be experiencing that because of this structure, that we can live that sustainable life. And I'm hoping for a project that's going to come up that's really going to show people just the everyday ins and out life of the Brandt family, I guess you would say.
Well, I can't wait to come and see it in person. You didn't just cook, because I specifically remember seeing a post you made and you were knee deep in corn cobs and mud. So I know that you did get your hands in on that a little bit. It was amazing to watch happen though, because I knew about it, and then it started happening, right? You told me what was going on, and then I got to watch it turn into this beautiful learning space. And it really is a beautiful space for growing, for everything. And it's something where it's a little bit more modern, but you're still teaching those principles and bringing in the youth, and it's beautiful. I can't wait to go see it.
So Tanya, I shared your YouTube channel in the chat, because for folks who are interested in seeing the earthship and seeing some of the work, and she has one episode where she's nixtamalizing corn and all that stuff. So I welcome people to go take a peek at her YouTube channel. It's awesome.
Thank you.
It's okay. No, I'm kidding. I love watching her do
I'm super jelly of her like production. I'm like, who does your production? It's amazing.
So kind of going
Just
along
like me,
with
my
that.
sister, and a pewter.
So Justin, you had mentioned that you're working on the farm now, and I know that you started working with AmeriCorps just recently, right? Well, relatively recently. And I've been watching some of the things that you do and on your stories and stuff. And it's really neat to see how, I mean, how similar and how different everybody's journeys are in really putting in the work, like what you were saying, Tanya, to get this end result, and knowing that there's going to be hard work. You know, anybody that's been in a kitchen knows that those are not short days, and it's physically hard. But there is a lot of healing that happens in cultivating and being around the sourcing of the ingredients, or growing your own food, or, you know, being on the farm. How has that changed you, Justin, since you've kind of started adding that as a component of your work?
Oh, it's changed me a lot. I mean, I really feel, how do I put this? Like I was saying earlier, I mean, I have a huge and I have a deeper respect for the food that we are all putting out, especially for the ones that are sacred to each and every tribe, which is a lot of the foods around the Americas in the first place. But a lot of them, I mean, like amaranth, take for example, was taken away from us and was made illegal for a long time. And like not until recently, we've been taking that back, and it's become like a huge, I mean, like a really gnarly staple. So, I mean, foods like that, I mean, it's bringing me closer to my heritage and the foods my ancestors used to eat. And in Navajo, we have steamed corn stew. I'll just take this for an example. And it's a long process to do. I mean, from seed to putting it into the ground and steaming it with the cedar. And I mean, it's really special. Whereas when I was younger, I mean, you go to wherever, if say a flea market or whatever, or family brings it over. I mean, you take it, you eat it, and oh, it was good, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you don't even think like whatsoever, like the amount of work and time and effort it took for that one seed to grow, to be watered, to be pulled off the ground, to be cleaned, to put in the ground, to build the fire and everything. You know what I mean? It's a huge process. And I mean, I'm grateful for all the teachers that I have that have been leading me along the way. I don't know, like the more I learn about cooking, the more I learn about farming, I mean, the less I actually realize that I really do know. I mean, I know nothing. And so it's really keeping me humble for sure. And but it's also making me more hungry for more information and more history and more like a deeper respect for everything that I do. So just like the name Loremi, when I say that, I mean, we really are putting more effort into making every step of our experience make sense. And I mean, we're not there completely 100%. I mean, but like, I'd like to be pretty close to being really, what's the word, comfortable saying that we're getting pretty close. But yeah, I mean, food, there's so much we can keep going on about if we get into theory and each other. This is just one Navajo side of the story. I can't speak for anybody else. I mean, but I really would love to learn, and it's really, it's amazing and totally awesome how we're all intertwined and we're all related somehow, and like a lot of our stories really relating as well. And I'm just hungry, you know what I mean, to eat. I'm hungry to learn. I'm hungry to cook. I'm hungry for life. It's just, I'm 34 years old and I feel very content right now doing what I'm doing, getting my hands in the dirt and cooking locally in my hometown than I was in the city cooking 32 courses for rich ass people. I mean, maybe guess, excuse my voice, but I'm my language, but I mean, I really love doing that kind of food. Don't get me wrong. And I mean, I still do some of it to this day, but just why I was doing it for those many hours every single day, not getting any recognition and not getting any type of love. Like you never do anything right. You can always do things better. I mean, like these are the little steps that, I mean, as not little steps, but like these are some of the trials and the mud that we have to run through that, you know, you were talking about. I mean, grinding in the kitchen. And Crystal, you know, I mean, Christia and Tanya, all of you guys know, ladies, I'm sorry, not guys. All of you ladies know that, I mean, it's not easy being a cook. And when I get asked by youngsters, like, or even like youngsters' moms, like, oh, my son wants to cook, he's so cool. I mean, like, what do you think? What school do you think you should go to? I'm like, I really try to discourage going to culinary school now. I mean, like, because you don't learn the respect that I've gotten to learn. I'm not saying that I know everything whatsoever, but I feel like you could learn a lot more, like putting your hands in the dirt. And like the old saying goes, give a man a fish, he eats for one day. I mean, teach him how to fish, he'll fish for a lifetime. And so by getting your hands dirty and learning these, where your foods come from, I mean, it could do a lot more damage for good than just going to culinary school and getting yourself into debt. But I mean, I don't know. That's just my little 2 cents on the subject, and I'm still learning. I'm still ready to learn. I hope to cook with all of you someday and learn more as well on my little journey. And Tanya, you need to hook me up with the ship in Taos, because we were planning a trip next month to go there, actually. The Earth ship,
It's
not
pretty
my bad.
neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked going there. And there's a lot of people in Taos that can kind of get you connected with the things that they're doing there. Some beautiful work is being done in that area as well. So
Right.
if you have time, let me know. I'll get you in touch with some of them so you can check it out.
Next month. Well,
Yeah.
next month is already next week.
Yeah, that's like Monday.
Sign me up Monday. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
but at the same time, you blink and it's March, right? It's classic. So thinking
Today
of that,
we were
it's
actually
kind of
putting seeds in, starting seedlings today over at the farm, and I was putting my tomatoes in there. I was like, wow, it's already March of 2021. What the heck? It came quick.
yeah, it did. But then it seems like it really dragged and it took us a really long
I
time to
know,
get.
right?
That's the way it feels for me in Wisconsin, is we still have like a couple feet of snow out my back door and stuff. I'm not at that point quite yet, but
Oh,
hopefully
yeah.
soon. Looking into the future and seeing what we can do today to change it for, how can we, I know that Tanya and Crystal and I have been mentors in the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance's Food and Culinary program for a couple years now. And we have had some of the conversations on, what can we do as mentors and really pave the way for the next generation, or for the ones that are coming behind us. Because, for me as a Ho-Chunk, and kind of what you said, Justin, you can speak as one Navajo, I can speak as one Ho-Chunk and say that, we're taught that our movements is for them, that we are always looking for the ones that are coming behind us to see what we can, clear, or how we can help them get farther than where we're at. And in a very ego-driven, profession where there's a lot of I work that's done, we were talking about how we can eliminate that ego and really say that it's about us. And how can we stand in solidarity and show the ones up and coming that it isn't a competition, that it isn't about who's better at one thing or the other, but it's about sharing and creating that community. And I know I've had a little bit of a conversation with you about this, Crystal, so I'd love to have you, elaborate on that. It's something that we actually had to sit down and have a conversation with and say, you know, this is the way we are going to choose to continue forward. And it was Crystal, Tanya, and I in December when we went out to support Crystal in California that we were like, this, we really have a chance to rewrite the narrative and to say that this is the way we're moving forward. And it meant a lot to me. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, Crystal.
Well, okay. Let me I say, me personally, and like I said before, we're all on our own journey. We're all on our own road, you know? And like I said before, it's good to have fun. You know, of course, we're chefs and very competitive, but also what I've learned all throughout these years is just about supporting one another and showing one another about support. You know, just how you and Tanya had came in here to my community and how we fed my community, and they still talk about that till this day, you know. And even when Brian had came, you know, they still talk about all that, and that's what it's about to me. And that's about all of us coming together and working together and showing that example, because there's always going to be that one, or maybe that two, or maybe that three. You never know. But I definitely, I always tell actually my my family, I call them my family because it's my nephew and I have my two nieces, and then I have my daughter, and I always tell them we're all on our own journey, and however we take it, you know. I know my journey, and my journey is to feed my community, and my journey is to all at the same time to lead by example. Yes, I was on Food Network. Yes, I competed. You know, that's the fun part. You can have fun, but don't take it so seriously. You know, don't take it where you're gonna just don't take that seriously. That's all I can say, and that's from experience. And but also at the same time, you know where you're going. There's a saying, it's okay to be lost, but as long as you know where you're going. And that's for me. I know where I'm going, and I know where I want to end up. And we're all on this journey for different reasons, and however we take it, but we also have that responsibility. For me, I definitely have that responsibility to my staff, to my community, and to the people that sees me, the people I talk to. We have that certain responsibility, and that is just to actually be respectful everywhere we go, you know. And yeah, it's, you know, like there's always going to be that one. That's all I can say, you know. And that's good. There's that one. Actually, I had about three. There's that three. That three teaches you all these different lessons, what not to do, how not to be, how to conduct yourself, how to carry yourself. And I see a lot of that, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. But because people are watching, and especially, I guess you can say, I've been doing this for a long time. And you know, oh, it's the indigenous chef's time, blah blah blah, wherever you want to call it, however you want to perceive it, but it is it's our time to unite, to band together, and to fight what is right, and that's our foods, that's food sovereignty. That's what we, you know, I've been a chef for a very long time, and for me, what I've been doing all this time, and that is to represent these foods in the right way. And how, you know, and how we represent these foods and where it comes from, how we're getting it, who's eating it. And it's our job to protect that as an indigenous chef. That's my job. So everybody has their road. If you want to go on that road, yeah, you can. Yes, you're listening to the one that was on TV, but I'm gonna tell you from experience, from experience, you choose your own path where you want to. When you see me on those different things, I'm having fun. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm having fun, but I do take my work seriously. When I do feed my community, where I'm sourcing my foods from, and where I'm getting it from, who I talk with. So at the end of the day, we have that certain responsibility, and we should never forget that. That's me.
And you should have fun with work, right? You should love what you do.
I love it. And I love to eat. Ooh, I love to eat. I love to eat. When you go out
I
to
love
eat,
eating with chefs.
when all of us chefs go out to eat, especially Elena and Tanya, we order like 4, 5, 6 meals. And even when I'm by myself or if I'm with one of my kids or I'm with somebody, I always order a lot.
Yeah, you gotta try it all, right? You gotta know what it tastes like. You gotta see what's
No
best.
shame. No shame.
No, and you got to see some people if they don't know where we come from and you're ordering, they're like, okay, there's a lot of cool
Yeah,
restaurants
Justin,
out
I've
there.
seen some of your food pics. He's all about ordering
Yes.
at the menu.
Yes.
We all follow you, Justin. We know.
So definitely, Justin, when we all meet, we're gonna have to have at least a 5-course from you, okay?
Done and done. You don't even have to say anymore.
Okay.
I look forward to it, especially coming out to Oakland to the Bay to see you, of course. And I'm gonna have my grandpa out there. You know what I mean? So we'll make a big thing out of it.
I take everybody to the farmers market and to Berkeley Bowl.
Yeah.
It's a must.
And
Yeah, that's gonna be Justin. That's gonna be your heaven walking in Berkeley Bowl for sure.
I believe it. I think I've been there when I was younger. Almost said when I was a little girl. I'm not a little girl. When I was a youngster. Yeah. No, when I was a youngster, I mean, like it's beautiful. I mean, I love farmers markets. I'll stay there all day.
Me too. That's why I go by myself.
Ain't nobody gonna rush us when we go to the farmers market.
That's why I go all by myself.
Anybody that knows me knows squash is my favorite ingredient. I'll cook it anywhere, and I have pictures of Tanya and Crystal hauling these squash out of the farmer's market for me. I was like, come on, let's go. We all had armfuls of squash. It was beautiful. I wanted to make sure to leave a little bit of time for anybody that's watching today to have, if anybody has questions. I know I've kind of just asked you guys my own questions, what I wanted to know or hear you talk about. So I'm not sure if anybody else, you can put them in the chat. I will check and see. I know that
Alina, there is one from someone named Nona Siegel, and she asks, how comfortable are you all with non-Indigenous cooks wanting to learn from you?
Anybody want to take this one? Tanya?
Yeah, okay. I guess. No, just kidding. Yeah, like it is definitely a hard thing for us to take because so much passion goes into what it is that we do, and it's a lifelong journey doing what it is we do, and sometimes it's hard to see that when there's just, somebody wants to come along and, oh, I want to do that too, and you're just like that's hard because we grow our ingredients and we, you grow up learning all these things, and then somebody just kind of is like, okay, well, tell me what you know. And it's like, well, any Indigenous culture, they're going to tell you like, that's a lifelong journey, and lessons come to you when they should. And I don't think that appreciation is there because it's almost like ripping off somebody, right? Like we live through lived experiences, and that's how, teachings and lessons and things like that come to us. And there's just this different level of appreciation that isn't there in everyday culture, or going to culinary school, or being in a traditional kitchen. Traditional meaning like a French kitchen, not our traditional, but it's hard because I don't know how I feel about that. Like I definitely want people to learn how to cook with our foods, because I think that's the future, right? I think that our Indigenous foods are what's going to be saving society, because GMO seeds are done, and the whole world's sick from eating all this crap. But at the same time, it is hard to see when you see some, a famous chef or a company come along and kind of take what it is you're doing and profit from it. And none of that respect and love and care and all of those things didn't go into that. But in terms of teaching non-Native people and how to work, I don't know, it's just such an individual thing, right? Like for us, we do things by feel, and if it feels right, we do it. And that's definitely something that I think it's a case by case kind of basis, because you never know what people's intentions are. They could want to steal our seeds, they could want to steal our recipes, they could want to profit off us, and you don't know what that intention is. And it's hard, because I remember, was that last year, 2 years ago probably, they found like this guy started growing our corns out, and he never asked anybody or did anything, but at the end of the day, when I looked at it, like, I think he was just like this racist Trump supporter that didn't want to buy Mexican corn. And they ended up taking our Haudenosaunee white corn and growing that out, talking about, oh, this is, an economic opportunity for farmers, and this is a perfect thing to like make tortillas with this corn. And then like the more I got into it, looked at the person, and he owned a Mexican restaurant, and he was non-Indigenous, and he just didn't have that respect for the food and for us, and like, these are our lifelines, these foods, right? Like, that's our blood that flows through those seeds. And just it's just such an off top, like, there's no clear answer. You're never going to get an answer the same from everybody on this topic. And that's all I can say really, is it's by feel, whatever it is you feel, doing mentorship and teaching anybody that, it's not just like, it's not as easy as that, right? Like, it's a very huge gray area. There's no black and white answer. And European society expects black and white answers for everything. And I don't think you'll get a common answer from anybody on that subject.
So for me, I have Yusuf as my sous chef for Wild Berries. And, we've kind of been able to blend a lot of the work that we do to include the Afro-culinary diaspora, and how that connection and that historical moment in time sparked this brand new, generation of seeds and of plants that came from some being forced cultivators and some being forced nomads, and how we can really tap into the strength that came from that time. But Yusuf has also been on this journey with me for a really long time. And I know that his intentions are good, and he comes to learn with an open heart, and he's there to just wholeheartedly support me. And I think that when you're saying it's a fine line, it is a very individual process. And it's not just something where you can be like, I'm here to stage and I'm going to learn everything you have to know. Like, this has been a lifelong journey, right? What you were saying, and the way things come to you, and knowledge, and what you feel you're willing to share. It is very individual and personal. It's personal. It's not just something that you can show up in somebody's kitchen and learn, but it's about having that relationship with that person that is teaching you, and making sure that it's in a good and respectable way. So thank you for your opinion. We have a question from Zoe. She's asking, what is your favorite signature dish to make? Let's start with Krisha. We haven't heard from you in a minute. What's your favorite dish to make, Krisha?
Currently, so I have a few. For the masses, I think my empanadas I've known in my family for those. So that's something that I'm the one that brings those to every party and all that kind of stuff. So that's my go-to for the masses dish. And I love playing with the fillings, sweet and savory. But as I've been on this journey to really learn and respect the ingredients that come from South America, my go-to favorite dish personally is called carapulcra. It is a dish that is traditionally made with something called papa seca, which is dried potatoes. For those that may be familiar with ways in which indigenous South Americans preserve their potatoes, there's two different kinds. There's one that's papa seca, which looks almost like resin. When it's dried, it's like chipped, and it's dried, and it looks like golden colored little gems. They're beautiful. And then there's also chuño, which is a freeze-dried potato, which is left outside or in the water, and then stepped on and pressed all the water, and then it turns into these little, like, it almost looks like chalk when there's black and there's white, but it looks like chalk. It's really cool. So there's those things. And those are the things that I play with the most. So carapulcra, I make a vegan version with quinoa. I'm obsessed with quinoa. That's what I got. Like, I literally got a master's degree and wrote my entire 100-page thesis on quinoa. So that's one of my things that I know a lot about. And so carapulcra uses everything indigenous as I make it. It's the dried potatoes, the papa seca, the quinoa, 2 different chili peppers that are infused into that. And it's made into like a porridge style. Oh, and peanuts, which are of course also indigenous to South America. So it's all blended and it's very deep in flavor and it's just warming and delicious. And it can be eaten by itself, but as Peruvians do and Bolivians also, we love our starches. So you eat that with boiled yuca and rice. And there's also extra potatoes sometimes in there, sweet potatoes too. So like all the things. But that's my favorite. That's my go-to signature.
I'm pretty sure Zoe wanted you to say picarones.
Oh, picarones. Well, yeah, I sent you. Those are delicious too. I'm a cook. I'm like literally just sort of getting into the sweet stuff. I also make a bomb ass flan like that. I am also known for my flans. So if you ever want to try, like I do coconut and traditional flans, like that's my jam right there.
Now I'm
So those are my
hungry.
sweets.
Keep it going. Wapapa, what about you?
I know. What Crystal's, seriously, Crystal, I don't want to talk, I should talk up your bars this much. Your bars are so phenomenally delicious. And they look so like they're beautiful because they have flowers in them. And you're like, don't really want to eat it because it looks so pretty. And then you eat it and you can't stop. Those bars are amazing. They're amazing. All of them.
Oh, well, thank you. If I had to say one, definitely I love amaranth. It reminds me, we would have a garden and we grow a lot. And so my aunt, she lives up north and so she grows a lot. And so that's when with the bars came, I had so much amaranth and we went into the COVID times and I'm out just sitting outside looking at it. And then me and my aunt are talking and then I was like, hey. So I put 2 to 2 together, but I always been but of course I'm obsessed with berries. Any kind of berry. I love any kind of exotic, any kind of berries. I love picking berries. I love anything about berries. I'm just a weirdo on that. But it's, like it started when I was young. I would go pick a lot of blackberries with my grandpa and he would like race me to go pick them. So that's why I like a lot of berries because it reminds me of him in the good old days. And it just I love the color and the beauty of it. And so I say anything with berries. I like creating. And so when it comes to that, creating is definitely it could be challenging if somebody hires you. No, no, but don't do that one. But definitely I love creating and because of how food is and how it is incorporated and how it talks to each other and we'll see how they get along. I just love creating anything with berries. Just put me in a room full of a whole bunch of berries and I guarantee you I will come out with something.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna lock you in a room.
Not I like all different kind of berries. I'm obsessed with berries.
Fruit, right? Like because
I want to sit outside the door whenever you let Crystal out so I can be the first taster.
Yeah.
I think Zoe was wanting you to say plum pudding, Crystal, because
oh yeah. And yeah. So I love puddings. I just love creating with anything, I just love it. And to me it's something that we see and a lot of people it kind of gets passed. And so why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? I just love creating. That's just what I like to do. And it makes me happy.
Yay! What about you, Justin? What's your favorite dish or?
I really like a lot of the teas that I've been trying a lot lately. But I think one that's really important to us during our little dinners is we call it textures of squash. And we also did a little tutorial on on YouTube with Navajo ethno-agriculture, the farm that I work on. I saw somebody asking a question about farming and stuff, but that's just the one that I work on. I don't own it by any means, but it's like my learning center and my job as well. But I'm going to take what I learned there and take it over to my family's farm because my dad's family has farmland as well But textures of squash is one of our courses that we always put into our tasting menu. And we think it's really, we know it's very important because there's squash everywhere out here. And the reason we did the video as well is to show the same, to do the same, have the same result as why it's on the tasting menu, which is to show how versatile squash can be, how many other varieties of squash there are, how beautiful they can be. I mean, so on the plate, we do 7 different variations of squash preparation, from raw to pickled to puree to dehydrated to even utilizing the ash that when we throw it into the fire, take out the outside that's burnt, crush that up, add some huitlacoche and some salt to it, and use that as a seasoning on top of it, and take some of the squash and blend it with oil and let it sit for a week in a bag, and strain that and using the squash oil, you know what I mean? So there's all different ways, all the way down to the seeds and the weird guts that come outside of the squash. I mean, people throw that away. I've put some lemon juice and salt on top of it, and then had it sit on top of like different preparations. And I mean, it's a really beautiful dish. And I think that it really speaks to me as a Navajo because we're utilizing the whole thing from top to bottom. That's the biggest one that I can think of.
Justin, so for you, something that Elena just mentioned, picarones from Peru, they're basically squash and sweet potato donuts, fried, deep fried donuts.
Say no more.
So if you want to try something new, look up picarones. They're delicious.
And I absolutely love, you guys know I got my Sasquatch. Squash is my favorite. What about you, Tanya? What's your favorite dish?
Well, I was gonna say you gotta eat the one for you there. I don't know, Justin, have you ever nixtamalized squash?
I've had it, but I've never done it.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you how to do it, but you know what? It's a whole new thing. So I'm just like, oh my God, you can cook it for hours and it doesn't break.
Right.
How's it not? It's like it's magic,
We'll
but
talk
it's
later.
definitely, it almost like crystallizes. So yeah, that's cool. They're gonna let you know. But we talk about our favorite dishes. Oh yeah, Elena asked me last because she knows I hate this question. I always say that because I rarely make the same thing twice. Because like Justin said earlier, every time you make a dish, like you want to improve it or try it a different way, or there's something, right? You're always tweaking something. So that's why I don't really make recipes. So a lot of people ask me, you know, oh, can I get that recipe? And I'm like, I'm a chef, we don't use recipes. Like you just know what to do with the food at some point in your career. So yeah, I think my favorite thing to make is just something that I've never worked with before. Obviously working with our indigenous ingredients is something that really, you know, gets my attention. I like playing with our corns because there's not much knowledge in my area in terms of Haudenosaunee people. They'll just be like, oh, well, that's a bread corn or that's a popcorn. And outside of that, you're not going to find too much knowledge on it unless maybe, you know, about what its ceremonial purpose is. So yeah, I really like just working with our corns in different ways, making different like mushes or nixtamalizing different colors, and just seeing how that goes. And you know, I've never really ever made anything where it's like, oh, I'm never gonna do that again. And that's something I really like about our food, that is almost like it's so experimental that, you know, everything you have is a new taste, a new flavor, and you just like, you know, you get excited about it because it's something you want to share in the end. So I think that's, I probably have more like favorite ingredients to work with as opposed to like an actual favorite dish. Like Crystal, you know, being Haudenosaunee, berries are, you know, super important to us. So berries are definitely something you'll see a lot in my cooking. And salads, I like doing salads for some reason. And salad dressings, I like doing that in something in my shop. I'm happy that I get to play with that a little. But yeah, I guess that's all.
Now I'm hungry.
I know.
Me too.
When you guys are talking, I'm thinking, what am I gonna make?
What's for dinner? Yeah.
We all know we got 3 different snacks in front of you, Crystal.
Hey, wait a minute.
Before I got here.
Of course.
So I see a question and I want to, I can read it, but I also want to talk about how I connected to mentors. So, because somebody else earlier asked about mentors, and I want to briefly, our time is almost up, but I just want to say that the day that
I just wanted to say thank you all. Thank you all for joining me. And
Oh, I think we lost her, but this is Tyrone Johnson. I'm sorry, we are sort of on a strict. Oh, we probably got 3 minutes for the next question. So if you want to continue asking that question, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thanks, Terrell. There was a question about mentors, and I was just gonna, but maybe we should do the
Well, you could ask the question
and then
and
people
then
can fill that out.
yeah.
I would say that for me, as someone who has been mentored by Elena, and also by extension of meeting Tanya and Crystal, and I look forward to getting to know you more, Justin, I hope in the future. Being mentored or watching them as inspiration has been really meaningful. And the way that I met them was through the food summits when we gather. And so whether that happens virtually or in person eventually, that moment of being able to come together and having the kitchen culture and the growth of that and the continuity of that is really important. And for me, as a future mentor, someone who has the possibility of mentoring others in the future, that those platforms are really important to be able to not only give us platform to show what we know, but I don't see myself as, I'm not done growing, right? So I still need to be mentored as well. I think it's reciprocal. So I think those moments are really important to be able to share space together, because I'm still learning from my sisters and my brothers, and I don't want to stop. It's an evolution.
well, I
All
just
right.
wanted to say thank you to all of you for joining me and for inviting me to this space. There is a poll that needs to be taken on this afterwards, if you would please. And please follow these amazing chefs and the work that they're doing and support. And I know that you all are very supportive of the agriculture and the food systems and stuff. So keep doing the incredible work you're doing. I'm a forever fan of all of yours. And I'm so blessed to be able to have you in my company and to be a part of my, my family here, my kitchen family. I wore my special sweatshirt today too. It says kitchen versus everybody, just because, it is sometimes kitchen work is hard work, and I love the things that you do. So thank you all for joining me, and thank you for having us and giving us this space to have this conversation.
Yes, I want to thank Elena for monitoring the conversation. All of you chefs are amazing. I just want to say that I'm one of the founding members of NASA, and I've actually never made it out to Dan Cornelius's gatherings he had out there, just because of health reasons. But I've always seen all the pictures that everybody posted of everybody working in the kitchen, laughing, and all that amazing food. So I'm jealous. So I want to work on getting you all down here to the Southwest at one of the in-person native indigenous food gatherings. So once again, I want to thank Elena, and I want to thank you all for coming. And the rest of you that hung on to this, please again fill out the poll. It really helps us plan the next gathering on how either if we're going to do the virtual gathering or if we're going to do the in-person. But I'm hoping again in months to come that this disease that is in everyone's community will be gone by then, or under control. We can start planning on the gathering. So once again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and I'm so grateful. And thank you again so much. So now I want to introduce Camillus Lopez, who is one of our elders, our storyteller, and one of those people that are very knowledgeable about the O'odham Himathak. he is one of those treasures that our tribe holds dear to, and we are very honored to have him come and end the day with storytelling. So I want to hand it over to Camila Lopez, and we'll start the storytelling. Thank you again so much, everyone, for participating. Okay. To'y nang nyahecho, to'y nang nyahecho, no ang wachonya ka kwenyo amako paroa kamai wanyo. Amai ono ne kama dapat hema. To'y nang nyahecho, to'y nang nyahecho. No ang wachonya ka kwenyo amako paroa kamai wanyo. Amayo no ne kama dapat hema. To'y nang nyahecho, no ang wachonya ka kwenyo amako paroa kamay wanyo. Amayo no ne kama dapat hema. No ang wachonya ka kwenyo amako paroa kamay wanyo. Amayo no ne kama dapat hema. I wanted to start off that with that song, "A Blessing" from a community of the place called Santa Rosa. We call it Achik. There's a small mountain there, and the word Achik means thin. But throughout the time when we were there and we have celebrations, a long time ago, they would sing one of these songs, a celebration. When people planted a long time ago, they didn't just plant for their families. The whatever they planted, they took the best of whatever they had, the best looking, the biggest, the most delicious, and they took it out to places like sacred sites. And they would take those plants, those things that they had planted, and put it out for the spirits that are there. And some of them took it over to places where people are buried to give to them the best of the best of the best, because there was always the feeling that when you feed the spirits and you help the spirits, then the next year they will help you with rain and bring the rain, and they'll bring big crop, a lot of crop, because you need that help in the spiritual world. For those people that have passed on to come and help you out with pulling in the rain and making the plants grow. We live in a desert, and so therefore it's important for us to do that. So that was one of those songs that after they would take it out to the people and to the spirits, and they would come back and then they would celebrate. And so when they sang that song, then they would trade off. They would play games. They would trade off. So someone would bring a watermelon and dance with it, and another person would come and that person would have beans or something, and they would come and they would dance for a while, and then after they would switch off and trade off. So they're like giving stuff away, because giving is important. When you plant plants and the crop grows, and you take it, it's in our culture, it's meant for everybody. I think many times that it's been said that if a man kills a deer and he brings it home, it's not for his family only, it's for the whole community, whoever can partake of that. So, and then people really didn't argue or squabble or whatever. They did things that other people didn't like, but they generally shared things. So they shared, and so if this man went out and got a deer and brought it home and gave it out to everybody, then the next day somebody else would.
So they didn't really squabble because the saying was that he might shoot the deer that we're all going to eat tomorrow. And if I squabble with him and I'm mad at him or he's mad at me, then he might not give me any of the deer and my family will starve. So it's always been that sharing. So whenever they had the crops and they all grew out, some families didn't plant. They weren't lucky enough, and so others came and they started to give their what they had, as you know, and so people would store those things to eat it for the rest of the year. Now, again, here in this culture, we understand things different than what I think a lot of other people. We're living in a desert culture, and all the stuff that we eat comes from the desert. There's not a lot of rain, so most of our ceremonies have to do with bringing the rain, you know, calling the rain. So everything that we did back then and still do now is about calling the rain. Everybody was happy with the rain when it came. Nowadays, people aren't so happy anymore because now we have vehicles and they might get stuck when they go out there, or the kids come in with all dirty clothes and stuff like that. But a long time ago, we didn't have those. So we just subsisted off the land. And so it was a joy. They say that the most beautiful song in the whole world was the frogs at night after the rains when they're croaking in the wash when the water's running, because that meant if they're croaking, they're happy. And if they're happy, that meant that they have water. And so water is for everybody. So again, it's that the water that makes the plants grow. Now, in our culture, we have a creation myth, and it's like 4 nights long. But in that creation myth, when you tell it, you have to understand that in most natives, before science showed up and before the whole idea of gravity or the sphere, you know, it was of the earth was understood. We didn't think that same way. So now we know that the earth is this ball and it's flying through outer space at thousands of miles per hour, and we don't even know we're just spinning around this sun. But a long time ago, when you look at perception, you go outside and you look outside and you see that it looks like flat land and there's this dome sitting over us. When you look up, you see the dome, and then at nighttime, the stars shine through that. So that's what we call it, a dome world. But in a lot of native cultures call it the turtle world, because it's this dome that we're sitting under, that we're living under. So that dome that appears in our creation myth, it was made that way. And then like one of the creators put this blanket over us, and put this blanket over us to keep us warm, to keep us safe from the elements from above. So part of that story is that Chiwetamake came and then he made some stuff, and then Iitoi came and he made some stuff. But Iitoi was the one that covered the dome because he was to protect the people. Now, we've always believed, and people have always understood, that there was this blanket over us that was protecting us for all these thousands of years that we've been here. And then about the 1960s, 1950s, they started shooting rockets into outer space. And so if you look at that, you see that when they started doing that, it's about that time when global warming and climate change started to happen in the world. And the O'odham, or the elders, say that that's because that blanket that was over us now has holes in it. So because the rockets and the ships go through to get to the moon or wherever they're going, that they keep putting holes in it, and the outside air is coming in, the hot air. So that's why they say that this thing, the earth is changing, the nature is changing, because it wasn't like what it was before, what it was meant to be. So, but it was subsisted on that. And again, under this dome world, in our stories, they say that Ita and Chiwetamake made the plants. So they sat under the stars and they made the plants. So they built a little fire, and they would take some dirt and they would rub it, or take some piece of their hair and they would rub it in there, and then they keep rubbing it, and it becomes a stick. And then they color it, a certain, or they make scratches on it, and then they make the roots of that whatever that is, whatever plant that's going to be, and then they color it, and then they put leaves on there, and they make the leaves, and then it takes a long time. creation took thousands of years. It wasn't just a snap of the finger. Like, I think sometimes people hear stories, native stories, they think, oh, you snap the finger and things change. But actually, when you look at it in time, it's a long time. So Itoy and Jiwidamaka is making these plants. And in the dark, they would walk out there and put the plant someplace. But when they would dig a hole to put the plant in there, they would talk to the plant. This is what you're going to be for the people. And this is why I'm putting you right here. This is how you're going to mature. And this is the kind of fruit that you're going to give off and all. And so they planted it. And then they go back and make another one or make a different kind. So we started having those the plants all over. And then part of the creation story too is that that they made the sun and the moon, and then the sun and the moon started to go over in the dome world. The sun is running over on the top of the sky over the dome world, and he's giving light, and the moon comes up and gives the light at night. So that's the the progression. And then after a while, when they made people, they forgot to make, or Chiwidamaka forgot to make death. So he had to kill those people. And before he did that, he created a world in the east. And that's where he put death. And so when he killed all the people, and there's several different stories. One of them says that he created a flood and it drowned all the people. And other stories says he grabbed the dome world, the sky of the dome world, and pulled it down and killed all the people. But either way, they went all to go to the dead world. And that's why we have the dead world, because people were at that time, people were like 90 and 100 and 200, and they weren't dying. They were just walking around, and more babies were being born. So that's why he created death. And so, but after that, when he created more people, Itoy created more people, they came together, and there was like, they were all like laying down. And so him and the coyote went, and they sat down and they looked at that, and they said, well, what do we do? And they said, well, let's bring him to life. So they made a windbreak around. They made a covering. Around they made sticks, and they made like a wall around, and they built a fire in the middle, and all these people are laying there. And then they go out and they go sit by the wash, and they're over there talking about the world, and they're making like more plants. And then they go back. The coyote is sent over there, and he checks, and he go check to see what happened to people. And he said, oh, there's, he came back and he said, oh, there's just a few of them standing up. And then, so the next day he went back over there, and he said, most of the ones that are close to the fire are standing up, but the other ones are still laying down. And so the next day he went and they checked again. He said, most all of them are standing up. There's just a few laying, they're still not alive yet. And so the last day Itoy says, let's go over there and find out. So they got there, and all the people are alive. And he started to teach them stuff, how to be, and, the rules and whatever. And so he was teaching them. And then the coyote was there, and the sun was going down. And the coyote said, he said, look at these people. I said, they're just, they're just here. They're just talking gibberish. They don't, they're just talking, and they don't make no sense. And he's trying to sleep. And he said, I don't know, I can't sleep because they're too noisy. And so the Itoy caused us a sleep to go into them. And they started all laying down and going to sleep. And so the next morning when they woke up, they all came together and they were talking to each other, but this time they weren't talking gibberish. One of them said, well, like, I went way over there, there's a mountain way over there, and I went and climbed that mountain. I came back in my sleep. And the next one said, well, did you know that over there there's a tree? And I went over there and I was looking at that tree, and I came back in my sleep. And so again, more people were talking to each other of things they had seen. One said, well, I became some kind of a bird, and I flew up into the sky, and I was up there and I was looking from below. And he said that I saw all this stuff, and said, but it was in my sleep. So this is where it's introduced in the O'odham culture that Itoy, or the spirits, talk to us in our sleep. When you have a dream, that's part of the spirit world talking to you. So if you're going to cook some food, and then you decide, well, let me try this, and try to throw something else in there, or that's all those that we say, it's coming from somewhere, but in your mind. And so it's the spirits talking to you. So you're doing these things. So again, that's why, and they realize that that's the way that Ito is going to talk to all of them, and he's going to make them to know things. We don't have, I know a lot of tribes have schools or teachings for medicine men. When they become medicine men, they go out and they find a mentor or somebody to teach them. In the O'odham culture, we don't have that. We do everything in dreams. So somebody that has a dream and then, the spirit comes to there, they'll question that dream, they'll test that dream for a number of years. And then after that, then they'll start trying it, testing it. And if people get healed, then, then they start healing. So in our culture, we don't, people don't say, I'm a medicine person or I am this and that. It's the community that pronounces that person. It's the community that says, that's the one to go see over there. If somebody says, I'm sick, my leg is hurting, go see that guy over there, So the community pronounces who the leaders are in the community. Again, the war leaders, the people that were the ceremonial leaders, the people that did the salt pilgrimage, that's how they were identified. And again, medicine people, because they had a dream and they tested it and they proved it, and the people said, okay, he's got something. And so they start to, take it, tell them to other people to go see you about that thing, whatever it is. So that's how people are recognized in the culture. You can't put out a sign that says medicine man lives here and, this much money or whatever. It's just that you go and people don't pronounce them, don't tell anybody until somebody comes and says, like I'm sick, and it's, oh, that guy over there, you're looking for him, go see him. So that's another thing. So it comes in the dreams, okay? So that's part of that story. Now the next part is that in the next evening, the coyote was there again, and he was trying to sleep, and the people were starting to get ready to go to sleep, and I was looking at the people and they were saying, oh my God, these people, they're so ugly. They're just so skinny. They're just bones walking around. Why don't you give them something to eat? He was telling Itay. And so that night when they fell asleep, Itay caused dreams for them. And when they woke up the next morning, they said, you know what, that plant that's over there, that has these roots, and I dreamt last night that I'm gonna go, so we can go over there and get it. And they went over there and got the roots and they started eating. And they said, well, there's this tree over here that has these, things hanging. We can take that and eat it. And so they ate it and they started teaching each other. Again, Itay teaching them in the dreams. So they learned how to do all that. And then one would say, like, well, if you take this and put it in the ground, it'll grow. This is this kind of a tree or a bush or whatever. And then we can get this stuff because it matures and it recreates itself, reproduces. So they said, okay. And so they knew. And then that evening, Coyote looked at them. Yeah, they were kind of like filling out because they ate all day. And then the Coyote looked at them and then that evening, and he told Eat, like, these, I don't know, these people, they're so ugly, they're just, God, give them something to wear, get them some clothes. So again, Itay put them to sleep. And when he put them to sleep, he sent in their dreams ways for them to make clothes. So they went out the next morning, they woke up and they were saying, you know what, that tree that's standing over there, we can go over there and take the bark and take it and rub it and get this other bush and then mix it together. And then, we can make clothes out of that. And somebody said, well, there's this thing called cotton, we can take it and we can make a string and make clothes out of that. And somebody else said, well, the animal hides, we can go and do that and use the animal hide. So they all went out and now they finally had clothes on because of what the Coyote wanted. So all those things like that, Itay is teaching them in the dreams. So because prior to that, they had been putting plants into the world, the different kind of plants that are edible. So he would take, the choke cherries, kuawur, and he planted them in the mountains. And he went up there and he took that and he planted in the ground. He told the choke cherry kuawur, when you grow, when you're ripe, you're going to turn orange, and the people are going to come and they're going to take you and they're going to eat you, and then they're going to add it to their other food, and it'll be good like that. You'll be good like that. And people will like you because they'll try to find you all over the place. And other places he planted squash, and he would say, this is where you're planted and this is how you're going to grow. and this is what you're going to look like. And people are going to come and they're going to take you and they're going to eat you and they're going to live inside them, through them. And then the next year they're going to take some and they're going to plant you again in another field. And so like that. So there's those ones that are natural, that are like the different kind of cacti and the different kind of things that are out there that you can just pick at a certain time of the year. And there are others that we plant, but that's what Ito had taught the people. So then that's how they learned, and that's how they would, do. So a lot of our plants, we don't have a lot of stories about their origin, because that is the origin story, that Ito went out and Jewett Maka went out and he planted these things. So therefore they start to grow. Now, there are some ones that that you use that you plant, and they come from supernatural stuff, supernatural, because they're in the stories. Now, in all tribes, we didn't really have a written language up until like 300 years ago. It was all oral stories. We spoke, and we talked. So if you look at like Christianity or Muslim, they have a book that tells them what to do, and they follow that book. They read in the book. But in O'odham, it's always just been, speech and telling people. So that generation learns something, and the next generation learns from them, and then they teach the next generation who learns from them. And so you go and you go and you go. So that's why the story is important. So they have their Bibles, they have their Torah, their Pentateuch, whatever, that teaches them stuff. So, but in all native cultures, the stories, the creation myth, and again, like I said, for O'odham it's about 4 nights long. You start at the beginning, and it's usually during a long time ago. It was only told on 4 nights, the whole creation myth. From if you watch the Pilates in the sky, there's only 4 nights that the Pilates are up there the full night. In the other parts of the year, they'll show up like an hour later, then they'll come into the sky, and then they'll, and other times it's just different. But the 4 nights are usually during the solstice. And that was generally when the stories were told, during those 4 nights. But then, as time marched on, they started doing that cold thing where they only tell the stories during the cold time. And then now it's, whenever. But at that time, there were those 4 nights when we told those stories, the full Hawkyaga for 4 nighs. We have our own rules that govern that. So, but when we tell the stories, that's because that's our Bible. Those are our rules. When the coyote does something and this thing happens to him, then that becomes one of the rules, because it happened in the myth. It was sanctified in the myth. Or Hawkyaks did this and they did this to her or whatever. And then it's in the myth. So that's why we look to the myths to tell us the stuff that is happening in our world. So there are many myths and many different understandings. It's a whole long philosophy of what O'odham is about. So we one of the stories that is told in that myth is about these little tepri beans. Now we call in O'odham, we call it bao. You have to put that on the end. Bao. Bao. That's how we call that tepri beans. And there's different kind of tepri beans. Nowadays we have the white and the yellow. I mean the yellow and the brown. But a long time ago there was a different kind of tepri beans. They're a little small with the little lines on there, white lines on there, and those were the ones that we used first a long time ago. Now, because of that white line, you can see it from far off. So one of the stories about how we got that tepri bean, again, is in that myth. So there was an elder man, and I don't know how old he really was, but when you say elder, usually you're talking about 40 years old back then, because the life expectancy of a young O'odham or an O'odham male was about 42 years old. People usually lived about 42 and then they died. The men, it was kind of lucky that you passed and saw your 60 years or 70 years, but a long time ago, we didn't have inoculations before when we were born. So they have a lot of child birth that people die, the crib death. We had a lot of that in SIDS. So until they came and they started inoculating babies, now we're living a lot longer. And that's why our parents had like 13 kids or 17 kids or, it's like that. They had a lot of kids because some of them were for sure going to pass away. And so this I don't know how old the man was, but generally about 42 around there. The life expectancy a long time ago for women was about 48. They lived a lot longer. And again, inoculations, they go a lot longer, into the 50s and 60s and 70s. But a long time ago, it's different. So when they say an elder man, that's what I think in my head is about 40 years old. So he had a grandson, and the grandson was left with him because he didn't have anybody else. Grandma had passed away. And so he's living out there kind of in the boonies by a mountain by himself. And the little boy goes and he stays with him. But this man, he was just kind of angry all the time. And he didn't let the little boy be a little boy. He's making him work all the time, just working. And he was doing a lot of planting and a lot of, hunting. And he showed him how to do all this stuff so that they both could live, because they're kind of, again, out living by themselves. So this little boy would see, the other kids around in the different parts, when they would walk out to get firewood or whatever, then he would see these kids and they would be playing around, but he was never allowed to play, and he was being abused there, because if he didn't, then his grandfather would whip him. So that little boy decided, well, I don't like here, but I love my people and I like my grandfather. I just don't like his behavior. So he started to walk, and he started walking towards the west. And he got to the edge of the sky dome, like where the world is flat and the dome or the sky dome that meets the world. And he saw that. And so he started climbing up there on the sky in the evening time. And he climbed way up, way up, and he went way up. And he was so tired when he got up there, and he looked down and he saw his home down there below from the top of the sky dome. He saw his home, and he laid down there, and he was so tired that he closed his eyes and he fell asleep. And the man was walking around down there. And when the little boy woke up the next day, he looked down there and he saw the man walking through the mountains, and he was calling his name, say, Bapti, 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 where are you? Bugihim. It was, come over here, Yamur. But he wouldn't, and the little boy looked down there and he was just watching him. And he kind of said, well, I'm not going to go down there. I'm not going to go back. And if he comes up here, I'm going to run someplace, but I don't think he'll find me up here. So the next day again, the same thing. And he saw the old man or this grandfather walking around down there, and he's looking for him. And after a while, there more people started going, they were looking for him, but he didn't go. He just stayed there because he said, if I go down there, he's going to whip me again. He's going to put me to work and he's going to abuse me and all this. So I don't want to go down there. And he stayed there. And then he started playing around in that world up there. And he had food there that he would eat in that world. And so one day he was sitting down and he was looking down under into his land, and he saw his grandfather sitting out there in front of his house, and he was crying. And he saw that the rain hadn't come yet, and his plants were all drying, and they're all laying down, and his different things that he had planted, it wasn't growing. And so this little boy was there, and he looked around, and so he went and he got some of the little things that grew up there, these white little things, these white little beans, and with the little stripe, and he put some in his hand and in a bag, and then he started walking down, and he got back down to the earth when the sun went down, so it was dark. So he walked back to his house, and he got over there, and his grandfather was sitting there, and he was asleep by the house. He's really, really tired. So he went over there and he put those little beans beside his grandfather sitting there. And also the belief is that when somebody's asleep, you can still talk to them. They might not hear it, but someday they're going to hear it. So sometimes when we go to people's graves, people that have passed away, we're asked to speak, to leave our words there. How come? Because they'll hear it. The words will echo someplace and eventually they will hear it. So in that same way, the young boy started to talk to his grandfather sitting there, and he left a message. He said, these beans are growing up there. You see that, those little white things up there? They're these beans, the tepary beans. Said, and so I want you to take these beans and I want you to plant a field and they will grow. So he took, he went back up into the sky and he was laying there. And then in the morning, he saw his grandfather wake up and he saw those, and he was looking around, you know, like, did I really hear this thing? So he looked down and he picked up those beans and he was looking at them and he was thinking, wonder if that was real, but he decided, okay, what can I lose? So he went out and he started to plant those little beans, those tepary beans in the dirt. And then he started going and he watered them a little bit, and then he went and sat down again, and he was waiting for his grandson again. He was just waiting there, and he fell asleep. And then that night, the grandson came back, and he told him, when you see these plants will grow up, they will start to grow, and you don't need to water them a lot. You can water them a little, but not a lot. You know, just leave it. These beans will grow, even though there's no rain or whatever. These beans will grow, and these will make you strong. They don't need a lot of water, just like autumn. And that's what we were told when we were kids. You know, don't drink a lot of water. You know, in the olden days, they used to go running for water like 7 miles, and they'll get some water up there in the mountains and bring it home in a pot. The girls will go in a pot that's, you know, just so big, about maybe a gallon and a half, and then they would drink that all day long. So they couldn't waste it. So again, we were told that, you know, in that spirit was that you turn off the faucet, you know, when you're finished. So you drink some water, but you just drink enough to kind of cool you down. And then when it rains, then you can drink a lot of water. But during that time, we just drank a little bit, except for the kids. They didn't understand. So they would grow. But the kids were taught, you know, as you grow out, you're going to be a bigger boy, and you need to conserve. You know, you can't drink a lot of water. So that's why he said those beans are going to be like this. They're going to survive with not a lot of water. And he said, these beans grow where I am at now. I'm not going to come back home. And so he went back up and he watched, and then slowly those plants started to grow, and then they started making the beans. And then when they had the beans and they were ready, he came back down that night. And as the man was laying there sleeping, he told him, okay, tomorrow you can go out and pick up all those beans, take some and cook some and eat it. It's good. It's full of nutrients and vitamins and all. It has a power. That's how we say, because we don't know how to say nutrients or vitamins and all of them. So they say it has a power in it, a strong power, and it will help you. And so he said, take some of those and eat some of those. It'll make you strong. And at the same time, plant another field with the rest of it. And so he did that. And then the next time, months later, after he was eating that, and you know, the boy came back and said, you have a whole bunch now. You have a big field with all these. Take those and give some to your neighbor and show them how to grow this. Because when you plant your corn and your squash and your watermelon and whatever, and the rains don't come, you're not going to have anything to eat. But these will grow in that harsh weather. Said, and so, and then he told him that he was in the sky. You see those little white things up there, you know, the Milky Way. That's where I live now, and that's where I brought these. So again, it's a supernatural, you know, bringing help to the people through that story to this man. A long time ago, we plant those, you know, and again, that's the only thing that'll grow, and that's why, you know, it's called a bawi, that tepary bean. We call it bawi. And in our culture, when you say a word and you want to pluralize a word, make it with more than one, you don't put an S on the end. I've heard that, you know, little boys will say, oh, my mom made a lot of chumets, you know, or autumns, you know, whatever. But we don't do that. In our culture, we take the first sound, the first syllable, and we double it. So it's not kawyo, it's kakauyo. It's not chumit, it's chumit. It's not makina, it's makina. So again, so we call it bauch. And when you make more, if you have one little bean, you can say there's a bauch. But when you have two or more, you're gonna say bauch, bauch. You know, this is what I have, bauch. So again, bauch. When when they first were looking for a name for our tribe, long time ago, that was the one name that they used because we used to call each other names, you know, different tribe. We still do that nowadays. But those people in Sanavir and Gila River and all those, they had river water so they could plant their crops, but we didn't have that. So a lot of times we had to just eat the bao. So they started calling us Papao. And then those priests wrote it down. And that's why for a while there, for about, I don't know, a few years, we were called the Papago tribe because it was Papao, Papaho, Papaho. So again, the word, that's what that word means. Papa O'odham. They called it the bean eaters. Actually, it's not the bean eaters. It was more like these the way that we had eaten those, or we had, that's the only thing we could eat. And so that's why they used that term for us. So again, so there's that bao story that we have, that again, it was one of those that you plant, whereas versus the other stuff. Now there's another, there are many stories, but one of the famous ones was a man called Corn. Hoon, we call it hoon. And the word hu actually means to eat. Naptoahu, do you want to eat some? Naptohu, do you want to eat it? Shachu, you know, this hu, then it's the word hu that makes it, you know, like the eating part. So hoon is kind of like that, the thing that we eat, corn. So because that was the one, the more popular, what that people liked. So the story goes, and it's a long story, but to make it short, there was a man that lived in the east, in a faraway land that was full. There was a river there, and there was real green trees, and they planted corn. You know, this main staple was corn all the time, and so he lived there. And then one day he decided that something was telling him in his dream. He had a dream that something was going on, that he should go visit the west. So he went and sat on a mountain, and he saw this plume of smoke going up, and he saw the smoke, and he decided, well, I want to go see what that is. And so he followed it, and he got to that part, and he was thinking, you know, what should I do? And so he decided to test the spirit. And he said, if the wind starts moving towards me, then I'm going to go and see what that fire is. If it goes that way, then I'm just going to, you know, go somewhere else. So he watched it, and the wind started blowing the fire towards him. So he went down there, and he saw this girl and his mother. They had built a fire. And a long time ago, they used to get the choya butts, chiarim. And they would go by the wash, because that's, you know, where all the big rocks are. And they would make a hole, and they would make a fire and of mesquite wood, and put that in the bottom. And then they would cover that fire with some dirt or some rocks. And they would get their chiarim, their choya butts, and put it on there, on top of there. And then they would cover that with rocks. And they leave it there all night. And then they would eat that. And it's cooked like that. And they would roast it, and they would store it away for the winter like that. So they would dry it. And so this man went over there and saw them. And in our culture back that time, the men don't talk to the women, you know, unless, you know, there's a reason for. So he goes and he sits down, he squats down by them. A long time ago, when they say that somebody sat down, it wasn't sitting like we sit now down with their, you know, sitting on the ground. A long time ago, it was just the squat. You know, you squat down and you watch what's going on. And so this man did that. And he said, I'm gonna stay here. And, you know, and so because he didn't want to talk to them. But the lady came, the elder lady, there was two of them, an elder lady and a younger lady. And the elder lady said, that old man is over there at the house. You can go talk to him. And the corn, he said, I'll stay right here, and then I'll go with you, because I don't know where you live. So we stayed there. And then this lady they had the chiori, the choya butts in a bowl, and they would they would she would get some, and that she would put it on top of that, where they had fixed the place where they would put that children. And the young woman is standing there, and she's putting the children, getting it ready for, and she comes over and she grabs some, and then she goes over there to the fire. She puts it in the fire, kind of spreads it out, and then she goes back. And this man was there, Corn, who he had a beard, like a beard. All of them used to have those. So he was going like this, and when the girl, the elder woman, will go and put the children inside the pit, then he would pull off some of his whiskers, and he would throw it in there on top of that. And then the lady would turn around and go back and get some more and come back. And they kept doing it. One story said 16 times, which 16 is 4 times 4. 4 is our sacred number in our culture. So he did that. And so they covered the thing, and then he helped them cover it. And then they all went back to the home, and this man followed them. And they went to go see the old man. But he had realized at the time that what he was after was that girl, his daughter. So he asked about that girl, who is she? And that's our daughter, but didn't go and say anything more. He stayed there. And so that next morning they went, and they woke up, they went to sleep, and they woke up, and that man was gone. So they woke up, and they were kind of looking for him, but then they said, oh, he probably took off, went someplace. And then the girls, the 2 women, they went out there to the wash, and they started to uncover that children. And when they looked, there was this big children in there with green, with this yellow, there's brownish whiskers on there. And the girl had seen the guy doing that when he was pulling his whiskers out, throwing them in there, but she didn't say nothing. And so the guy, Corn, kind of figured that she can trust him. He can trust her, because she didn't tell anybody. So when that all happened, then they looked at that, and they put it on their kiho, in their burden basket, and they ran back to the old man, and they said, look, we put our choya butts in the fire and to cook overnight. But this morning there's these things. And the old man was looking at, what is it? I don't know what it is. And that man, Corn, he showed up, and he had a deer with him, and he put it down, and he said, this is what you do. He said, and he grabbed the green husk, and he pulled it, he shucked it, and he pulled it, and then he pulled it again, and then he said, see, this is how you do. And then he ate some. This is how you eat it. And he ate it, and he gave it to the old man, and the old man gave it to the old woman, his wife, and then the young woman took it and she ate it, and they all liked it. So they all called their people, and they got together, and then Corn started telling them, this is how you plant it. So it goes on some more with different things that Corn had done to try to impress the man, but the man wasn't impressed. And in the end, the story goes that who finally asked the man for the girl's hand in marriage, because she wasn't married. And the same thing, the man just kind of went to this whole long speech about this girl is here. She's my daughter, and she knows how to cook. She knows how to sing the song. She has a good memory. She also has spiritual gifts, and she can remember, whatever, and she knows all this stuff. And she has long black hair. That was the main thing in autumn. Beauty wasn't in the face or in the body. It was in the hair, the long black hair, and how you kept it. And that was what beauty was. And so he said she had that. But he said, all these things that you showed me, you showed me how to call the rain, make the lightning, how you go hunting, and how you play the games, and you're a good player, and you remember a lot of songs, you do all this stuff. But I'm not impressed. Anybody can do that. So Corn went back home because he didn't get the girl that he wanted. But when you look at that story and you kind of think, well, what was the reason that Corn went over there? Was to bring the corn for all the people to start using. And so that's how the corn got introduced. Now there's about 4 or 5 other different stories about corn, and they vary. So sometimes you hear in autumn the stories that are told, and you think, oh, that's how an autumn story, and now I know the autumn story. But when you tell it, or when you hear somebody else telling it, they're going to tell something totally different, or either the same, a lot of stuff that's similar, but they're variations, again, coming from dialect, from family, from storyteller. And again, the person will tell the story one way, and the next year they'll mix the stuff up and tell it a different way. So that's what that what the moral of that story was, that corn brought corn, and that's how we have it, and that he went back home. So that's all where we got it. That's why corn doesn't live among us, but we use the seeds to plant. So that's, again, those are the things that are planted in our culture. There's many different stories about the squash, how the squash came, and the watermelon, and each seems to be like every community has their own story and their own way of describing how the things are and why they're different, why they look different. But we have a lot of stuff here that we don't grow, that that we know. The things that we have here, we have a name for all those plants. So we can eat, we can eat those things. We have a name, but some of them, the plants that we grow, like rice, we call it arroz. And that word rhymes or sounds like the same word that they use in Spanish, arroz. And when you find a word like that, you'll know that we didn't have it originally, that it was imported from someplace else. So arroz came, and so that's that's how we got the rice, and that's how people started planting it. But it wasn't aboriginal to O'odham. So a lot of these other new plants, pinto beans, came from there. We didn't have it before. I think a lot of O'odham, not knowing the stories, or when they say beans, that somebody planted beans, they assume that they're talking about the pinto beans, but we didn't have that. My mom said that she didn't know what that was until when they started getting the rations from the government when she was young, and that rasan, when they brought it, then it was included there, and then people started eating that, and then it was available in the stores. So stuff like that, that I think that you need to kind of be aware of that. And again, Aboriginal, what is Aboriginal? Is the things that help us. We live in this climate, in this desert climate, and we plant and we reap the harvest of what stuff is out there that grows. We have a story about the cactus, how the cactus was once a human being, a little child, and then the cactus was, something happened to the cactus, and then she was born as the saguaro. And then from there, the people go and they pick the saguaro, and then that's where we got our ceremony for the wine drinking ceremony, because they make that cactus, the fruit, into syrup, and then we make the syrup into wine, and then we drink it in ceremony. And that we have a ceremony called the Nawiti, the wine ceremony. And so we use that, partake of that. And that's something that's just out there. But again, the reverence towards the saguaro is that, that was once a person for us. And so, they say, when you walk through the desert and you see a lot of cactus, you're not alone. You might think you're walking out there by yourself, but these cactus will protect you and they'll see you. As you're walking through, they're a witness to what you're doing. So in that same way, like that, the understanding of that plants are actually human beings. If Itoy took it and he breathed on it and made it come to life, then that's Itoy's plant. If Chiwadamaka did it, then that comes the mesquite tree that we have. There's an origin story there regarding the Casa Grande ruins, what we call the Casa Grande ruins, that is out there in Coolidge. We call it Siwaniwaaki in our language. But that mesquite tree was first made and planted there. And so Siwan hid it from the people because it gave him health. And so eventually the coyote ran in there and got it, stole some of those mesquite pods, and Siwan chased him all over the world. He's running, and as he's running, the mesquite pods are coming off, as he's shaking his head running. And so that's how they got planted all over. So, but again, the people take that and they use it. But what I was thinking of was that in nowadays you eat whatever, but in the olden days, 700 years ago, whatever the climate was that grew these things out there, that's what we ate. So it was nature giving us the food, and then we eat that food. So nature knew when the violets was going to grow, and so they gave you that. It knew when the iipai was going to grow, and each one of those plants is good for, you know, like something that ails you. And like I said, the sweet stuff generally grows in the summertime, because we need that sweet stuff in order to, you know, to make it to the end of the summer. But it doesn't grow like in the wintertime, because it knows that we're not going to need that much energy, because we're not going to be doing a lot of stuff. So if you look at things like diabetes that has come in, I think that we knew, because the plants, nature told us when to eat those things. When we plant it and this thing grew, then we eat it. But if it didn't grow, then what are we going to do? So again, it's just that we responded to nature, what nature was giving us. Nowadays, we don't plant fields as much as people used to, because that was part of the survival. Now we have fields. We still have fields. They're called Bashas and Fry's and Food City and Walmart. That's what our fields are called. And we can take a thing of canned corn and eat it, or, you know, throughout the whole year. Whereas a long time ago, it was only available through certain months, because that's when it grew. And that's what gave us the nutrients and, you know, what to survive. So that's part of the thinking that I think about when I tell the stories, you know, especially when a plant is brought to life, and then it's told, you know, when to grow and then when to rest. So rest all your engine in the winter time, and when the spring comes, then you start to, you know, bring forth your flower, your fruit, whatever that is, and the people will enjoy it. And that way you'll continue to move. But if it's just if you going to, like how do you say, just have it anytime, you know, then your body's going to react differently. And I think that's why we got high blood pressure and, you know, diabetes and heart problems and all these things, because we eat stuff. I mean, it's good to say we can eat this because it's natural and it's organic. But in the old days, what were the seasons? When was that? When was nature giving us those things to eat? So we store a little bit. But during those times when that's available, plentiful, then we could have as much as we wanted. They say that the iipai, the prickly pear fruit, that has a lot of stuff that is good for diabetes, and you can eat a lot of that. And so, you know, again, it kind of goes towards the end of summer, so you can see like how we're eating all this sugar stuff, and then we eat the chori, I mean the, what do you call it, the iipai, and then, you know, we get our insulin fix, and then we move on towards the, you know, towards the planting stuff, which will be like the corn and all that. So it's kind of like a cycle that, again, wasn't available back then, is available now. And so I think that's what it was, the difference nowadays. Yeah, they used to plant and, you know, take squash and dry it out for later on. But it wasn't the same like when it was right there and you could pull it off and cook it right away, or just eat it, you know. So that's one of the things that I think about when I think of these, of how the creation was made. Thousands and thousands and thousands of years it took the creation, the creators to make the creation, and then we come and in just like 200 years we flip it all around and now it's all different. So I think that that was one of the things that medicine man talked about, that one of these days things are going to be different. But will the O'odham survive? Will the natives survive? Probably in their world, in the European world, because we're going to start to more modernize into adapting to that world. But the past is going to be gone. So, but that's my I don't know, scare, I guess. I don't know if there's anything else. I don't know if it's okay now, or was that enough? Too much? Is anybody there?
Yeah, Camillus, thank you so much. That was enough, and we really appreciate you and treasure you. And thank you again so much for sharing with everybody. I don't know where people are calling in from, but thank you again so much. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the Aho Sustainable Agriculture crew, and then also the Native Virtual Foodways crew as well. So thank you again, Camillus, and have a great night. And now we hand it over to Nina.
Sapo.
Tapo. Thank you, Camillus. Always beautiful. Not being able to sit around the real fire this time, but sometime soon again. And I guess this brings us to the end. It's been a long day. We started almost 12 hours ago. At the end, we wanted to, I wanted to invite the organizing team. So we have Sterling Johnson, Tyrone Johnson, we have Nicole Francis, we have Caitlin Smith, and we have Crystal Franco. That is the team that brought you this event this time around. It was a long day. We were preparing for this starting back in September. We have more things coming up. We are hoping to meet again at the end of April. So please keep an eye out on social media, and we will be also reaching out to you. If you wanted to present, share, get involved in any way, please reach out to us as well. And I'll just open it up to the organizing committee. Congratulations.
Congratulations to everyone. Listen, we also have our t-shirts and our grab bags for sale. So if you go to the website, you can actually get a link to the store where we are selling this year's t-shirts and the grab bag. So I encourage you. All the proceeds go to fund the next gathering of this series, the summer gathering that we're going to have in April. Right? Was it summer? It's summer, right?
Spring.
Oh, spring. I'm sorry. It's 7 o'clock. You know, it's been all day. So the spring session of our four season gatherings. So the end of April, our spring session. So all the proceeds again go to fund that. Thank you again so much. Have a great evening.
Nicole, anybody else wanted to say anything else?
It was really great organizing this with everyone. I always learned so much, not just about the organizing process, but from attending and listening to stories and watching how people are interacting on the panels and in the meetup groups. And it's a great learning curve. So because we'll probably be meeting virtually like this a little more often for a while at least, and probably after. So thank you everyone for joining. And it was a long day full of lots of really beautiful information. And thanks Nina and Sterling too, and all of the hard work that you and your staff do to put this on. It's so appreciated. I'm honored that I can be a little bit of a help.
Yeah. No, thank you guys. Thank you everyone that came and jumped on throughout the day. Everyone that put together. Caitlin, Crystal, Taro, Nina. Thank you for thank you for doing this. And for us, it's doing this in this way. It's not as good as being in person, but it's the best that we can do in these times. And in one way, thank for the technology that we're able to do this. And it was a long day for all of us. And I pray that everyone is safe during these times until we can gather again and enjoy this life and enjoy this life as much as we can during this. And thank you for thank you all. Thank you for joining us this evening. I can't say much more than thank you to everyone that came in, and thank you for all the panelists that spoke and shared their knowledge and their wisdom and their struggles. Sometimes we don't want to hear those things And sometimes we do need to hear those things because now how do we make things better if we can't, if we don't know what the problems are? And that's one thing that for us is me as Native people, we tend to be quiet, but now it's no longer time to be quiet. It's time to stand up and say, no, this is right and this is wrong. And for that, no, thank you. And for an autumn word, no, no, there's no goodbye in autumn. Um, there's always no, in your opinion, we'll see you later. No, it's no, never, it's never a goodbye. It's always a, I'll see you when I see you, or I'll see you somewhere down the road. No, so, supple.
Nina, is anyone else?
So with that, we do have a blessing to close us off. Mikey, will you close us off?
I was hoping you forgot. And I was like, all right, I don't have to do it. Good. Um, um, for those of you that are still here, I was sitting here thinking, and I didn't get to log in because I had my own training all day, and then I logged in at the end, and so I got here with the chefs, I believe, and what they were talking about, and it was neat. It was neat to hear just the discussion among themselves, memories and things. And that's what I liked about that part of the event, is that people could just talk, and people who needed to talk, and people, and that space was created. I'm also a senior class sponsor, Go Warriors, Bobby Curry High School, class of 2021. And so I've been making phone calls to parents, letting them know that they can pick up their cap and gown. And so I've been sitting here trying to listen and then put you on mute and then call. And I was on the phone with the grandmother when Camilla started to sing, and what the grandmother was talking about got me emotional. And then hearing Camilla sing made me feel good, just what the grandmother was saying, and hear him calling people about cap and gowns. And it just, I'm just explaining what I was experiencing on this end. And just hearing Camilla's in and out, and then making still phone calls, and I still gotta make some more phone calls after this, and just thinking about where I've come from because of events like this. And if there's anybody from Hopi that was here or is still here, that experience when we went up to I forgot what it was called, but that really changed my whole point of view on just food and planting and that experience. And I'm thankful that during my time with Toka, that helped me grow. And so I'm gonna sing this song. I had to give that backstory just because I'm gonna sing this song, and it has to do with the farms there in a place called Calic, and that's where the Alex Pancho Memorial Farms are, and that's the picture that's behind me from my background. And we had a winter camp. The youth had a winter camp, and I remember we camped out there, and it was cold, and then but the rain came, the winter rain came, and it made everything muddy. We got stuck in the mud. And so this is the song that I created from that moment. And I don't tell many people about this, and I don't even sing it a lot. And so I said, I just sit here and I was thinking about it. And then when you were ending, I was like, oh, cool. I don't have to sing it now. I'm not gonna be on the spot, but this is the song. And I guess I just want to recognize the winter rains that we have had, the snow that we have for some parts of Arizona, wherever all of you may be. Maybe some of you throughout the country had a little bit more snow than used to, but that's good, hopefully, for the land. And then also acknowledging the transition between winter and spring. You can feel it. You can feel it when you go out. And I hope that you, like I shared this morning, I hope all of you spent some time to feel the warmth of the sun today, that you came out of your house and you felt that strength. And if you weren't, if you were with the laptop all day, do something tomorrow in the sun. Feel the warmth of the sun. So here's the song. Jo kanya na hema,
Jo kanya na him sa pinta kamanya. Mo moi o oi tag. Jo kanya na him ta shai tanere kanan mahim. Kyo ho tam wucho I toi nyai chuta. Jo kanya na him, jo kanya na him, sa penta kamya, mo moi o oi tag, jo kanya na him, ta shai tanere kanan mahim, kya ho tam, wucho I toi nyai chuta. Jo kanya na him sa pinta kamya mo moi o oi tag jo kanya na him ta shai tanere kanan mahim kya ho tam wucho I toi nyai chuta jo kanya na him sa pinta kamya mo moi o oi tag jo kanya na him sa pota kamya nya him da. And all it's saying is that I see the rain moving, the rain's moving, and that I meet the sunlight, and that the rainbow shines above, and our elder brother, known as the Ether, he sings underneath the rainbow, because all of these elements, the rain, the sun, and the rainbow, that we feel good as Oitakam, farmers, people who work with plants, all of those elements mean that life will continue. And so I wish that upon each and every one of you. You meet the sun tomorrow, and also acknowledge the Masha, the moon. Sister Moon is up in the sky tonight, and that you feel good wherever you may be. So thank you.
Sapo. Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you,
Thank
Mikey.
you.
All right,
Okay.
that's it.
That concludes the day.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Good night.
Bye,
Have a
everyone.
great night.
Good
Go
night.
get something to eat.
Yep.
Thank you. Hey,
Thank
Nolan.
you, guys. Yeah. Good night.
Good job, team.
everyone.
Good job, Caitlin. Good job, Crystal.
Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Crystal.
Yes, thanks, Caitlin and Crystal.